Here.
I'm going back here. Okay, so I'm trash.
でもこの辺じゃない？この辺。あ、いいだ?
Oh, it's got the lava there. Dang.
Okay, bro. I'm actually pretty sure I know what this is.
We got a grill. This is World's Edge.
Man, I am so bad at GeoGuessr.
The only thing I could think of is this is in Monument.
何これ? What's it?
If there's a grill here, it's over for me.
This is Mirage. On top of Mirage. Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Second one, that's the grill on Mirage Voyage. Should be here.
Correct.
ミラージュボヤージュ。
Correct.
合ってる？マジ?
Wait a bit. It's not really top trails, that's not correct because the orientation of the bins are wrong.
I think these are the bins up here. No, because, okay, wait a second. These bins are not on that side.
これもイージーです。この辺?
Back of trails, I think this might be these two bins.
On the 2 supply bins, that's secluded.
Yep.
That's where that one.
I'm certain that's back there.
I got this one up here, yeah?
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh my god, I got one. Wow.
In the very back here. I'm just gonna not miss one, I think.
Honestly, it kind of makes me feel like it's right here. This could be like anywhere, to be honest.
Oh, dude, no way.
Oh, that could be so many.
There's like some fences in front of the car.
うわ、これどの合わせや? うわ、でも道がある。あー、オッケー、こっちや。これや。この辺？この辺？この辺？
Ah, I'm just gonna rip it. Here.
Yeah, left or left.
Yeah.
It's this one.
Okay, I'm doing this here.
Correct.
Nice.
This right here.
I'm worried I'm gonna throw this one. I feel like this is easy and I'm gonna mess it up.
I hate being bad at things, by the way, guys. I really do. I don't like losing.
Just an ambiguous bin. Oh god.
I know where this is, I think. In the tunnel of Geyser, right here.
Correct.
Okay.
Is it gonna be the pill that's in the elevator here? Correct.
What, like here?
Yep.
Nice.
これはいけますわ。ここじゃない?
Correct.
いけた?
I believe it's here at the base of this tunnel.
That's the one.
It's like at the little spot where it drops down. There's the stairs. Yeah.
It's got mountains in the back.
There's like a snow on the mountains.
Look at this. Look at that. That's snow. That's snow.
It has to be this building here.
I mean, I would say this.
Oh, is it this one?
Yep. That's not
Wow.
I think it's north.
Perfect. Yep.
Hmm.
See, I want to say I know it, but I'd probably be telling a lie.
That can't be the CNOT dock. There would be rocks in.
This is a hard one.
Oh, behind coastal. Yeah, this, and it should be like right here.
Yep. That's the one.
あ、こっちだ。これか。こっちか。
This is like right there.
What is it? Is it this one? It's this one.
Correct.
Right here.
Correct.
Okay, well, we're going down to this place. Oh, coastal camp. We are going here.
That is Echo.
What do you mean? Oh.
That's the one.
I was like, we're going down to coastal camp, and I throw it on Echo. Oh no!
The way you're smirking, I feel like you were really devious with this one.
There's some plants on a cave. This seems like the one on Cenote.
これはね、こっちかですわ。No! 嘘やん。
Bro, that's not the cave in Sino?
この辺か。これ?
No.
No! 嘘やん。
Oh no, it's this one.
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, okay.
But I'm gonna guess it's this one here.
Is it here? Okay. Oh my god.
I always used to farm dogs there for my armor.
This one is right there.
Yep.
Here?
Yep. The rolling cut.
あ、これわかる、これわかる。これね、ここですわ。
Here.
Yes.
It is up here, yeah?
Oh, you know, I forget that exists sometimes.
Yeah, wow. I actually don't know what this is.
It's a truck with bushes.
I see a pineapple. Those are like usually here.
Now this I might not even know.
Pineapple and bamboo.
Yeah, I'm lost. I'm near clue.
あ、コマ線や。この辺か。
I have no idea. I'm just gonna throw something somewhere and...
Around like here.
Yeah.
Is it like right around here?
Yep.
Okay, that was easy with the clue.
Yeah.
There's a truck there? What?
I'm gonna end up messing this up somehow, aren't I?
Here's his wall. Or is this command?
Ooh, this one is gonna be tricky.
これはウォールか。いや、これはちゃうわ。コマス上、ここ。
This one.
Yeah.
I know that one. I don't even need to stop a command here.
Okay, this one is definitely here.
Ah.
No.
Ah.
Yes.
Woo!
Here's his command. Actually, not wall.
You're so close to getting wrong.
I feel like this has to be a part of the map I've just not been to a lot.
ここね。どこやったっけ？
This is Fish Farms Island. This is BS.
I'm committed to back here somewhere.
Pretty certain this is here.
Okay, I'm committed to this island.
Is this right here?
Here?
Yeah, that's the one.
I'm committed to this island. Okay. Jesus.
I'm gonna put my next guess over here.
Hey, that's just the island south of Barrow.
Correct.
Edge of the map? Yeah, I think this one.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
こっちか。この辺？お、こっちか。
All right, E district. Here we go. Location 13. Lucky number 13. Dude, what?
Oh yeah, I mean, come on. You're asking for a lot here, there's no way.
There's not too many mountains on E district, so
Yeah, I honestly I don't think I'm gonna get this at all.
It's a mountain. I didn't even know there was mountains in this map.
Even if I wanted to pick, I couldn't tell you where it is.
It's alright. Oh god.
マジでわからん。
It's that one place that I like to land. Here.
Yeah, try it.
Alright.
Nah. No.
I think there?
Yes.
え、これどこ？これもわからんだけど。いや、わかる。え、これ？ここ？ No. あれジップラインあるよ。
Oh, there.
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh! I land here.
Oh, heights. I know this really well.
Yep. Dang, that's the one.
Is it over here?
Yep. That's the one.
Hi, my name is Woodrow Hawks, and I play the role of Imperial Hal, and I'm the TSM captain. And to be honest, it's the hardest role I've ever had in my acting career.
Hey, Ridgewell. Okay, so look, we're going into game 6. You're going to come in third
Okay.
against Dark Zero. And I need you to go on first.
Cool, sounds good.
My name is Dwayne Pipe, and I play the part of Verholst, the lovable, friendly, warm character that everybody knows and loves.
Hey, my name is David, and I play the role of Reps, who I would say is probably the best player on the team.
I'm Samuel Hobbs. My friends call me Sam. I was lucky to get the part of Raven, the TSM coach. He's the real brains of the operation.
Okay, everyone, let's skip to page 10. We've got TSM winning again in Game 6 at Lightning Rod Zone. Let's talk through how this is going to play out.
We wanted TSM to win for a really long time, and the fans love it when they do. So the writers have been doing great work and making it seem as real as possible.
My God, and it's such a thrill watching the TSM fanboys go crazy over what they think is a real tournament win.
Let's talk through day 3. TSM will be coming off a rocky day 2, and people will be wondering if they still got it.
Oh, that's perfect. And then we'll give them their zone in the final game.
You know, we could even get people to call the Lightning Rod zone the TSM zone. People love that.
Yeah. Verholst, though. Shirt on or shirt off?
So part of my role on this team is making sure that Hal doesn't get too angry.
You idiot! What the were you thinking? What are you doing?
Can we get even angrier?
Why is this guy so angry?
Keeping Hal emotionally regulated isn't an easy job, but it's a really important one.
Wait a minute. They want my shirt off?
It's actually pretty lucky that EA has chosen us to win so often. It's been a huge boost for my career in Hollywood.
My name is Hamilton Bushranger, and I play Zero, Hal's arch nemesis. The role is a lot of fun to play, as I get a lot of free reign to really be creative and tilt the TSM fans. As an actor, I really like that, as I feel like I can really make the character my own.
Hey, my name is Tyler Smevens. I play the role as It's Timmy. I enjoy ratting and griefing TSM in their story, and my character really enjoys getting under their skin.
All right, guys, TSM's gonna take this one, Game 6 on Lightning Rod. Now remember, only 50% TSM talk on broadcast, otherwise it gets a little too obvious.
And then do we just go straight into the trophy lift with fireworks and
We'll probably stop filming and reset after like line 16, which is Onset coming in saying, "Hell comes down from the heavens."
Could be a bit much.
Okay, listen up, guys. We're going to be filming a post-game reaction. TSM has just narrowly lost in the final circle. Are you ready, Ridgewell?
What's my line again?
It's just the one word.
Oh, okay, got it.
You good? Everybody's good. Okay, everybody. 3, 2, 1, action.
It's been a great time so far, but we haven't gotten the script yet here for playoffs, so we'll have to see what the writers have in store.
Hello, I'm Guy Sweeney. My teammate are Slayers and Fuda. Our coach is Bozzy.
Climbing over the rock on you, Slayers deals with this Exo Clan. Take that fight by storm.
And we play for Exo Clan. I mean, we were in a really good position the whole Prolix split. It was heartbreaking. Pressure of failing impact the whole team way too much from that day 4. That's where experience makes the difference. We need to learn from it. We throw the final and miss the LAN. Hard to take since I never missed a LAN before. But now I'm back with my duo. So I guess it's probably the destiny. With Slayers, it's been a couple years now. We have the same goal, same passion. We're gonna give it all. We shared so many unforgettable moments during the bootcamp, during the LAN. So I guess it was just meant to be. We are back together. We're not gonna fail a split anymore. Slayers come back with a lot of character. He take a lot of responsibilities on the whole team he was playing. He was in the comfort pick with Element 6. Realize all the stuff he have to do for a team after leaving us. And yeah, he come back with a lot of character. Which I love the way he is right now. Talking back when he have to, giving his opinion like every time.
And Slayers, who holds it down for the team, now is going to get the chance to finish the fight.
And now he's fragging top 5 in the leaderboard in EU. It's just the best right now. I think we finally found the perfect pick we needed with Slayers, fitting completely with my IGL playstyle. I love Fuda. I've never felt that confident on the roster since Amphi, so time for us to show better thing with Fuda and Slayers now. We barely have any time, we have 3 days left, no mistake allowed.
Welcome back to your Mannheim Aperitif. It is our POI draft segment before we get into the big business moments. My name is Randy. I'll be your host for this one. And if you didn't see it yesterday, this is a live showcase of what happens behind the scenes for our pros when they have to go into a new lobby. They must pick their draft locations. This is new to Split 2, and we're giving you a sneak peek behind the scenes on what is going on. We might even have some player comms as well. The players are getting ready in their booths right now as we're getting ready on the desk. I'm joined by Glitter Explosion, Genome. They stayed with me from the last series, but we've got a new man on desk, Mr. Nasky in the building. Welcome, Nasky. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. I was with you guys in EWC, and that was so much fun. So here we go again.
That was a blast, wasn't it? But, you know, it's great to see everyone gathered back again. How do you feel it's been just having such a short time between international LANs when that's usually such a rare thing for Apex?
I actually think it's kind of cool because sometimes you do bad in the first LAN, and you really want to get back up on the horse again. So having a little time is actually really cool. But it also has its downsides, right? You don't have as much time to prepare. You don't have much time to, you know, what if you need a new teammate? What if you did this and that? But I think overall it's pretty cool. I mean, yeah.
One more question, and I think we've all been thinking about it as well. Reflections on playing for Legends Gaming. I mean, you guys subbed in. Now it's Blair K, Strafing Flame. You know, they're going to be in this elimination bracket. You're going to watch the draft, but it's only by 1 point. You guys did everything that you needed to get them into a position to succeed. So just how was that playing this weekend, even though your team didn't fully qualify?
I'm going to tell you, it was a pleasure. That team dynamic they have at Legends Gaming, it caught me by surprise. It was They have a phenomenal coach. They have a great environment. They work really hard. Me and Amphi were put in a tough position. We played 2 new characters, you know, new teammate, new everything, new landings, blah, blah, blah. But we made it work, 2 days of practice only, and I'd say we did pretty good.
You guys did great. Right? I mean,
Yeah.
Lauren, they're in a position to win. That's all you can ask for.
I mean, we heard you saying that you had been promised if you made 100 points, you could play through the whole thing. You got to 70. That was an incredible start, setting them up for success, moving to the next stage of the competition.
Yeah, Strafing said on Twitter that if we get 100 points on average, I don't know if it was throughout the 12 games or the 6 games.
Oh.
Yeah, he didn't stipulate. He had some room to maneuver
Me
around.
and Amphi were trying our best because we wanted to play.
Well, you know, Gino, this is something that you get a privilege of being on. Last night we had that POI draft. You watched it as well. You kind of shift gears a little bit and get into that. What do you think the impact of it was watching? I mean, to me, I saw a lot of teams drafted first and had good spots. I mean, you look at, Falcons kind of barely made it. Some teams got comfort picks. Some teams, like VK Gaming came in on the lower seed. They made it into winners. What's the takeaway here?
Yeah, I know you guys talked about it being 30 seconds only that you have to pick your draft. Usually during the split, it was 90 seconds. That's a lot more time. There's a lot of factors you've got to take into consideration during the POI draft. So that is, quick decision making. Apex is all about that, and it feels like the POI draft now also feeding into that mentality.
Now let's talk about the rules of the POI draft. If you are unfamiliar with how this works in the ALGS, your pick order is based on team performance in the group stage. In this situation, it is going to be our 10 teams from winners bracket who did not qualify. So our bottom 10 teams, they will get the first 10 picks because they've already made it to winners. The 10 teams who won Elimination Bracket 1 will get the next 11 through 20 picks. So that will be the order for this one. Teams must pick their landing spots on both World's Edge and Storm Point. Teams have 30 seconds to make each pick, which is 66% less than they have when you're playing in a traditional ALGS pick. Somebody told me about that. I was doing the harder version of the math yesterday. Teams can make their first pick on their choice of either World's Edge or Storm Point, and no more advanced starting points during match point finals, which, Lauren, changes everything because this is what teams are fighting for. We used to be fighting for that head start, but this is really now what you've put all your effort into.
Yeah, it's really kind of raised the stakes on every single individual point because previously with those advanced starting points, if you weren't in the top 10, you weren't getting anything. So maybe shifting a placement here or there on the second half of that top 20 wasn't changing a whole lot for you. But now one kill that could bump you up is guaranteeing you that much better a shot at getting your first choice in your draft pick.
Yeah.
And so it really has made every single series and individual match that much more important.
And it also gives the top teams, if they're still in a high position, still something to fight for, Gino, because we used to see it's like, all right, I made it. It is what it is. I'll get my points when it's official, right? But now everything's official, every group that we're playing.
Well, at that point, yeah, you'd start seeing them just full send at teams that they thought might, try and lay claim to their own POIs at the end of a series. This way, they get to, certify that it's their POI if they're above them.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough topic for you, Nasky. I know, I don't think you've ever done this, but contest at all? I know this is rare for you, but how do you feel that those are gone now? And what does this change as we start looking into the draft with Not As Sincere leading with our first pick?
Contest is definitely a fun thing. I'm personally a fan.
Yes.
It's cool. We can still contest a little bit, but it's a little harder now.
You're
I'd love
trying.
to see it again. I want to contest, man. I want to fight. I want to show who's crazy. I want to do it. But it's also cool that now we actually, you eliminate the early game RNG, which sometimes you can just get unlucky if you're contested. So removing that is also, it's more of a show of skill in terms of for the IGLs, right?
Yeah.
Because then it's more of an early game, like how do you do your macro, how do you rotate, and you don't really rely on RNG to boost you or kill you. So it has its upsides too.
Already we're seeing some changes from our winners bracket there, with Alliance getting their pick of Skyhook West, not having to take the less desirable stacks.
And, there was some contest around stacks as well. Fnatic on the clock as it is. They went for their first pick, I believe. Last time they were definitely going for launch side at one point. I'm not sure if they picked that first, but they go Echo HQ right away here.
Another thing to mention about the Fnatic pick, last round in the winners, Fnatic was picking Northpad and Alliance was on Trident. And Alliance has been making a big statement about landing Trident, picking it very last. And if there's any team in Northpad, hey, we will just push you. And it didn't work out for either of the teams, but Alliance did pick World's Edge first, which means that they had the opportunity to pick Trident second. And we saw Fnatic, they first picked a different POI on Stormpoint, so they might be like, hey, we don't want anything to do with that.
We don't want anything to do with that. You're right. Nasky's still noticing the people trying to sneak in a semi-contest as we jump into this. You just can take the contest out of the man, you know, but you can't change the situation here. He's always going to fight for it. Launchpad for LG. Solid spot. LG maybe coming in as a favorite genome in here.
Yeah, look, LG, after that 93 point, I think it was just domination of the elimination bracket number one. That was fantastic. Hopefully they can continue that from there. We're seeing a lot of teams get POIs that they're probably not used to getting, better ones, because of those teams already moving on to the final day. So Shadow being able to pick up Cenote Caves, it's going to be interesting to see what a very aggressive team like Shadow, who might even bring out the Revenant from there and be running at people or even driving at people now that they've got access to the Trident.
Yeah, LG going Pylon as well first, so they have switched up their draft. Exo Clan, they've been interesting. They've got some fans as well. I would say let's listen in. I hope we can hear them if their crowd does not scream so loud. But let's see if we can think about that. All right, no, I think we do know it's a danger. You see the crowd already starting to roll when we just mentioned the name. So Harvester will go to Exo Clan, and we'll just imagine what they were saying.
You know, one of the things that I'm noticing is that we were saying just how much less time the teams have to make these picks coming into this live draft situation in comparison to what they're used to with normal Pro League. But we are having a lot of these instantly locked, especially when it came to those top four. They were locking in their preferred POIs as quickly as possible. They already had planned for this, had a little bit of time to really think it through, and they made sure they locked them down, especially Complexity had played down from the south. They were down there at Echo HQ last time we saw them, now instantly locking down a massive POI in Lightning Rod.
It's a lot easier at the start, right? There's less variables going on. You can pretty easily predict where the other couple of teams around you, and you can just go bam, okay, that's our POI. It's towards the end of the draft where you really have to start getting your thinking hat on.
I actually want to touch on what you said, because usually you know where people are going, so you can kind of prepare your first pick. You will usually know, oh, Na'Vi, they might go Barometer, that's what they usually do. But fun fact, Na'Vi actually did not go Barometer this time. They went Ceto Station. They pick ahead of Legends. Legends went Ceto Station. Why are they doing all of this? It's actually because Team Liquid fights for Barometer. Anyone that comes Barometer, they do that last pick strat that Alliance does at Northpad, and they say, hey, you guys can pick North or South Barometer, but we will fight. So that shakes up the entire first pick of the lobby on Na'Vi and Legends.
Look, considering that Na'Vi also took it in the winners bracket, though, where Team Liquid weren't a part of that, do you think there's another layer to that decision?
I think if I'm being honest, I think Na'Vi probably had a talk going into this tournament, and they were probably like, hey, listen, we like Barometer, but we're scared of Liquid, or we just don't want to deal with the contest. And then in scrims leading up to it, they might have played Ceto, they might have prepared to land Ceto in a group stage, and they might have been like, hey, we actually like Ceto more than Barometer, let's just stick with this. And that might be what we're seeing here too. But their natural home is Barometer, so I think that's also a reason why they're not going Barometer. I think Liquid has a big play in it.
Already gone through about a draft and a half so far. Legends Gaming on their second pick overall. It was Cascade Falls for 6. Now they go Stacks. Currently, no one near them yet, but that starts to be a conversation. When you talk mod, Genome, you're very, very vocal about not liking that situation. You mentioned it with Makers earlier. Why are you surprised, Nasky?
Legends Gaming is a very heavy zone team. You will see them sacrifice anything to get to a good spot in zone. Stacks doesn't offer good early, and even they have a very tough late rotates too, which is not necessarily what Legends is all about. You do, however, get a good amount of loot and isolated fights, which would make it a very good edge POI. But that's not what Legends is about. But maybe they know something. I mean, I got faith in them.
I mean, a lot of those other zone POIs were already picked, obviously.
Yeah.
You know, they like Landslide, SWQ's there, Harvester gone out of EXO. So, yeah, I agree, though. That's a fascinating decision, considering they have a comp tailored specifically to them and those fast rotates on World's Edge that we're not really seeing out of any other team here. Are they throwing all that preparation away?
That's a great question to ask. A lot of this comes down, though, to your gut. Asking in this type of moment, you've got to go for what feels right, even if it doesn't necessarily align with the stats. How much are you rolling the dice here in terms of something that you feel, you know, hey, I just got a feeling, guys, we got to go here. It's not been working. We got to switch something up. How much does that impact your decision?
Hey, it impacted us, my team, for the regional finals. So it definitely has an impact. But I don't know if that's what we're seeing here. Maybe Legends just has something up their sleeve. I mean, they did go. They know stuff. They wanted me playing Wraith. I was like, hey, this is not a meta pick. What's happening? I trusted it, and I liked it. I believe in them.
ExoClan shouts around. Lauren, they're getting ready for their second pick. Also, it would be a big moment for ExoClan to move on into match point finals. Yet they've got a lot of work to do starting off here.
Yeah, I mean, they've got an opportunity here to at least get themselves into a solid spot. We're going to hear the crowd every single time we've got EXO coming through the building. They at least have the advantage of being central when it comes to World's Edge, being there at Harvester. They just need to figure out of the available spots left where they want to go. They end up going with Lift when it comes to Storm Point.
They picked Jurassic first out of the gate with their pick earlier on. They ended up going back over to Countdown with their 35th pick. And they seem to be prioritizing obviously that Harvester pick earlier on, which is a big deal. Nasky, like, relay that thought process. Is EXO just realizing we need to prioritize World's Edge, something wasn't clicking, we need to get points when we can? Or?
Well, Harvester's a great pick. Having it on 16th pick is actually, I think that's a really good read from EXO, taking Harvester. I like it. The Lift pick is very interesting to me. I'm pretty sure Swinny has tried playing Lift before in like some, you know, Realm or some small tournaments. But Lift is not a good POI by any means. And I'm surprised. I mean, Coastal was open. I think maybe Coastal is better. Coastal is not a good POI either, but at least it has a beacon.
As you see here, the options are endless, but they will end now. As much as they could have done many things, it's over. It's said and done. That is our draft for our elimination bracket. What that means is these teams have decided potentially their fate guys. I'll kind of start with you, Lauren. I think anything that kind of stood out, especially in terms of some teams picking different spots. We saw a little bit of hesitation. Na'Vi going for Sito, having that different strategy here. A team that, you know, came into this feeling like they should be winning, but obviously not getting that job done.
We're getting a little bit of an overlook here at our World's Edge maps. But Na'Vi, that pick, I think, like Nasky was saying, was a very intentional pick. Even before we came on live, Nasky was saying there's two very specific zones that I want to see Legends Gaming be able to acquire, and Na'Vi instantly ripped that right out from under them. Yeah. So that's all part of the multi-pronged considerations that these teams are going through when they're trying to make these picks.
Reject Winity with pick 38 take Dome over Skyhook East. That has to be one of the most interesting POI decisions of the entire tournament. I mean, it's not like, you know, there's even a Maud free, for instance. There's just more loot around that area in general. That is that's a head scratcher.
Would that have anything to do with, I think they're playing Valkyrie, aren't they? Aren't they bringing that Valkyrie in from their run and committing to that squad? To me, maybe that just means they trust the flexibility there and they're respecting Alliance. Nasky, at the end of the day, this is a newer team, especially their first LAN, coming in saying, we don't want to fight with someone who just won 3 LANs ago.
Well, I'm not
3 weeks ago.
with the new RC roster.
New J of old.
Yeah, but I believe that they are a more stone-heavy team. And obviously, the most obvious factor at play here is that Dome has a beacon, Sky East doesn't. I'm, however, personally, I'm actually a big fan of Sky East. It's by no means a top POI, but it's by no means a bad POI either. But I think maybe they're just valuing the beacon very highly. Maybe they know something about the zones. Maybe, I don't know what it could be. I'm not big a fan of the pick, but it's 2 bad picks. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, you were asking for things that were jumping out at me too, and I noticed that obviously Echolos have been taking Overlook the whole time, but the benefit now that they don't have to deal with this, the fact that they won't have Moist over at Clima East. There was a team at Clima West, but they've got a little bit more breathing room. We've seen a couple of those zones shifting north in that direction, which would at least open a lot of rotational paths for Echolos. And we saw them fall off a little bit after they had that explosive series, but this could be an opportunity for them to start getting those points back.
Echolos is the type of team that's odd to me, but also a great story because they come into this without, you know, too much of a high stake in draft. Coming in from South America, though qualifying obviously at the top of their region, the ability now to have such a high pick means that they've got to answer this question. All right, we've got a third pick. Do we go for the best zone? Do we go for the best spot? Or do we go for the comfort picks we were training and knowing that we would have coming into this, which netted us 62 and 63 points in our first groups and put us into the position to be in winners? So that's a question that I think will be interesting to answer, Genome, especially when they're given this opportunity now. It'll be interesting how Zoo Station works for them as well as their pick on World's Edge.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the stats, I think Zoo Station has one of the highest POY win rates out of any POY so far this tournament. It, at some point, at least, was sitting up at around 15%. So, you know, in this elimination bracket too, where sometimes one big game will be enough to get you most of the way to a qualification for Sunday, look, maybe that's what Echolos have got in mind because, you know, the first 2 days were very, very good for the South American team.
Great points there as well. Nasky, thank you so much for joining us on this one, man. I know that we'll be seeing you around the venue. There's always fun times to be had when you're around, brother, but it's been great to have you on the desk. And in fact, you'll be joining us a little bit later for next show. So we're going to be making good use of you out here at the ALGS.
Yes, sir.
I love it, man. All right, well, we're going to take a quick break. When we get back, it's 6:45 p.m. We will continue into the final series of the day, Elimination Bracket Round 2, where we send the last 10 teams home and the last 10 teams to match point. See you then.
Now for the best part. I got power. Come get ya. And when they dropping off all that drip for free, you know you got power. And when they tryna throw the whole bag at me, oh yeah, I know I got power. Ready for this dance? I lead. I got power. Oh yeah, I know I got power.
We might see Snipe Down brought back into the action to have a little bit of a say in how this game finishes.
Respawn beacons can be absolutely massive in the end game, and of course you drop with shields now, you can pick up your loot, and every team is going to be trying to drill you, but if he can get to his box, if he can armor swap, get those weapons, that could be absolutely massive, as now teams are starting to move towards the circle because this building is not going to be in.
Reps just waiting for the drop. How doing likewise. Shots coming down from above, but going to be exchanged. They're going to be caught in a caustic gas mess at the moment, but TSM kind of just watching everything go down. How managed to get a stick there onto Bronzy as well, as now Letter E are going to make their move. The bubble goes down. The ultimate goes down from the caustic. Keeping our eye on the feed as these teams fight, as Snipe Down is brought back into the game. He's only got an heirloom to work with, but Snipe Down's still trying to do what he can do.
He got 2 kills with the heirloom, but he's going to go down, and the rest of TSM is all down to Reps, and Reps goes off! And what have I just seen?
What did Reps just do? FACEIT France Joke's going to be taken down to barely any HP. He's going to have to pop a battery as well. Hardeki is still alive here for Gambit. And this is looking like all of a sudden it might be a slightly more winnable situation than previously. The bubble goes up. It looks like Lecite de France aren't aware of Hardeki's positioning here, and that means the fight's going to break out between these two teams.
There's a lot of damage that can be done by Hardeki here. All he's playing for realistically is top 2, but certainly will have his sights on the first place.
Well, here comes the Ape, and there comes the Nox. Lecite de France get the first one. Joke is trying to connect with the second as well. Lecite de France will pick up the kills they need necessary to at least secure that second place. But here comes Hardeki, the one-man army. Is he going to be able to pull off one of the craziest plays we've ever seen in the ALGS? Of course he is. Hardeki is built different.
I point you light, drop me light, drop me light, drop me light.
I don't have any, I have 60.
Give me crack, I think he cracked. Drop. I think we dropping him. I beamed them. I'm dropping, nice.
14, 32, 14, 32. You win.
80. Nice one.
Who's passing?
Put your arm shield down.
You have armor swap if you need.
We won this.
Oh, they're putting on each other. Nice.
Yeah.
Left team went on them. So we gotta focus right. Focus right.
Yeah.
They're putting
Right
on us.
coming.
They give you ultras.
I have gen on me.
I'm holding here. I'm gonna beam them when they come in. They're up here. They're coming. I got hit. They might push. Watch them. They're gonna come now. Right now. Yeah, just focus them when they come. Focus only them. Yeah. Wait, they're in. Are they?
Bubble.
They're in.
They're gonna bubble fight.
Watch banners. Cross stick. Get the skills. 27 flash.
I'm cracked.
Another one. Hold it. They're fighting. Be in the coast, the big heavy, down.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Last team.
Here.
Get angles. I'm cracking. One down.
On left side. Go. Fuck. All you. 2v2.
All day, but ow!
Oh my god.
Safe there. Safe here. You're in a kill zone.
Inside. She armor swapped to purple.
He's coming.
Cracked again.
You don't lose this. You're way better, bro. You're way better than this guy.
Just hold for me, Shiny.
He armor swapped again. He armor swapped again.
On top.
Yo! Get the f out of me!
Reptar.
살살.
한번 살짝게 살짝게
해.
살짝게.
야 완전 필 완전 필. 발키리.
지붕이가 빼.
가가. 야 지금 어디 또?
화영이 내 다리 보고 쏠게.
50명 1층만 뺄게만. 오케이.
왼쪽.
빼.
떨어지면 돼.
옥상 확인했어.
옥상.
옥상 하나 둘 셋 고. 옥상 왔어.
빠지고 있어. 쏴.
얘네도 밀센가?
눈눈에.
야, 돔 없어, 얘네. 밀어야 돼. 야, 갇혀 있어.
지금
벌써 겠지? 가자.
푸시.
간다. 72초.
도망칠게.
나이스 돔. 내가 해줄게.
개피. 지붕이. 라스 발길에. 빼. 정탈 내 다리 안전해.
나도 안전해.
Teams having a fight here inside a survey camp, and there's going to be some great shots coming in from post-kill. However, Tyler has gone down, and that's the Wraith. So they're going to have to play this one very, very smartly. Post-kill now left on his own. This is not looking good for New Esports, who have looked so dominant so far today. The Nox gas will go down from Caustic. He manages to hit a big headshot. Will he get a knock? There's one coming in from post-kill. That's two down now. If he can get the armor swap, he might be able to win this 3v1.
Just desperately trying to get the kill so he can get the armor swap, and he's doing the damage as well. No way! What have we just seen from post-kill? Massive.
Never really knew I was going to become pro in any video game. I always knew I was above average in most games that I played. Always had a kind of like a feeling that I could go pro, just never really knew how to. And then Nick happened, and he kind of paved the roadmap for me, you know?
I mean, I had an idea that I was leaving G2 like after the Sweden LAN. I didn't really have a specific team in mind or really a plan set forth, I guess. I just knew that I needed a different change of scenery, and so I feel like just one thing led to another, and it was all just vibes and ranked, so it just seemed right in the moment.
As far as like the previous team I was on, 100 Thieves, obviously, didn't end pretty well. We actually, finished dead last at the last LAN I went to. So after we split up, obviously I was just kind of playing CC, just kind of fielding some options. Voltic asked me if I wanted to join Tripods in CC for the next split. Then obviously, yeah, now we're here.
Tripods is a team that has I think a chip on their shoulder as well.
Yeah.
They get a lot of either positive or negative trash talk. There's not a lot of in between. And I think that what Tripods wants to prove is that no, stop talking about us like we aren't and don't belong here and aren't here to play.
The original team of the Tripods, can you talk about that and how the team was formed, how the name came about?
It was me and Nick. Found me in ranked. We wanted to compete. We wanted to just give it a go, have some fun. There was a few different trial and errors, and then came Luda. With Luda, we went all the way through Challenger Circuit, and wanted to make it Pro League with him. Shout out Big Lou. Yeah, so going into Pro League, we made a big adjustment as a team. We decided to part ways with Luda. We didn't mesh well together. Like, as humans, like outside the game, we didn't connect. And I think that was the biggest thing we were looking for in a teammate. Split one at Pro League, we had decided to pick up Gent. We had been playing with Gent a lot on the side, like in ranked. Not in any tournaments or anything, but we played a lot with him. We had a lot of fun with Gent. He was our boy. So when we had the opportunity to snatch him up, he was our first option. He was a shooter. He had experience.
I mean, I had an idea that I was leaving G2 like after the Sweden LAN. I didn't really have a specific team in mind or really a plan set forth, I guess. I just knew that I needed a different change of scenery. And so I feel like just one thing led to another, and like Beat said, it was all just vibes and ranked, so it just seemed right in the moment. Where's the last one?
She flew up. It's advantage. She's the bird.
What the? I think first year of Pro League with the pods, it was an experience. I mean,
going into Pro League, we didn't have a big expectation of like making LAN or winning a LAN or anything like that. Honestly, us making a Pro League was a surprise. When we actually started playing together, we particularly weren't bad at fighting. I think we were one of the better fighting teams at the time. I think our biggest struggle was just macro. The part where like we couldn't find ourselves in good spots. We could 3v3 most teams and win our fight. It's just getting to a good spot. You know, like if we could kill a team but we die to the whole lobby, what does it all matter? That was our problem a lot of games. Play 1 Pro League, it wasn't anything great. Us making it was an accomplishment in itself. And we wound up finishing like 22nd overall. So we didn't get kicked from Pro League, but it wasn't anything that we were like too proud of.
What changed, and how did the roles change in Split 2?
So after Split 1, we all like had hopped in multiple calls together, and we figured we wanted to try something different. Something wasn't working. Jen had the knowledge, but he had almost to take a step back in terms of like skill, because IGLing on top of being a shooter and a fragger, it's a hard thing to do. Not a lot of players can do it.
Good, just use target to rotate back. Keep going up the ramp. Maybe now CSM finish, I don't know. Right. I think that, yeah, they have control on the high. Wait, they might have chill. Yeah, chill. Come back.
I did try out as the IGL at first. Obviously that didn't work out. I think it's just my personality, or maybe just like my form of communication didn't really work out well for like being an IGL. And Nick's obviously a better communicator, more assertive, and knows exactly what plan he wants to do with.
Did you feel like there was a big change in like the team dynamic after Nick stepped in as the IGL?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think he just knew what he wanted to do.
So going into Split 2, we decided Nick was going to be IGL, Jen was going to step back more into the fragger role, and we were just going to try it. Bar was set a little bit higher, I think. We wanted to do better than we did in Split 1. We all had experience at this point, you know. That was my rookie season, you know, it was done with. We were ready to actually try to make a land, you know, jump up the leaderboard a little bit compared to last season.
Tripods just getting their reps and finding themselves within the top 10 here.
But Tripods, they're here to clean it all up.
IGL going on for Nick Merckx right now as he's trying to find his voice when it comes to leading the Tripods.
He's able to pick off any of these players. NRG going down.
And it might be Tripods who have the best range on this. It looks like Dark Zero have decided his second place here with some KP, which leaves the door open for Tripods to move in and clean up in this final moment. Tripods are your champions. They will take home game number 1 here, and that is their first ever win in the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League.
The IGLing from Nick was pretty good overall. It was, again, just a lot of stupid mistakes that's always held us back. And if that would be, you know, somebody going too far off on their own, us not reading a zone correctly, us splitting up when we said, you know, we need to stick together or something, us not watching our back. There was a lot of stupid things that held us back. Unfortunately, in Split 2, we wind up finishing just around the same spot that we did in Split 1, around like 22nd, 23rd place. And that, I can honestly say, was a disappointment. Going into Split 2, again, the goal was progression. Vibes, number 1, but progression at the end of the day. Gent coming from G2, you know, just coming off a LAN, you know, the guy's one of the best players in the game. He took a huge step back in his career, and that kind of sucked to see, you know, going after Split 2 ended.
A duo in the game, so.
Oh my God! Keep watching, guys. Yeah, we can't let people walk up right. Honestly, we need 2 on the right. Yeah. You hold with him.
I'll play right here.
Yeah, I see people on left.
PSQ week number 4, you know, that's the weekend a lot of people remember. Deed said before, it felt like it was the time that you kind of like knew Nick was going to be leaving the Tripods.
I remember the tournament now, and I remember the last game exactly. It was in Geyser, in the back building. We thought we had God Spot. We did. And then we got 8, and coming out of tunnel, we knew that's like the only spot we had to watch, to worry about. We f***ed that up. And just seeing the leaderboard at the end by 1 point, if Nick finishes mag or if he thirsted that guy on the floor, I remember repeating the VOD back and forth. And 1 point, that's all we needed.
Yeah.
We got second. They got it by 1 point.
Are you serious?
Yeah, swear to God.
Oh my God.
The Tripods will be parting ways with Nick Merckx, and Nick is moving on from Apex entirely, and it doesn't seem like that passion is simply there anymore. Their coach Voltic also came out to say riding with Gent and Deeds for Challenger Circuit still.
Yeah, look, love G&D, great teammates, even greater people, man. Like little brothers to me. I'll always be around if they need anything. They all know that. You guys know that. My life and the things that are going on, like in the game, outside the game, like there's just a lot more on the agenda. The podcast, there's things that I want to start doing, and there's just not enough time to do those things when we're scrimming 4 or 5 days a week. We're playing tournaments on Saturdays and Sundays. When you're full swing in competitive Apex, you're full swing.
My career started by being a random that Nick solo queued into and deciding to invite. So this one, I'll be lying to you guys if I said this one didn't sting a little bit.
You know, you guys obviously part ways with Nick. What were you guys looking for in a player? What type of IGL were you looking for, and how did Omnu come up?
Down Omnu, the only one alive right now. Getting the shots. He does. He gets the knock. It's gonna be a 1v1. The Seer versus the Watson. Who's gonna come out on top? The Wisely with the Havoc. On the team wins the game. They're gonna get the rest. And Omnu going big, baby.
I mean, previous experience, I've played Apex since pretty much the get-go, right off day one. I remember actually I was going to college at the time. I literally woke up from a nap at around 6 p.m. to one of my friends telling me to jump on this game. Never heard of it. He told me it was a BR, and I was like, yeah, BRs are terrible, dude. Why would I want to play that? And yeah, now we're here.
2 bullets. 2 bullets. Oh, died, but it's also Manny on his back off the other one as well.
I'll have to reload both guns.
Oh my god.
On the fence.
Nice. Look up. Okay.
I think we're just looking for an experienced IGO. Me and Deets knew that we have like the mechanical ability to back up whoever can make the right calls, and so we saw Omnu as a good option, and Voltic actually helped us.
Take off them. They can't go back. Take the right side now. I'm climbing. Hold. You're way ahead, Deeds. Go left now. Go left. Yeah, so the dynamic honestly felt pretty good. The one thing I wasn't ready for is how much Tripods got grief at any single time they got a chance in CC. You'd have people flying in from the woodworks just to land on you and try to contest you or just try to get you out of the game. If you had one game under 6 points, you got 3 teams trying to just fight you because they think you're on the verge of not qualing, and then you're getting chased around by 2 teams on Tridents on Storm Point. I don't know. CC was a movie.
I got him. Come. Got him. Last one. Crack one. Left hand probably. Yeah, not good.
I clipped one. I don't have it.
Crack off it.
Got it.
Crack one. Go for it. Kill one.
Damn,
Back.
gents.
Got it. Yeah, me.
Bro.
Shut up.
I got that. Deeds.
One shot. Dead. 150 dead.
But I think we're going to have a very predictable top 8, personally. I think the 8 teams that are going to qualify for Pro League is going to be Edgers. LMAO definitely makes it. I think Temper makes it as well. I think Stallions makes it. CCE does make it. I think DNO is going to make it, which is 6. I think Beat's going to make it, without a doubt. And this is where it gets tough. I think that 8th place spot is a little bit dicey. I'm going to say Tripods for sure.
They're entering. Let him in. Play backside if we can.
Oh, we have to play ball. Give me up now.
Flash on one. You guys get the kill. Nice. Look around. I have not. Play enough. Play walk.
Oh, I cracked one.
That's right. That's a big game, though.
That's a big game. We needed that.
One more big game and we're back in it, boys.
It was 21 points for Tripods. How important could that be in the grand scheme of things? Because that will put them a little bit higher in the leaderboard, or a lot higher actually than what they were, and closer to that top 8. Still a way to go for them yet, but definitely better signs for them. It was a circle that came towards them, so they had to really take advantage
It is
of
the
it.
Edgers that are on the other side of the gravity cannon. They are looking at also known as, and NGNL are going to be sharing this building between CCE and Tripods.
AKA are losing players, and Tripod still has a player alive. This is massive. We have got to keep an eye on what the Tripods can do here. Deeds, the last chance, the last remaining player to maybe disrupt things from the high ground of the nut, as everyone now trying to find those just stragglers, those rats that are still alive. But we still have Edges, we still have NGNL, we still have CCE, and AKA have been wiped off the face of the earth. That means Tripods overtake Meat Lovers, and all the remaining teams left.
I'm climbing. Can't do anything, man. That's not gonna be enough.
No, Hank, it might be. How many did we get?
He ended up losing by. You guys got 12.
13. That's 13, no, 12. That puts us at 50. If me got KP, we don't pass.
8 teams that will make Pro League are gonna consist of this. Edgers are gonna make it. CCE makes Pro League. Weave makes Pro League. NGNL makes Pro League. Stallions makes Pro League. Temper makes Pro League. Board makes Pro League. And Tripods makes Pro League by 1 point over Meat Lovers.
Tripods made it! No way, dude!
And Tripods in 8th by 1. Let's go, Tripods. Let's go.
I think they definitely got KP.
No, they didn't. They didn't refresh.
Oh my god.
We got it! Oh my god! We got it! What the? Holy the script is the script! Oh my god, it's a real thing! It's a real thing! The script is so real! Last time it was 1 point off. This time, it was 1 point above. Oh my god. This was the most stressful I've ever played in my life. Shout out Gent. Shout out Onmu. Shout out Voltic, okay? I love them, bruh. These are my dogs, right? Now it's back to the real grind, bro. It's Pro League. Got some more work to put in. The job ain't finished, all right? Hey, chat. The job ain't finished, dog.
I think all 3 of us going into Split 2 Pro League, we were all confident we were going to make land.
What up, everybody? So Apex are more than just fans. We got creators, too. That's right. A lot of noise, a lot of hype, because we are hyped on ALGS. We just saw the winners bracket. 10 teams went to the losers bracket, too. 10 teams just booked their tickets to the finals. But guess what? We're about to start the losers bracket, 2 right now. And we're about to see who's going to make it to the finals.
The draft is done. Our teams are set, and it's time to get ready for our Elimination Bracket 2. After this, teams will go home. Our match point finals will be set. Everything is on the line right now. We're live here in Mannheim, Germany. The crowd has been fantastic all day, and this is where the stakes will kick off. I cannot wait to see how this next series of matches goes. We're back on the desk here and ready. My name is Glitter Explosion, and I will be hosting this last round of matches. And we have a star-studded desk, if I do say so myself. We have Snipe Down, we have Graceful, and we brought Nasky back one more time to break down all of our action. Eric, we're about to dive into it. Are you excited to see who qualifies through to our match point finals?
Yeah, I am absolutely stoked to see these matches. We just saw who's going to be in the winner's bracket or who's going to be in the grand finals. Now we get to see who's going to make their way through from the elimination finals. This is where it all comes down to, is the pressure going to get to these teams? Have they warmed up enough? And are we going to see some amazing matches? Yes, we are.
We've got so many pros on the desk. I'm going to constantly be able to ask your guys kind of opinions from that pro player POV, but Graceful, this is one of the most stressful moments. It's that tournament, that series of games right before you qualify for where everybody wants to get to. So talk me through what some of these players are feeling sitting on the stage right now.
I think it depends on which side you came from. You know, the people that played in LE1 at first are definitely coming in hot with a little bit of break, had good momentum, you know, locked and loaded, whereas the people that came from the winner bracket are a little bit more stressed about it because you just came off something, you know, a negative result, right? I think we will see good matches for sure.
And Nasky, of course, you're joining us back after doing some fantastic analysis on our draft situation, ready to dive into 6 more matches. You got to play on the stage here today. Now you're joining us here on the desk. So tell me about your experience so far and what you're looking forward to in Elimination Round 2.
I'm looking forward to watching these crazy games. I mean, I think what Graceful touched on with the mental going into it, based on if you were a winner from the losers or a loser from the winners, has a big impact on how you actually approach these games. Because if you won the loser bracket, you're going into this ready to just fight people. You will, and that's going to be a big. You can really see in the way people rotate and move, at least for the first 2 games, and then people will kind of like even it out, and it'll be natural from that point forward. But losers 2 personally is the most entertaining bracket for me, because it's really where it counts, because you have such a high quality bracket with so many good teams, and it's the last chance to make it to the finals where you want to be. So I think this is the best bracket to watch.
All right, well, Nasky, I'm going to stick with you for this one. We're just going to get straight into it. Lots of big names here in Elimination Round 2. Lots on the line for these squads, but obviously a team that you want to be focusing on here in this portion of the tournament. I feel like the crowd might be excited for this one. Talk to me about a team you're going to be keeping your eyes on here.
I am going to be keeping my eyes on EXO, of course. And I can hear the crowd behind me, and I think they like that one. But Sweeney, the main IGL from EXO, he's been around the block. He's been here from the start, and he is here to stay. He is phenomenal. He's got this new prodigy with him, Fueda, and he is an absolute demon. You can see his stats on the screen right now. And Slayer's his longtime duo, absolutely just a rock. He is a solid player throughout. This team is entertaining. They have the best fans in the world. Did you know that? I mean, they are going crazy behind me right now. And EXO, if they have a win, hopefully, maybe a couple, we'll see an absolute showing from the fans behind me.
I mean, I asked Graceful this last time, but since you've picked EXO, I'm going to ask you about it as well. As a pro, when you're sitting up on stage and you have this type of fan support coming your way, what does that do for your mental?
Oh my God, let me tell you, it is night and day. Because if you do feel nervous going into some of these games, let's say you had a bad game, you died early, you know, you're feeling nervous, anxious, whatever it is, that has a big impact on your game. But when you hear them, you hear your fans saying something like this, you just get lit up, and you can't even explain it. It's amazing.
Honestly, they've amazingly been able to keep up their energy from the start until the end of every single day here so far. Their support for EXO absolutely unwavering. And if there ever were a time where EXO needs all of the energy that their fans can give them, it would be right now. This is make or break for our teams. But of course, lots of other squads here in the lobby that we need to talk about. Graceful, who do you have your eyes on?
I have my eyes on Liquid, personally. Definitely Liquid, because of the fact that they get to play their POIs the way they want to play them. And the way they finish up this game as well, coming into this bracket right now, is the fact that they had to win this game to make it. They were like a few points off and it could have happened, but you know, kills got stolen. Even though Respawn came out, kills got stolen again. They managed to close out the game by, you know, playing properly, by using the advantage of the team getting rest to take a better positioning and reflanking and then winning from height. You know, excellent gameplay. And I think that with good POIs and them having a little bit of a clutch game, you know, I heard Tiff say that she saw them in the hallway and they were skipping with happiness. You know, that's definitely a good, you know, a good start, I would say.
Listen, I heard that Vicky might have been doing a little bit of brujeria in the back there to make sure that Liquid made their way through, clutching up their final moments. So a little bit of a Vicky Kitty buff there as well. But Liquid Alienware, always a good shout-out squad that we're constantly talking about, really kind of hyping up their ability to be aggressive when they're really successfully synergizing as a squad. You can see that reflected. I mean, you've got Niazzle here with 11 assists, just making sure it's providing that damage, allowing everybody else to clean up those kills across the squad. So definitely a good shout. You can also see all of those adorable crochet Nessies that we've seen absolutely everywhere. Shout out to Nessie Makes as well for these gorgeous creations that we've been seeing all over the stage. But that's just 2 squads. Eric, we didn't forget about you. We still have 1 more to talk about, and a team that definitely cannot be forgotten for sure.
Yeah, I've talked about them a lot. I'm going to talk about them again. It's LG. This team in the last round, sometimes when you go into that elimination round 1, you know that you're the best team in the lobby, which I'm sure LG did. It gives you the confidence to go out there and do whatever you can. And Tiff was telling me in the back that she was actually in the pro lounge, went up to Sykes, and she asked him what was different. He goes, "We stopped playing like bitches." So if I'm going to hear one thing from Sykes, I know he's confident. I'm expecting them to carry that momentum forward. They dropped more points in 1 set of 6 games than they had in 18 total through the group stages.
I mean, and that's something we see a lot from LG, right? Sometimes they take a little bit of a while to warm up, and when they finally find that groove for LG, they look like a team that is absolutely terrifying. We got to hear from Sweet in an interview with Peeps as well. He is someone that I feel like has kind of been waiting for that LAN win, right? Constantly always right on that bubble, looking for success. Is this the opportunity now that they seem to have found a groove here for them to get that?
We'll see, because Sweet was a little, you know, in that interview, I expected a little more confidence out of him. Yeah, a little more. They just came off a huge win. He came out and was like, you know, this meta's a little difficult for us. They're not as confident. And they were saying it's a little more unpredictable who's going to win. I think Moist might have something to say about that. So, you know, in one sense, you have some teams that are kind of all over the place, and then you have Moist, who's been rock solid the entire tournament. And if you're going to maybe need to watch a team, might take them. But if I'm going to count on anyone, I mean, Sweet has done this multiple times at this point, where he's come from the elimination all the way through, and the more momentum he gets at these tournaments, the stronger he does. And they got, what, 3rd place at EWC as well, so you can never count that team out.
I love that when, you know, we talk about LG, and Rainy talked about, you know, being a love watcher, a hate watcher a lot of the times. I feel like Sweet, without meaning to get it, a lot of the time gets the hate watchers, and you kind of prey on his downfall in a sense. But he shows up time and time again. I might have, you know, gone down on a knee, fell down into the lower bracket, but he keeps climbing to finals, and he keeps popping up, and almost, you know, the passion we saw from the previous LAN as well, he was just up there. Everybody's, you know, he was like, I've never been this, I think he tweeted he's never been as hungry and passionate as before, and he was popping off. And I honestly, even though you fall on a knee, I had no doubt that he would at the end always be, you know, in the last stage. So I think he'll make it through like always somehow, even if it's super dominant or just in, he'll be in there.
Passion, perseverance, determination, all things that you guys need as pro players in order to succeed in a very high stress environment that has different factors that can come into play that will affect the outcome of how all of this goes. One of those possible factors being sometimes your team shows up a little bit late. Nasky, you had to sub in for Legends Gaming, a squad that we're going to be seeing here just by 1 point, not making it through to the match point final. So talk to me a little bit about Legends Gaming.
Well, I mean, obviously, I sub for them, and I feel like the connection or like the rooting I have for them, right? I support them is not just as a normal fan. I feel like I'm a part of the team now, you know? So watching them miss out by 1 point, it was a massive bummer because they were actually in top 6, I believe, in the last game of the winner bracket. So I thought they were going to make it. I'm sure they're going to pull it around now. I have a lot of faith in them. They have shown the last year that they have actually been, I'd say, top 3 most competitive team of all of the teams. A real underdog team, so to say, that flies under the radar. But once you actually look at them, they were very, very strong. And yeah, they had visa issues. They showed up 2 days, Strafing and Easy Flash showed up 2 days late. And they actually got right off the flight. They arrived at 6 a.m. in the airport. They got the shuttle, they got the hotels, they arrived to the venue, they set up, and then they played at 2:38 p.m. So that was all within 1 day, and they showed up. They actually did good, which I was surprised. I mean, hey, if they played bad after being sleep deprived on travel for 17 hours from Indonesia, I don't think anyone would have blamed them, but they actually pulled through and they did really good. So I think they'll do it too now.
It was a fantastic showing, very dedicated, very demure on behalf of Legends Gaming, showing that it doesn't matter what gets in their way, they're going to make it happen. They're at a really good spot. That 1 point might have dropped them here, but it also put them in a really solid position to at least get the spots they wanted when it came to that POI draft that we literally just did a short while ago. And I think that's going to play into their favor here now moving through into our elimination round 2. And speaking of those drops, let's take a look at our Stormpoint POI draft and start talking about what we're seeing here. Now, you weren't out here with us. Obviously, you're watching it in the back, though, Eric. So talk to me about some of these drops here. Who you think potentially has a favorable spot? What are you worried about maybe for some of these teams, even if they potentially picked a drop that might seem good based off of even some of the zones that we've been seeing here so far?
Yeah, so I mean, I've talked about complexity. I do think that they got good POIs, but it was best at these POIs in a different patch. It was better in a different meta. We haven't seen very many north zones at all on Stormpoint so far, and they're usually a very heavy zone team. They like to get into spots. You see them with Charge Rifles, Monsoon, you see them with snipers, a lot of range. And for them to go up to Lightning Rod, you know, a lot of these zones have ended south. That's a long hike across the map. It's going to be interesting to see if they can pick up KP along the way, but in terms of fighting on the edge, that's not into their strengths, and with such a high pick, I would have expected them to take something a little lower on the lower end of the map.
Sure, Graceful, and I see you like jonesing at the bit, ready to say something. Tell me your thoughts here.
Yeah, so I feel like personally for Alliance has been having it good, but they had it rough for a little bit with, you know, Fnatic also contesting them on the side and so on. But we see that Fnatic now picked something else for Echo HQ and they stopped contesting them. On the opposite side of the spectrum, Barometer is currently getting contested, one of the only POIs that can get contested due to the POIs that you can land at. And Liquid might have good POIs, but if you're contested, things can go south real quick, because even if you win a third, even half, I would even say 75%, you drop a donut, it's never good, because you're just reducing the chance of having, you know, the little easy 6-point average to make it through, comparatively to now we need a nuke.
Right, yeah, we've talked about that a lot, like the bare minimum that your team needs to be averaging to at least secure yourself in that top 10 and what you need to be doing in order to get there. One thing that we have been paying attention to points averages on as far as the talent team goes, though, is our predictions. Let's take a look at this, and I'll explain this one more time for everybody at home who might be confused what these numbers are below our faces. Now, we've been picking a team every single series, and whatever point total they have earned in that series, if we predicted them, is the points that have been accumulating under our faces for our overall point totals. So, on this page, I'm at 409. I'm just saying I'm at 409 on this page with my predictions. I chose LG for this one. We're seeing lots of LG love, lots of Fnatic love, a Na'Vi pick here out of Gaskin. We'll take a look at the rest of it. We've got some more LG love, even Reddit agreeing with this here. We've got Snipe down up there, 436, Genome 446. Everyone is crushing these predictions so far. A little bit of Alliance love, and then Eric, you snuck in there with Legends Gaming.
Yeah, I did. I decided to change it up a little bit. You know, I'm hoping the jet lag's not hitting them too hard, but I'll take a little bit of a risk on this one. I want to stray away, and you know that I think your 409 is not looking as good on that second page.
You know, I think that might be wrong. I think they forgot my points from the last one. We'll double check, because I'm pretty sure I've jumped above you at this point. But Nasky, you're not on there obviously, so give me your thoughts. What were your prediction before this elimination round 2?
Well, I was actually looking at the drops, and I saw Team Liquid had Barometer, what they usually get, and they had Thermal. 2 really, really strong POIs. But I didn't notice that they were actually contested at Barometer. And that can go either way. So I don't know if I'm saying Team Liquid. Oh. I'm hoping it's EXO. But I'm also hoping it's Legends.
All right, you got a little bit of split love.
And you know what? I'm going to go with EXO. Because I think EXO is going to be the team to watch and the team that will win.
You just want all of the hype from the crowd. I am here for it. But one of the special things that we actually do have for this event, you guys have seen it a couple times with Evan talking about it, but we have a limited time merch drop for you guys, all right? You need to get in on this. There's a QR code up on your screen. Scan that for a 24-hour limited drop of our Deutschland t-shirt here. Special edition just for the Germany LAN. If you don't have it, get in on it now. It's gonna go away faster than you can even remember it's here, and it looks absolutely sick. A really cool way to commemorate your time here in Mannheim, or the experience of you watching from home in Mannheim. Love to see it here, but we've got the crowd ready, our analysts are ready, which means, you know, our casters are ready too. Match number 1 is about to get underway, so that means Tiff, Dia, let's kick it off.
Let's do it. I'm so excited. I just take a good look at the crowd because you always hear the EXO fans and you get a couple signs along the way. Strafing is my flame. Dia, some of these are too good.
They are. People get really creative just with the signs. We're going to take a look at some of them now. And Tiff, I feel like I'm still catching my breath from this morning. The last time you and I were up here, we saw Team Liquid barely qualify to this round. Now we get to see how far they can make it.
I know. I really want some good news for them, but you heard Nasky talking about that contested barometer, and I'm really curious to see how they're going to navigate alongside that. And you think of the recent winners bracket, right? Alliance, they've been so hot and cold throughout it. Obviously, we do not have Effect here, Tyler FPS standing in, but here's the deal. Tyler FPS looked so good in the early stages of groups, but in winners, they dropped 2 points. Now, if we're gonna continue on this roller coaster ride, I can only imagine that we're going up. Fnatic elects to not take North Pad and instead goes down south towards Echo, leaving Alliance with that comfortable pick start that they're so good at going from.
Now, I want to enlighten people a little bit as to why Rain Day and I might have gone Fnatic. We did not discuss, we did not collude with each other before the matches started, but it was specifically based around Fnatic's POIs that they've gone with. Fnatic land Echo HQ and Fisher that have 2 and 3 wins respectively at the tournament. Some of the POIs with the highest win rate. So we're changing things up a little bit and going with a talented team that has not yet managed to really peak out. Fnatic have not found a win yet, but they've got dang good POIs to finally do it from.
Well, it feels really weird sitting here on the precipice of potentially going down because Fnatic, if you think back to Split 1 playoffs in Los Angeles, 3rd place.
They were a favorite.
Yeah, they were 100% a favorite. They've always been a favorite of me, and we even have 2 of the top 5 teams in this bracket stage as well. Legends Gaming, 5th place.
And let's talk about some other teams as well, sort of tying them in with Fnatic here, because there's a very low number of squads that have made it this far, and like Fnatic, have not yet found a win. Among them, EXO, notably, Dreamfire, HOW, and Fnatic. Those are the 4 teams on stage right now that have not yet actually won a game, despite making it this deep into the playoffs.
Well, if you're going to talk about wins, then we've got to talk LG. That was my prediction, right? I ran into Sykes not that long ago, and he was definitely talking about how much better they were feeling, especially after taking 2 wins in a top 3. Come on, like, we know that Liquid Alienware game went absolutely hard, but it was LG that was right there, 2nd place, and such a good position.
You know what blew my mind is looking back at the stats from that game, I was trying to find things that I was like, oh, this is making the difference for Team Liquid, and I stumbled on LG, and the damage differential that typically is a stat that's pretty average. Most people deal around as much damage as they take, and of course, good teams have small gaps. Maybe you do an average of 200, 300 damage more than you take. In this particular case, LG was dealing 1.4k more damage than they were receiving. They were gapping people an incredible amount. And as we take a look at our players, we'll see who can step up to the plate like that. Who can make the biggest difference for in our first game. Here as we drop onto Barometer, Liquid Alienware and SWQ both land. And yet, I'm not seeing any bullets flying, Tiff.
I'm seeing someone running for the hills, and I don't blame them. That massive game from Liquid Alienware, especially in Elim round 1, to give them just the next hope of moving on. Now, you have to think about this, right? They are so... wait, they ran Jaguar.
Yes.
The conduit for the contest?
Yes, exactly. The fact that Team Liquid have gone with a very different composition, they were ready to fight, and I applaud them for it. SWQ, very weird strategy to immediately lock this in when they could have gone Coastal Camp instead. I can't help but wonder what SWQ is doing, because I can't lie to you and tell you I understand it, Tiff.
Well, we're just along for the ride, and hopefully they make us firm believers. I'm looking at our legend picks, and I know we run that through the stadium here, and you remember Shadow when they went with the Revenant as well? They brought it back. The Path Rev is here.
Oh, that's exciting. Actually, Shadow could be a dark horse pick. I didn't end up selecting them, but they could definitely be a team to look forward to. Noctem Scan moving up the hill are going to be moving right into SWQ, an unlooted squad. It's not like Noctem's had that much time though, and now sandwiched between two teams with SWQ moving up on them from ahead and EXO from behind. We could see Noctem as one of our first teams to leave us.
Hear me out. The EXO clan fans in the stadium are just going to be hyped up here because basically if we can walk away with a couple eliminations for this and just start off with a one good game, I want to see like a 25-point game to get you through this.
This is also for a lot of teams going to create a false sense of where the ring is going. If you haven't got a ring console and you're seeing a team like SWQ group up on the high ground near Jurassic, you're seeing EXO-Clan stop there, MKers rotate through, Noctem Scan still trying to make their way out. That's typically where we'd see our zone ending, but it's pulling much further into the west, over near where Guild and Cloud9 are sat at Mill, and Na'Vi have already claimed Godrock.
But how many times have we seen a zone similar to this that Guild has been basically given with a nice rotation over it only to fall not in a good spot? But you do see Cloud9 there. They do have the ring console at Mill, so the information will be given to them. They'll know they don't have to rotate on out, and it gives them first pick.
One of the challenging things about rotating this far south is having to make your way through all these choke points.
Val?
Northeption have an advantage in doing so. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. With Valkyrie, they'll be able to pass on over a lot of spots that would otherwise, say like Cito, be difficult to walk through. My question, Tiff, is this early in the game, where will they land? Do you play the ridge line? Do you try and find a spot in Cito? We're going to find out right now as Northeption search for a landing spot.
Well, you just have to think, right? Especially on that rotate. You pair it with some evac towers, you got a Valkylt, you can cover so much distance and rotate that much more quickly, which is clearly what they're prioritizing. And it makes me so happy to see this in comparison to where that Northeption strategy was just a year or so ago, playing that hyper-aggressive hard edge. But we already know they can fight. And with Taida making the return back on the Newcastle in that style of play, I can only think this squad is ready to get in the top 10.
Now, Northeption have given up some critical legend picks in order to make this happen. Valkyrie is going to be super valuable, but it does mean you're missing out on things like Bangalore and Crypto that have often been slotted into that third place that allow you to initiate fights, to get aggressive. There's no real aggression on Northeption, so they will be relying heavily on positioning. Noctem Scan, finally having made their way out of Jurassic, will be doing a similar thing, but will they land on the ridge line? It doesn't look like it. We've got a few respawns by SWQ elsewhere. Noctem should be able to land relatively uncontested.
I saw some EMPs trying to move out of there on the distance, but here we go. I don't hate this right now. You got the replicator, you've got a couple things. You can start looking for other teams that are rotating on in and clearly get some more information. That survey beacon in the distance, EXO-Clan, but then Na'Vi in the distance on the Godrock, just you like looking over everything.
Na'Vi's rotation was so quickly. As soon as we saw that ring pop, Na'Vi were already positioned in a spot that I expect to age pretty well. It may not be a winning position, although in some rings it can be. It is more often than not from this ultimate high ground outside of Millage going to turn into a top 3-4 position with some kills to go with it. That's all you need at this point, because as much as the stakes have gotten quite high at this point in the tournament, Tiff, making top 10 is always within reach with a few good games, and even a relatively low point average can get you into a top 10 position comfortably.
And that's the thing. You just have to get top 10. Well, Complexity finding themselves here and Kashera on that opposing end. We saw Monsoon pick up that knock early on with a charge rifle, so he's clearly reaping, but we have found the rest of Go Next.
Every point counts, and having already picked up Kashera, Complexity have got one. I do wonder whether they'll continue an engagement on to Go Next or prioritize a rotation. I'd like to see Complexity start making their way into the zone, maybe rotate south through Barometer, and I have to say, Tiff, I am surprised to see them backing up a little bit, grabbing the Trident, and angling for what I'm expecting to be a more mobile rotate, much like Fnatic are giving us now.
Yeah, it's really true. I mean, honestly, I thought they were going for ring console for information, but they could be boosting straight towards Go Next Esports. But for Fnatic, we're still hitting that rotate. Finally, a little breather, but we made it in towards that next area. Knowing that Liquid Alienware is still hailing over in Barometer, you'd have to think, where are they going to move in, and will we see congestion between Fnatic, Liquid, and LG?
If you're joining us on FACEIT Watch, you'll be able to know. Having the map stream up next to you, as many of our fans in the stadium can witness, will give you a lot of important context on how Fnatic are rotating anticipating and what challenges they'll face as they move eventually to the north out of Cenote. For right now, nobody in the area. It means the Fnatic have plenty of time to loot up, and they may even be able to capitalize on some loot bin resets when we move towards the next zone.
Is this a similar zone to what we witnessed earlier today?
It's a little further north.
We're
it's
a little further north.
Critically further north, because otherwise Go Next would be posted up on the low ground rocks. And actually, speaking of Go Next, I am wondering, take a look over in Jurassic, how they've managed to recover. It does appear that they've made a banner recovery, and it's possible that Go Next, while they cannot play for position, could still go much further in this game. Horizon ult means that we've got Team Liquid fighting, and it's up against Luminosity, who I'm sure are going, what on earth is Horizon doing in my lobby?
This is not what I was expecting. I was not planning for this. Back to Bamboo we go, and Kashera back to the lobby he is. Not the lobby. I'm sorry, Storm Point. My bad.
The other lobby, the current lobby.
This lobby, the lobby we're in.
I went with you there. I just want you to know.
It's a roller coaster, and I'm just on it.
we all are, Tiff. Luminosity now making the rotation back into Go Next, who, as you noted, did get the respawn, could actually choose to get aggressive here, and that's been a trend for Luminosity this game. In the past couple of minutes alone, they've tried to pick multiple fights. They keep getting rebuffed, not quite finding the angles, and as we mentioned, they are a confident squad. They've definitely stepped into their own. Will they actually get to make this work at some point, or will they continue finding fights that are just too easily disengaged?
And I'm really nervous about this. We have about 40 seconds before it starts to close, and a lot of our teams have found themselves in Jurassic. LG, who just ran away from Liquid over in that barometer area, have found themselves not only just surrounded by Go Next, but also Liquid, also How. This is not a fight you want to take. You see Funk, Digress throw down the Newcastle wall and prepare for battle.
I got confused as well, looking at Go Next and going, why aren't they pushing Luminosity? And it is this massive traffic jam that is making it a no-win situation for any team. How have no choice but to pick the fight. They run up onto Sykes, and it's a trade that does not go his way. Luminosity have now lost one. Right, the first person to start this fight off, but How cannot overcommit. Having lost one themselves, How must reset and let Luminosity do the same, lest they go down. Nice turnaround. Trade 1-for-1. Who else is coming in on this? Team Liquid watch from afar, but Luminosity get away with murder.
But it's not going to be done. You know someone's going to pick a fight at that, but Alliance has found themselves a hill to climb. Edge here, just in checkpoint. Cholos on the other side. Now hear me out. Cholos had moments of brilliance throughout the group stage. You really never know what you're going to get from them.
One of the craziest things about Cholos is that while they do have these incredibly high highs, what they've been really good at this tournament, better than any other team, is not dying early, not dropping, as of course Graceful would say, goose eggs. 79% of their games, the highest of any team in the tournament, they're landing top to the highest, Tiff. Even all of the teams that have already made it through to Championship Sunday, they have a lower top 10 percentage than Cholos.
Wow, that's actually crazy.
It's crazy.
But back on to Go Next. We knew they were trying to get wild. The Rolling Thunder were dancing straight on through it. And Alliance is full sending her onto Cholos. The mobile shield with perfect time there. Unlucky. Gets hyper aggressive, but is punished for it and forced to reassess.
See if this nade finds purchase. Hackis with a nice off angle on Crypto. Doesn't quite find any more damage, but Alliance do not seem interested in giving up the brief momentum that they managed to gather. Even through the Watson fences, they're not finding damage, but they're certainly taking ground, and eventually this will win Alliance the fight, lest they make a horrible misstep. One person out of position, and Cholos can turn the fight.
I just don't see anyone looking for a third party over here. They have the only two teams up in checkpoint, and Tyler FPS opens the door with a knock on Kirev.
There's just so much space that Alliance have as the door breaks. Hackis gets double swung, but Hackis doesn't care, and he will serve Cholos one of their few bottom 10 finishes of the playoffs.
That is absolutely wild, but well needed for Alliance. When you think about it this way, we already have more points acquired from that one team fight than they had in the entire winners bracket. I feel like we're moving upwards already.
And while we've been sitting in checkpoint, watching how the edge of the map ends up forming, let's take a look and check in on what is happening with the zone. Fnatic, who were last seen in Cenote, have moved their way up to a safe position underneath the bridge. Team Liquid, in an unsafe position under another bridge, are fighting against Dreamfire. Let's take a listen in with Dreamfire.
他死定了，我得想一下，我得想一下。到准备条地吗？到准备条地吗？我们先没打架。你们先看，你们先看。 我没闪是吗？填那个包看有闪行吗？没闪的话不好进，我们只能推进去。我不知道那有没有人。哦，他们去抓这个了吗？他们去抓这个了吗？上次你看其实怎么动？我再看，我再看。我去看有没有闪，我去看有没有闪。这边有队，我操，圈内没啥人啊。没有东西，是不是？我开个这个胶囊可以吗？开胶囊。兄弟，你听我说，你能打？哎，我们可以把这队夹了，我们可以把这队夹了。快过来看，快过来看，快过来看！再来！我先去拿分，就拿分！拿分！过来，皮特过来，我给你个精准。这是报价大肉，报价大肉！给他夹了，给他夹了！来了！在，往右拉，那往右拉，你后面有人3米，想想。不行，那给他杀了，炮走！我感觉得，不行，给他杀了，炮走，真的只能这样了，他们炮走了。他走，我一探拳。没必要了，兄弟，刷圈了，3级堵，没必要了，你单线得去这儿，我们得爆，要不然我们也炮过去吗？我们也炮过去。我俩来人，这老妈！你们会吗？哥们，先不管了吧，先不管，得往圈进，让他们进，过来，听我说，我也炮，来，马上来，勾就到了。我带了个涡轮，我丢东西给你，回头，我缺能量弹可能。什么时候炮？不着急，看他怎么玩，他打上去我们就跟好吗？他打上去我们跟。哎，我们可以搭线去这儿，来，听我的，弄挂了。来，我直接搭防左边，对，防右边，防右手，大招防右手，右手是这边，对，没错，来这石头来，可以，可以接拍，可以。
Dreamfire out here hitting the Energize Zip, making a move for it, but elsewhere we've lost complexity, so they were falling down as everyone's still trying to hit that rotate down south.
It's not looking good. We've got some bleed outs happening as well. Team Liquid, unfortunately, not going to make it with everyone. Reject Winity going to fall as well, and Dreamfire, having rotated into the zone by the skin of their teeth, turn around and lay some nades down onto the low ground. Reject Winity, SWQ now gone as well. Legends Breath next to join, and Dreamfire putting down the hurt. This is not looking like a good position for a team like Go Next to be.
No, they're all turtled up on the low side of this hill, and there's multiple teams. You can see North Eption down there, Alliance nearby. We're investing our drone for information, and PETA just lets the frags connect. I think that they're going to go down in flames behind that boulder.
Dreamfire even feels so comfortable as to swing into the zone, look for these angles. It's a risk, but it's one that ends in KP for Dreamfire if they can pull it off. Exo Clan hit a respawn in the meantime. We've got a few seconds for Dreamfire to stabilize, but these zones are moving faster and faster, and there's not a lot of room for either Dreamfire or Go Next. We've got to be thinking about moving, and we got to be thinking about finishing this fight, something that Dreamfire are absolutely dialed in on. Go Next, explode!
I was curious if we were going to see a third party from maybe North Eption, but knowing that they're still so far out of the way, reminder, that's the team that's playing Valk. They'll likely hit a late Valk ult, which everyone will look at, but you can see Alliance and Guild are already targeting them.
Alliance are really well positioned to absorb a lot of KP on the next zone close, and that is not that far away. Only a few seconds left, 10 seconds until so many teams like Dreamfire, like North Eption, like Guild all have to move, and Alliance are perfectly positioned to cut them off. An excellent zip line will retain high ground for Alliance, and they're not even getting looked at, even by teams like Na'Vi.
Still love the position here for Na'Vi, and this was a clean rotate. It'll give them angles on the Pineapple building, Cloud9 over there, and they can continuously watch their back from Guild. I do have to notice, though, Fnatic, they have been on this bridge for an absolute eternity. That zone play is really benefiting them. They can hold the cross, hold the line of sight directly, and start picking up knocks straight to Noctum.
This was such an early rotate. Like you said, Fnatic knew that this was going to be a good spot, and they are under absolutely zero pressure as Exo Clan fall, and as Yuka continues to pick up knocks onto Noctum. This is not the end. This is just the beginning. This gravity cannon is becoming an absolute chaos zone as Guild arrive.
MT, how do we think we're not going to get punished for that? We got Legacy last standing here, but MT was able to pave the way with a plethora of damage, and behind the knockdowns we need to get. Legacy just has to find the lone crypto, but unfortunately gets picked apart elsewhere. Guild and Dreamfire both fall.
7 squads left, and Makers managed to survive. They are the last squad standing on the low ground near the gravity cannon. This TIF not even in the next zone. Fnatic still have a position to hold during the next ring. What they do not have is a lot of priority. This low ground spot has to be saved by making it undesirable. Fnatic, they need to be putting in other teams in such a position that it just doesn't look good to move under the bridge. And I'll be honest, they don't have to do that much work. Not as much work as C9 have to do with this Watson to defend a maybe game-winning spot that Cloud9 have.
A lot is going to come down to Chaotic right now. And I was talking to Alex earlier. I was like, hey, if you ever want an overextending Watson, you know, let me know. No, he's like, I've got Chaotic, but Chaotic is locked in here. This position, we're shoulder peeking out to the left, making sure that we are watching that pathway, constantly replenishing out these fences, but knowing that you need to have the Jenny on deck in case you get EMP'd not once, not twice, but 3 potential times.
Nice move from Fnatic. It's Naughty that spots this, moving a Trident to make underneath the bridge all the safer. Alliance and Na'Vi starting to take looks at each other. Alliance with another energized zipline to cut up our rotation, really making great use of the Pathfinder, but by firing up onto the high ground, Alliance open their backs to Cloud9, a team that will not forgive oversteps. Unlucky, double Mozams in hand. Should still be able to fend off Na'Vi, but it's all going to come down to this team fight. Execution needs to happen now, and Na'Vi just made an EMP.
Yes, I was going to say, this high ground to low ground situation will be tough, but with Unlucky on path, it gives them the mobility to catch off those angles straight onto Na'Vi. A battle of the EMEA region, and Unlucky, you cannot fall here. Hackis goes down first. Tyler FPS with the Akimbo hammer points needs to go big here, but disengages with the smoke to try and get out, but it's picked up across the way.
C9 will collect that kill, and Legend looks like they're going to give him the next one. There's not a lot of survivability for teams that fight in front of C9. Again, a perfectly positioned squad to take the win. It is already our final 3v3. Fnatic, who rotated early, C9, who rotated early. Perfect macro from both, but low ground held by C9, and importantly, in zones like this, it almost always pulls down to the low ground. Fnatic are the ones that must find the perfect engage onto a Watson setup.
Well, hear me out. Sasuke over here, double ult excels, trying to get that EMP online for the final fight. This is where we hope Chaotic does have that Jenny to get it right back up in case all of the fences go down, and the timing on this drop to perfection.
Look at that, look at that.
They're dropping the shield, so when they drop down, they can swap them.
Now, C9 do almost capitalize on this. They recognize what's happening and lay a little bit of damage into Yuka, but C9 can't actually do anything about these shield swaps. Fnatic are going to need to obscure the line of sight with Bangalore in order to make this drop down safe, because they can't close the gap. They can't effectively motherload C9 either. EMP has to come in to break the defensive line of C9, or Fnatic will have no chance.
You can already see that it's intercepting right there, the Jenny. And now Fnatic on the low ground using the rock.
And the smoke. Only a few seconds left. Another aggressive smoke. Let's Fnatic close the gap. Here's the EMP as well. We've got broken shields on C9, but a broken Yuka traded for Sorcerer. 1 for 1, and C9 still retain defense. Naughty swings out to the side, getting aggressive on Bangalore with Hemlock Havoc. You've got the chance to find a one clip. Finds a lot of damage, but he's left Chaotic undefended. C9 regroup, and it's a finish from Satsuki. Cloud9 have to swoop in with the Havoc in hand. We return to a meta of old. The double Mozams answer back, and Naughty on 25 HP. Cloud9 win for Cloud9.
Can we talk about that? 5 HP, my man Naughty. What was that?
What a finish for Cloud9. At the end, it really is just execution. It's like when arenas used to be in Apex, watching a 3v3 happen, but Cloud9's defensive setup is methodical. They do not allow a break in the defense, even after eating EMPs and smokes. It is a fantastic flank from Naughty to make sure that C9 stay on the front foot and do not make the mistake of sitting on the back end, the defender's position, where they don't have any tempo in the fight.
Can we just talk about how Naughty just straight chows it? He doesn't try to hit a bat. He doesn't try to put a cell on. He's just like, I am waiting for the climb up. I am ready to take this. And man, when you win your ones like that, whew.
When you're fighting a team like Fnatic, you really can't give any space, especially when it is undue. C9, what they really have in these moments, what is so clear on screen, is faith in themselves. Despite the trials and tribulations of the tournament so far, C9 have done pretty well, and they haven't hit their big stride yet. But this win is just one piece on the board to get them to finals and give them the opportunity to do just that. It is a low point win relative to some of the other placements that we've seen in the course of the tournament in Apex Legends, but a 17-point start certainly won't hurt.
Look, honestly, if you even look at the top three here, Cloud9, Fnatic, Makers, a 17, 16, 15, this is brilliant. You have a couple of these and you're usually okay. We think about where that 10th place point slot usually is around. We're looking 30 to 35 points. And if we can break through that within the first 2 games, you're going to be pretty close to making sure that you're in that finals lobby tomorrow.
I'm looking constantly at this top 10 line as well. Noctem Scan do make it in our first game. A pretty nice round from them. Na'Vi also standing out, and Alliance for proactive positioning on the edge of zone. I really liked the macro that we saw from our 2 EMEA squads. When it came down to the end game, it was these 2 teams, Fnatic and Cloud9, that really had the better read on the zone, and especially for C9, this was super evident. Fnatic, they did have a really good position underneath the bridge. It is a little bit more flexible, but it has a lot less priority and certainly a lot less zones that pull directly to it.
Well, it's kind of wild. You think about it. They did not land North Pad, right? We're not challenging Alliance up there. We switched over to Echo HQ. We only had to rotate towards the south. And for the majority of our teams that got caught in that collapse over in Jurassic, it really allowed Fnatic to just hold down the south side of that bridge. As you see this player comparison, Naughty v Yuka, both on Bangalore and similar across the board. Well,
I am really noticing the difference in damage, but a large part of this is going to come down to composition as well and activity in the situation that they were placed in. C9 on their side of the zone really had nobody. The real benefit of playing the bridge where Fnatic were are A, that you don't need a Watson because you've got cover from above, and B, that you do get to fire on all the teams that eventually filter in around the gravity cannon. And there were quite a few teams that full sent gravity cannon moving into this side of the zone. So Fnatic certainly benefited from that, and it's been a really good game from them as well.
It really has, but it was literally just the first game, Dio. We have so much in store. 5 more games, but 2 more on Storm Point. Will Cloud9 be able to back that one up? I can only hope. Let's take a quick break, and I'll see you in just a few.
What up, everybody? I am here with Berbatov. He is the B stream for Germany. Dude, I gotta ask, right? You said this is your first ever ALGS. Can you talk to me about the atmosphere, the crowd? You got a bunch of fans right here. I mean, it's gotta feel unreal. Talk to me about that.
It's absolutely unreal for me. Like being here in the arena, seeing everything this for the first time. I've been doing watch parties for 4 years. Having the honor to experience this, being a part of it officially, it's insane. And having them drive across the country here to be part of it too, it's a dream come true.
I mean, look at them just yelling, screaming, you know? Dude, they love you, man. So I gotta ask, as someone who's German, how did it feel knowing that ALGS is in your home country?
When they first told me it's gonna be here and that I can be a part of it, I didn't know how to react. It was crazy. It's a dream come true. I tried to go to LA for Split 1 playoffs. It was too expensive, but when they told me it's here, all of us, we just booked our tickets and it's insane.
All right, well, you heard it here. You gotta love it. You gotta love the fans right here. Guys, that is it from the B stream area. We'll see you guys.
Alienware, official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Left,
Can we
swing
right? Can we swing right with the MP?
Yes, we can.
They're walking up.
I'm sorry, right. Hold on, we got fuse. Fuse.
Come back.
I'm batting.
I'm traded 1v1. 2v2.
I'm gonna buy one.
Okay,
I'm playing.
He's playing in the knock-in behind this nade by red ping.
I'm coming. I don't have nades. Good angle.
Swing left.
Fuse one.
They're both on left on me.
I'm pressing.
He fit me for song.
I'm farming them. I'm feeding them. I need help. I'm swinging. Fuse one. Reloading. Critter. No, I suck. Critter's one. Give me that down. Fuse. Go. My controller good. I got it.
Nice.
Let's fucking go. All day. Did I?
As the sun starts to set here in Mannheim, Germany, the action is just getting started. All of you loyal fans here in the SAP Arena, man, it is such a good sight to see, making sure that you're here cheering on your favorite teams. I saw Fnatic signs. I'm looking at Dia, and your prediction, my guy.
It's looking pretty good. I was going to say, Tiff, it's nice that we get some shots of the sun, of the sunset, because otherwise I might forget what it looks like. I have been sitting inside this arena watching Apex Legends for so long now, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Like you're talking about, the predictions that I really need to pick up some ground on are starting to maybe swing my way, but we've got 5 more games to determine whether that's true or not, and importantly, more than the predictions, whose dreams are going to get to come true. We saw some talks with Peebs doing interviews in the B-Stream area, and it's wonderful to be invited to do watch parties to celebrate these players, but imagine how it feels for these players who, for some, have yet to make it to a championship Sunday.
It's a long road, right? Each and every bracket for some of these players that hailed from that elimination round 1, who have already played that full 6, that didn't automatically go in, or some who just had to play back-to-back, dropping in the bottom 10 from the winner's bracket. It can be exhausting on the mental, just locking in that booth and playing so much Apex Legends at the upper echelon.
I will say, it reminds me of the feeling when you've been playing ranked for a while, and
one more game.
But you do reach a point, it's kind of like runners when you get your second wind, but instead of a renewal of energy, you have a real understanding of how everything in the game is going to play out. And that happens in ranked, where you can't control who's around you, where you don't know anyone else in the lobby. Imagine what an intimate familiarity these teams have with each other, simply having played on stage for such a long time. If you listen to a lot of our comps, available via FACEIT Watch, you can always listen to how teams are predicting who is around them, who is rotating when. It is incredibly difficult to get that level of familiarity with teams.
Well, it is, and while we've got this beautiful view of Fnatic here and the team just locking in, prepping here for that next game, I heard Peeps got to check in with Satsuki earlier, and I'd love to hear it.
What up, everybody? We are here at the Players Lounge. We got Satsuki, we got our translator Jake, and we got Cal Paulo Jr. here. So I gotta say, yesterday you guys made it to winner's bracket, 18th place. What went right for you guys?
昨日ウィナーズブラケットまで来たので、まあ何が勝ち上がったとか、何がよくできましたか？
まああんまりそのめちゃくちゃ環境には馴染めてないかなっていうのもあって、そのなんやろな、3人の最初から最後までの流れ、まああんまりつかめてないので、この次のウィナーズで修正できればいいなと思ってます。
So he was saying that some of the things that they did really well were they were managing to survive. Staying alive as a 3-man team was really good for them, and that they were able to kind of make it to the final circles often. And so that's one of the things that they want to continue to do today as well.
All right. And what went wrong? What were some of the things that you guys worked on from yesterday to today?
昨日には何かちょっと間違ったので、今日にはもっとよくやりたいと思いますか？
そうですね、今日はもっとアグレッシブにやって、今までちょっと消極的だったんで、もっとアグレッシブに構成も変えていきたいです。
So he was saying that definitely today they want to play more aggressively. They want to be going for more kill points and really start playing the zones and pushing inside more.
All right, so now talk to me about yourself and your 2 teammates. You guys are mechanically some of the craziest players in the world, but what are your strongest attributes?
じゃあチームメイトとのお話には少しやりますので、メカニカルなことにはすっごく強いなので、何が自分のことには一番強いな持ってきてると思いますか、チームに。
これ自分とチームメイト2人ですよね。両方とも。まあ3人の強みは、3人とも IGL していったことと、またユカ F はもうキーマウで、もうトップクラス、最強って言ってもいいですし、ライカもバットで強いし、頭もいいので、そこが強みかなと思います。
So he said that he really believes that all three of them are really IGLs, and so it really makes them be able to coordinate well and really kind of lead the team in the right directions. He also said that they just feel that with their movement, that they're really, really strong with that as well, and so they're able to really be able to play the way that they want to.
All right, well, you heard it here from the Japanese powerhouse from Fnatic, Satsuki, Kao Paulo Jr., and our wonderful translator, Jake. That is it. We'll see you guys around.
It's lovely that we got to hear some of the insight as to what Fnatic is prioritizing today. Kills really high on that list simply because they are the one thing that will separate a team that just happens to be better at the macro of the game from a team that understands how to manipulate the weaknesses of other squads around them. Something that Fnatic really have yet to do in this tournament. They have relatively low kill points, especially when compared to those teams that are topping the leaderboard. Fnatic have a total of around 30 kills on each map, and that's over a lot of games, 24 games leading up into this series, whereas teams like Not Moist, Falcons, have about 60 kills on each, almost double what Fnatic have had. And for a world-class team, for a top-of-the-region squad, we know that Fnatic can do much better. They've just got to step into those shoes on the LAN stage.
And exactly what they have done already just in map number 1, right? They hit that rotation earlier, they play from bridge, they rack up 7 eliminations and 3,700 damage as a team. So everything that they've been focusing on is showing us exactly what they're bringing to the table. My only thing is, can they do it again?
That is exactly. It's got to be the question on everyone's mind. As you said, it is map number 1 in which they show us what they can do, but it is consistency that separates good teams from great teams, and that separates LAN participants from LAN winners. As Fnatic, as every team land again, we're going to be on board with our winners. Cloud9 over at the mill. Another round could go their way as they've set up perfectly with great loot. And in this particular case, we don't talk about it a whole lot, Tiff. Mill happens to be the hot zone.
It really does, and they also get another ring console, which is exceptional for them. I know when you think about the other teams throughout our lobbies that they're like, we land Mill and we just haven't been getting ring console. Well, Cloud9, the Apex Legends gods are in your favor right now.
It is going to take a second for them to rotate on into the ring. And once we actually get it, let's go ahead and take a look at that ring. For those of you who perhaps may not be looking at the map, all of you in the arena, I encourage you to take a look. And if you're watching online, well, I've already told you, FACEIT Watch is where it's at. You can take a look at exactly how C9 can position themselves in the next couple of minutes, because we have got a remarkably similar zone. This is importantly not nearly as south pulling. Cloud9 and every team in the lobby should be looking at this and thinking about the ridge line that separates Millage from Ceto, and likely piling into Ceto as well.
And you could already see it's Ceto Station where Na'Vi is landing. That first POI draft pick is going to help them out so much. Legends Gaming will actually likely look for some engagements around there before rotating in just a little bit later. But Na'Vi set up in that building, you know, the small one that you got to barricade yourself in just outside of the water, that everyone is going to be looking for.
I was looking at Na'Vi and going, don't move, don't go up, don't go further up the ridge. And I actually don't mind that they have moved, like you said, up to this gravity cannon. Both are viable positions, and I think the gravity cannon tends to be a little bit more active when it comes to how you get to play out the rest of the game. We are looking at a few other rotations. We'll see whether Na'Vi move, as it appears they may be. But first, let's check in with EXO as they move through Jurassic.
No, we can't. No. Well, the spare doesn't got here. Yeah, they're probably just hit the beacon. Rubber ball, Joe. They just hit the... as well. Yeah. The slide on. Got that. I don't see anyone forward. Yeah, they just hit the player scam. Yeah, just go forward. Yeah. I'm still a little bit behind, okay? A little bit behind. Yeah. Like 5 seconds. Let's put us. Get the pyramid. Yeah. Can we get in front? Wait. Yeah. Moving up to the building. I'm on pyramid now. Okay. I'm going up. Oh, yeah. Look up.
All right, ExoClan make their way straight into Cedo, still trying to pick up everything they want on that rotation. Elsewhere, a lot of teams have made their way where they want to set up shop in Cedo, whether or not. But Na'Vi did take that evac play towards that southwestern side of the second zone, which I have to question. That's an interesting call, and I respect it, but they could be looking for eliminations elsewhere.
They could. I'm going to say, Tiff, I don't like it. If Na'Vi make it work, that's great. But moving outside of a zone like this can be extremely challenging, and a team like Cholos that have just rotated in, I'd like to see stick around and maybe play for the spot that they're currently firing at. The deeper into Cedo that you can get while playing around the edges of the POY, the better you're going to be. A spot like this that Cholos currently hold is very risky because other squads are going to rotate in from the north as well as from the eastern side, and you don't want to get caught up in all this. There is the option, and it looks like Cholos are taking it, to move over through Checkpoint, as Checkpoint won't have the end of the zone, but it should have relatively few squads rotating through it into the late game.
Well, this is exactly what they did in map number 1, right? Remember the isolated fight against Alliance down there in the building south of Checkpoint, and there's a very real possibility that the same thing could occur for them. Elsewhere, we have Luminosity Gaming. They land over there in the south, and, well, they're hitting the rotate down to the south side of, Millage.
Millage, thank you.
I was going to say Bean. I was going to say Bean, but I was trying to get on your board, okay?
Thank you for respecting my choices. Millage is what it should be called always. Luminosity making their way through, as you said, to that nice little area of safety, have stopped on the way for a bit of Evo and can look for a safer rotation with this evac tower. It should take you deep into Millage, and if they want, if LG want, Ridgeline that separates Cedo and Millage is actually still available. Not a lot of teams have claimed height, and I personally am very partial to a high ground position like that.
I don't hate it, especially with Funk locking in on the Newcastle. It makes sense if they want to try to anchor down on Ridgeline. My only worry is if they take it too soon. For Complexity, hitting the Trident rotate, sometimes you just got to pop on off focus on hitting the Phoenix kit. I love that we preemptively smoke here for Monsoon to get that going, finding some cover just on the outskirts here. We have a long way to go. Elsewhere, we're just inside that first zone, but Fnatic has done one of the gnarliest wipes. Not only did they get Echo HQ and they loot also Coastal Camp, but we're wrapping up through Launchpad.
And like you say, Fnatic that are right behind Complexity are going to get a lot of Evo and a lot of loot by taking a late rotate. This is in sharp contrast to their last game in an almost identical zone. Fnatic are showing us two very different sides of the same zone, which is a fascinating way to test whether this squad is truly finals ready.
Well, you heard Satsuki say it in that interview. We are focusing on the kill points, and this is the best way to start that off. Coming in looking like the S-tier raid bosses in a solo leveling dungeon, let me just tell you.
Got a little while left as some teams make their way into Checkpoint. Alliance was thinking about it. Alliance may still do it, in fact, but seeing a few teams ahead of them, Alliance now have a bit of data given from the survey beacon as to who may be rotating behind, something that when you're playing off of the edge is very important to know. Alliance now have to sit in a position where they constantly look behind them at where Go Next we're thinking of rotating through, and I'd like to see Alliance actually stick around for part of this zone close and make certain that a team like Go Next is not mirroring them.
You can see just separated on out, looking for all the different ways. There's not really a rush here, but this is a typical rotation for them. For each Cholos, the Trident on out, making sure that we can acquire the Evo caches, get on blue before down straight towards where Dreamfire is. But a good look at where that zone is pulling. And respectively, if you think about Cloud9 getting that ring console straight in mill right off the rip, they move slightly north, and the bounce back is real.
And I wonder what Cholos are going to do. Taking a look at Downed Beast, they have just hit a survey beacon, and will note that Dreamfire and Alliance are both ahead of them. It doesn't give you a lot of options as Cholos who don't have Evo, who don't have a lot of loot, who don't have the ability to pick up the gold bins on reset either. It's going to be a really difficult spot for the Cholos to make it out, where Alliance, who actually gate-kept properly like we talked about in the north, now have Checkpoint almost entirely to themselves. And when they eventually have to fight Go Next, Alliance should be the ones with high ground advantage.
I can't help but to think that North Option is just going to allow those fights to occur, right? They're going to take peeks at it, and they're going to want to make a play for that. But you do have that cluster of 3 buildings where multiple teams can kind of function and put the Watson fences down and kind of set up shop. But all eyes need to be on the teams and the tridents and moving.
Complexity, another late rotate here. A little bit odd for them, but they've certainly got time to make this work. Barometer is going to be rife with loot, and it does appear that they've got a few other teams on their side. Because of the tardiness of this rotate, Complexity should have company approaching them from both the north and south, teams that like to move through Jurassic and Cedo, that maybe get pushed out of those POIs, as well as those that are trying to make a late rotate into Bean.
That's going to be such a wild time to get in there, especially when you've already got other teams kind of making their way across the bridge. Shadow has been a scary fighting team, and there's a very real possibility that this is going to happen. So Complexity, Monsoon, Kimchi, Lou, let's hear what you got to say.
Go back.
I mean, with this time, do you want me to
all
just...
the way over here left? Nobody's in armory, but it's just whether or not Godrock. Let me speak armory, or look at Godrock.
I mean, I can also hit Bean.
Yeah, we should go up and hit the beacon. Oh shit, team on me and bridge.
I'm gonna play the cannon on you and shoot for you.
Yeah. I mean, we just fight this team. They don't really have spaces to go.
Can we get wrapped? Can we shoot the fucking drone?
Maybe, actually. We might get wrapped from this build here. We should probably just hit the bean.
They're on blue.
Oh, yeah, okay. We should probably hit the bean dude scan right now and then see what it looks like on our northeast.
If I'm in range.
And then if we can make sure that we're not getting wrapped from here, they don't have a lot to play inside
If they're on blue,
bridge.
bro, we just kill them.
Yeah,
they're trying to fight us.
Okay.
Once we get closer on my left rock here.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to get this beacon still though. Just don't take damage.
Yeah, drone's right here, by the way. Drone's right here, by the way. I'm gonna try to peek out on the left side, okay? Yep. Coast left is red team. Yeah, they are. Need to pop that.
They're on blues.
Yeah,
they're
so
double
fucking
close.
bad, they're double close.
There's no bang.
I'm gonna bang with it.
I need you to either watch my cross or help, because I'm being
stay
drawn
there,
down.
You have a good spot.
Okay.
Alright. I'm gonna bang with them now.
Yeah, they can just fight them. Can I swing left here? They jump back.
Probably.
It's a Revenant team.
Yeah, it's a red team. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's Shadow.
We're gonna wrap.
We need to break their drone, guys. We need to break their drone.
I hit it 33. If you can break it. I can't see it.
No, I can't.
We're gonna get wrapped though, 100%.
100%?
Yeah, there was a team right here. 33 on one blue.
Okay. I'm peeking out a little bit to the left. Risky peek. No, I can't.
You have the drone back out again.
We need to break the drone. Or get ready to go Cedo.
Yeah, I mean, I want to kill them.
Yeah, I want to kill them too. That's why we need to break the drone, right?
Yeah.
Because we no longer have fucking Bangled. And they're only safe inside of this. I'm about to kill the drone. About to kill the drone, okay?
If you break it, I'm gonna instant EMP.
Complexity identifying. We talked about that intimate familiarity with other teams. They know it's Shadow, and they know how important ult economy is in this fight. Breaking the drone has to be their prio, and yet Complexity have not done it yet. Knowing full well that Shadow want to fight, both of these teams have a minute to make it happen.
Well, they recognize the shield disparity between them, and you can hear Lou just wanting to fully send it. But the moment they identify the Revenant, they identify that it's Shadow, they're like, oh no, we have to break this drone if we want to make this work. Unfortunately, they necessarily haven't been able to do that just yet, but we'll check in. Dreamfire and Alliance across the way. We knew Alliance was going to be rotating in from the north, but this is going to be in their way. They still have time to wrap back over to that checkpoint side, but this is going to be a much better position for them.
Look at that nade.
Peta! Unlucky and Tyler both down. I hate the world, no name, opening it on up, and there goes the Energized Zip to chase down the rest.
I think we're looking for an invisible crypto at this point, and on the other side of the map, it looks like this fight has finally taken place. Neither team was able to make it happen, and Complexity are the ones to get sandwiched. Not looking good for Complexity, who now are set to hide in a corner.
Oh,
We've got an invisible crypto again.
The knockdown for cover. We've got to dodge these frags, but during the listen-in, they said they were going to get wrapped 100%, and now they are the sandwich between Shadow, who they were trying to fight, and How, who wrapped them. Complexity to fall.
It's unfortunate, but we talked about it, and I think Complexity knew that they're going to have to face teams that are rotating into Millage and those that could no longer make it through Cedo. They, now having lost the fight, also give up the Trident, something that Shadow inherit. But Shadow, it's not like they're free of problems. They've got plenty of fights to take on the way in and absolutely no time to do it as the zone is already closing. Taking a look in Checkpoint, it's Liquid Alienware that have walked up on Go Next, but these are far from the only teams here. Fnatic and Alliance still both in Checkpoint themselves.
Same with ExoClan, looking for a play on the south side of things. Liquid Alienware has to deal with Go Next with the utmost quickness, because the chances of everyone collapsing upon that circle pull is going to be insane.
I like the way that Team Liquid set up. Castle Wall is good. Alliance get a respawn in the meantime. That's going to be right here, right now. So Liquid's fight is going to become a three-way engagement. Jaguares sets up defense on the door. Go Next just waiting, not wanting to deal with the rest of these consequences. And Fnatic wait for Alliance to drop down. It is a killing ground in checkpoint as Fnatic pick up another 2 kills on Alliance, leaving Hackett alone once again.
Well, they said they wanted kill points, and they'll take them any way they can get them. If you're going to drop straight on down, Fnatic will punish you. Back on over to Liquid Alienware, who's still trying to find themselves a down or 2 on Go Next.
Cito's not looking much better as How full send yet another squad rounding the corner. They find a knock. It's Legends Gaming who may be the next to go down. Easy Flash gets full thirsted. Shield swap from Watagashi is perfect. And SWQ fall 16 squads left, and How should make it 15.
And there goes the nade. That might be enough if it connects. I don't see the hit marker, but we do see knockdown shields. Wakatashi is just going to play around the bins. Can we locate the rest of Legends Gaming?
Watagashi, he actually spots up on high ground LG, the team that has been large and in charge on this ridgeline for so long. The gatekeepers of this next zone who look down on the fight between How and Legends.
And Fnatic doing everything they wanted to in that interview. Find the eliminations, finding themselves already at the top of the leaderboard. 18 points, we're still looking pretty good, but Go Next. This battle has been drawn out for so long, and we have 3 teams to get through.
It's been drawn out for too long. 4 seconds left on the zone close, and even as Liquid collect these kill points, even as, in fact, they fail to collect the kill points, this zone is starting to close, and neither team can go anywhere. Go Next have fallen. Fnatic are collecting even more points on the low ground, and we are about to have 3 different squads in the area once again. Fnatic clean up a fight. Alliance and Legends are both down, but in come Liquid behind them. Can Fnatic reset?
Oh my gosh, the wall to get ahead of them. Liquid Alienware can now just sit and fire into checkpoint. Fnatic so paired here for Yuka with the Mozambiques.
Nice.
We drop a couple, it doesn't matter. North Action down, Liquid Alienware fall, and Fnatic join them.
And Fnatic fall after Liquid Alienware, getting themselves a 9th place plus all the kill points. Still a good game for Fnatic as we focus now on the survivors, on the 8 teams that have made it in. Dreamfire 1, make it 7 as How go down, and C9 take out Dreamfire in ruthless fashion.
And now we're sitting with our final 6 teams, all 3 up. The zone calling perfection that we've been witnessing from Cloud9. However, it pops back to Mill. This house is a magnificent place to start from, but when we have to climb up that hill towards Mill, it's going to take a miracle.
Reject. Wonderful prediction of the zone. They've been sat in this low ground for so long. Taking a look at the ring, there's not a lot of time left for those squads that are positioned in lower buildings. Reject sit next to EXO, who sit next to Cloud9, and all 3 of those teams will have to make a walk up the hill. Look at teams like Na'Vi, Guild, and Icholos that will all be collectively gatekeeping this walk up into Mill.
I'm keeping my eyes on Na'Vi. I kind of want to see them full send, but I like the high ground here, especially if you've got henchmen with the bow check, right? So if anyone pops into the open, they'll likely be able to take some angles here, using the Jenny for the regain instead of actually expending a shield here. But then you've got the fortress to the right, which is going to be a bit chaotic. And you've got Reject, Winity, and EXO over there. EXO needing more eliminations, more chaos, and 15 enemies scanned. All right, the entire lobby almost.
In sharp contrast to EXO, if Na'Vi play their cards right, they get 2nd place for free. They don't even have to shoot a bullet. If EXO play their cards perfectly, they might get 3rd. It's just not realistic to be making it up this hill in any real fashion. EMP makes this all the harder as EXO now have to run up with only temporary cover. The smokes provide a shooting ground for these teams, and while Fuda does a lot of work, Reject Winity go down. EXO will not be surviving much longer. C9 are the ones to wipe out both squads. We've got 4 teams left, and Na'Vi still under no threat on this rock. Get to watch it happen, but they cannot make a mistake. They cannot overextend.
Well, they have time here for Cloud9 to make a move because Matafe had to focus all the time for the Phoenix Kid, and kind of there. They will need to stave off the damage. Cloud9 does not make it up the hill. Icholo's in Guild for Mill, but But can Na'Vi find some angles on the teams that are playing on that high ground? But the fortress that eCholos has completed around the Watson fences, around the Newcastle wall.
eCholos are like the only team that can even look at Na'Vi right now. We've got 3 teams alive. 2 of them are in this building, and it will be Na'Vi that eventually have to move. I keep looking at them and going, one Skynade. Like one good Skynade ruins this team right now. But Na'Vi don't have to deal with that just yet. What they are going to have to face off against is an eventual drop down. They like to get behind a few crates, and at that point, it is all about waiting for eventually eCholos and Guild to fight each other, because you cannot successfully engage on either squad.
A moment before the chaos, the final 10 seconds where everyone will be shoved straight towards them. But Kurev from the high ground is just putting the hurt straight onto Na'Vi. And it's actually interesting that one has jumped down and made their way to Mill. But you know what Newcastle can do? You can ult a wall straight onto a teammate. We sent one and we joined them.
Kind of tries to make it follow up with Matafe, but unfortunately Bangalore just can't do what Newcastle can, and Na'Vi attempting to take the high ground is going to fall next. There's no way around it. Guild are pressuring from one side, finishing off another kill. It looks like Matafe will get a res, but how much HP is going to come with that? I've got to say, Tiff, it looks like Na'Vi will be walking away with 3rd place. Gold knockdown comes in just in time, but in the face of a focus from 2 teams, it is not going to be a Na'Vi 2nd place. They should be going down. Henchman has got nowhere to go, and it's all about the fight between Guild and eCholos. Guild know that it's incoming, that nobody really has to worry about Na'Vi anymore, as it's just Henchman in the corner.
Wait, look at, we got him climbing on over. He's crawling. He's like, Henchman, help, I need life alert. I've fallen and I can't get back up. This is all okay for that, because if eCholos and Guild fight and we come in with a Na'Vi duo, we can still clean it up, but eCholos, they're already looking for Na'Vi.
They drop and they can't get back up. This is bad. Kurev's stuck on the low ground, and having just finished off Na'Vi, it's not a lot of damage. It's a straight 3v3. eCholos versus Guild. Guild have the high ground, and eCholos have cover on the low ground. A nade messes them up big. Guild start to drop down. They smell blood. It's 1-for-1 right now. Guild still with an advantage. Plenty left in the Mozams.
We don't have hammer points, but I love the Jenny there. The jump from the top. We've got a gold knockdown to play around. Where's the purple? And this should be it. I think they've done enough, and they do. Guild take map number 2.
Clinical play from Guild in the end game, grabbing a win in the 2nd map. This should be enough to push them very far up the leaderboards, as they collected plenty of kills along the way as well. It's difficult to win zones from Mill. It's difficult to control those buildings. And the fact that Guild and eCholos both managed to be the only 2 teams left at the end is the biggest difference between them and other squads that might want to control Mill but don't know exactly how. 6 kills on top of the win is going to push Guild well. But again, it's not a big win. It's our 2nd game with less than 20 points for our winner.
I'll still take it. Anything we can get. It's going to set the bar for that 10th place position incredibly low. I believe it's probably around 10 points. And if we don't have a lot of points to go, one good game can really see exactly what happened with Liquid Alienware back in Elimination Round 1. But you mentioned Guild around the Mill. Now, hear me out. Cloud9 grabbed Mill, and then Guild got down Beast. But Guild does have a lot of experience landing at the Mill and experience playing around that. Cloud9 rotates out. They take the low ground building and decide to make that play, which gave Guild Mill for free.
I'm going to call this out really quickly as well, because it feels like an appropriate time to do so. We're focused on Guild. eCholos make 2nd place. And eCholos now, no matter how the next couple of games go, have a decent amount of points behind them. As long as eCholos place above 18, which it does appear that they will do, they will be the highest placing team from South America in this year's lands, which will net them a spot at champs. So,
okay.
I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible. If eCholos score nothing for the next couple of rounds, I'm sure they could drop to below 18. But looking at them now in 7th place and the way they've been playing, it looks like we'll be seeing eCholos at yet another international competition.
You know, I love to see that. We've got to get them on in there. But the match 2 results on the screen, a nice 18-point win there from Guild. Cloud9, you know, a solid position, right? We're still in double digits. If we're going to do anything, double digits consistently should be enough to get you there. And Na'Vi, who had such a strong performance throughout our group stages are staging that comeback.
They certainly are. I know a lot of people predicted Na'Vi, and while they've looked good over the past 2 maps with active positioning, looking for kills, didn't quite work out for them here in terms of moving on to the 1st and 2nd places. But Guild and Icholos, they collaborated marvelously to make it happen. We've even got a comparison between Jesk and Kurev, both playing quite aggressively, but in different ways. Jesk was constantly making plays with the fences in an endgame to secure space for his team to play, and is absolutely responsible with Watson for being able to hold the buildings. Whereas on the other hand, Kurev, very responsible for getting his team from place to place, as Icholos was rocketing through the zone for so long, and Pathfinder's the one to make it happen.
Well, speaking of rocketing up the leaderboard after that performance there, Cloud9 does retain that high ground on the leaderboard here, 27 total points, and Guild in 2nd after that map win. I'm sorry, but you've got to start feeling pretty comfortable if you find yourself in the top 2. Now, anything can happen. It would be scary, but you have set yourself up in a 6-game series to be at least kind of at that threshold that I said would be maybe around 30 to 34 points to be at that 10th place slot.
Yeah, and I'd like to remind everyone that because the 10th place is the cutoff, Alliance is technically there right now. I know Yuki's smiling somewhere, at least happy that it's looking like it's going all right. But LG and Liquid Alienware, Legends, Noctem, Complexity, all behind, all not having the, we'll call it Storm Point performance of a lifetime, now have one opportunity to turn that around. If you mess this up, for a lot of these teams, it's your last game on Storm Point.
Ooh, last game on Storm Point and last cast for us here on the main stage. But you know, Peeps is always out there getting to some shenanigans, and I heard he's checking in with 2 unsung heroes of Apex Legends in the community. A lot of work goes on behind the scenes, so let's hear from Tom at Esports GG and Kano from Apex Liquipedia.
Unsung heroes they are. We got Kano from Liquipedia and we got Tom from Esports GG. Kano, tell us a little bit about what you guys do at Liquipedia.
So at Liquipedia, it's basically like, it's the Wikipedia for esports. It's just run by this amazing community of contributors that day in, day out keep track of basically everything esports. I mean, personally, I've done like Apex for like since its launch, doing like every tournament there is. So it's been, that's basically like, we just make sure that everyone gets the information they need.
All right. And why Apex? Why was that the game of choice?
I think the moment I just first played Apex, it was a fun game. I just wanted to create a wiki from the start. That was a fun challenge. But after going to Poland in person for the first time, actually seeing everyone use the wiki at an event, it was so amazing to see. It's like, okay, I want to do this more. And eventually I got hired by Liquipedia to be a full-time wiki manager. So it's basically just given me my career as well.
Well, I speak for the entire community, man. Thank you for what you do. Tom, I got to ask you, esports, crowd's making some noise, esports GGs. Talk to us about it.
Yeah, so we cover everything to do with Apex Legends, from the updates, the patches, all of the things that change in the game. And then, of course, everything about the ALGS, speaking to players, speaking to guys like yourself who work on the broadcast, and really just trying to shine a light on everything that's great about this amazing community.
All right, and when I was talking to you yesterday, you guys said that Apex is one of your true passions. What is it about the Apex community that is so special to you?
So I think I've met so many amazing friends through the Apex community, like real friends for life. I met an Apex teammate of mine here at the event for the first time in person. But also I started playing Apex during COVID, right? So I couldn't go outside, I couldn't see my friends. So we jumped online, we played this game, and now somehow I'm here, I'm working, I'm making it into a career at the same time. This community is just so welcoming and inclusive, and we're all so lucky to be a part of it.
All right, and now listen, let's talk a little ALGS, right? You said you were in Poland, so this isn't your first. How many ALGSs have you been to? And talk to us about the atmosphere right here in Mannheim, Germany.
Okay, so I've been to all the ones in Europe, even back in Sweden when I was a coach for Alliance. So that's, I think so far, Birmingham was really great, but I think Germany can definitely top it up Sunday.
All right, well, you heard it here. Tom, how you feeling about Mannheim, Germany?
I mean, I think the crowd has been absolutely amazing. The EXO fans are just absolutely out of this world. The energy's like being back in the UK at a football game. I've never seen anything like it. It really is the best esport out there.
All right, well, you heard it here from our unsung heroes in the Apex community. Tiff and Dia, back to you.
On Honestly, I love those two so much. Let me just tell you, quite humble, but they put so much work in. Tom, in particular, might be one of my most favorite Apex Legends journalists. He's constantly here working, putting out some of the best articles. But not only that, he does a lot of commentating on the side. You might frequently see him on the Apex Legends Challenger circuit as well. I know Diaz worked with him.
Challenger circuit.
Always good to love a good Challenger circuit.
Tom is a very funny commentator as well. I mean, I know that we're all used to it here because we've got Onset and Gascon, but Tom is very British.
Oh my God, I actually spoke to him and we did a little interview in the back and he was like, yeah, this guy looked super British. And I was like, what does that mean?
You're like, that's you. That's you. That's
I
what
don't know
you
what
do.
that means.
It is nice to have two really wonderful people as well that we constantly get to interface with, be it about the stats or about the storylines, two very different sides with both Liquipedia and journalistic coverage of these events.
Speaking of journalistic coverage, the one thing, we'll talk about it later because they're not here in this lobby, but he had a statement. He was like, you know, Zero has not won or has not lost a Split 2 playoffs. I know, it was crazy. That was one of the headlines I saw. But anyways, we got one more map on Storm Point, and our players are hitting their Legend Select. Now, we have to start thinking Alliance, 9 points in 10th place. And this is your final match on Storm Point. You actually got Trident and Northpad, your coveted spot that you feel the most comfortable with. I have to believe if we don't drop an absolute banger here on this game, we could be looking into a little bit of trouble.
Alliance are a team as well that tends to drop slightly more points when we're on Storm Point than when we're on World's Edge. So if these games aren't enough to get them into the top 10, they'll have to give us a completely different view of a squad that has already made it this far into the tournament. But in some ways, Tiff, I'd argue that for Alliance, they didn't want to be here. They didn't want to be playing these last couple of matches. They wanted to have already punched their ticket. The nerves are certainly on them, whereas many teams will be sitting here going, it's all right, we've made it all the way here. We have the opportunity to go to Sunday. Teams like Alliance are going, this is our last shot. This is no longer a opportunity that we have to do something we've never done before. It's an opportunity that we have to fall short of our own expectations, and that pressure is immense.
Well, think about the pressure as they just came off an international land victory. Effect elsewhere, watching here with bated breath, just like, come on guys, get it done.
A team like Guild has certainly risen up. I remember they definitely surpassed expectations last LAN. They had some of the best zone play in Split 1. I know things have been a little bit different in Split 2. Well, the meta's been significantly different, and yet they have adapted in no small part thanks to their coach as well. I know we like to give Winnie a lot of credit, but the rest of the team certainly coalescing around the game plans that they've got. And Tiff, I will say, now giving us a different look at the zone, we will get to test our squads in a slightly different manner. Notably, a team like Liquid Alienware, who pulled off a miracle this morning to barely make it into Elimination Round 2, now have a zone coming directly to them.
Exactly, and this is a barometer, right? They're contested there, but SWQ obviously not taking that fight. Contested in parentheses. They've been running every time. I don't blame them, but knowing that the circle is going to pull down towards this area, you have to look at where are they going to position themselves and how are they going to access the information that would let them know they need to go back.
Yeah, a lot of this is going to come down to observing what teams around you are doing, and in the case of Complexity, picking fights early on is something that might not tell you where the ring is going, but certainly tells you about where they're at in the standings. Moving at 15th right now, Complexity have a lot of points to make up themselves and are getting aggressive in order to do it, punishing teams like Icholos.
Icholos is already running through that evac, but it seems like one's getting punished from Complexity, who has been hot pursuit. But we turn our attention back on over to Jurassic, where a lot of our teams have been kind of collapsing upon that rotation. Kurev just barely making it on out. But look at Complexity. We knew Lou was like a savage just out here wanting to fight absolutely everything. And job's not done. We are going all the way to Cascades almost.
Not missing a beat. Complexity are hot on the heels of Icholos, who now as a duo have to put up an incredible fight. Azazel on the gravity cannon. He is already out of there. And Complexity, while they do take quite a bit of damage back, aren't even able to break shields in the sky. I can't help but wonder, are they really following this? And how much of their macro is being sacrificed for this move? We've criticized teams for doing this before, for getting over ambitious and forgetting about the rest of the game. is this 2KP, this possible 2KP, really going to be worth it? I guess we'll find out.
I mean, 2KP puts him in the top 10 at the current rate of standing, so you know what? Full send it. I love a little chaos here if you're going to go for it, Complexity, but we are still moving towards where that next zone is actually pulling, so it technically is all part of a rotate.
It's true, it's true. You can defend it. This is actually macro, guys. This isn't us looking for a kill.
This is a ranked play macro, let me just tell you. Just full inting everything. Exo Clan here trying to play around this, but oh, the finisher spam? That's a punishing offense right there.
And it does get punished. Buda going to take the Wraith Portal immediately afterwards, try and hit a res on Swinny, but getting into the building is what Exo need to do. This door, fortunately, still intact as Legends will leave us. The first squad to be eliminated, and currently sitting at 15th. Legends have got to be sweating right now.
Yeah, it's really tough, especially if you find yourself starting out in Cascade Falls and having a nice rotation to it, but when people just beat you towards the area. But Na'Vi able to put the pressure onto it. They pick up one elimination, and now they can focus on finding a spot on where they believe the side will actually pull.
Playing around Jurassic is a really interesting move for Na'Vi. They could have moved further into Barometer, but by playing this nut building just outside of Barometer, or rather in between Barometer and Jurassic, they've got an opportunity to pick up a lot of kills, punish a lot of teams that might otherwise think, well, this is going to be a calm rotate into the south side of the zone. Na'Vi get to say no to that, cause a lot of traffic, and really are in a building that is difficult to punish when you're trying to move out of Jurassic. You've likely got to go around Na'Vi, especially if you were not looted up.
Team Liquid Alienware here on the high ground over at Barometer. It'll give them lines of sight across the way. They'll be able to gather information of the teams that have made their way in, which is quite a few of them. Shadow off into the distance behind Barrow. You can see one team right there as well. However, we're still waiting on one more team that starts in a Southern POI to make their journey on over.
Very true, very true.
One more.
A team, I'm going to call them out by name, Fnatic. Another slow rotate from them. Starting at Echo HQ, Tiff, they are still in Echo HQ. The rest of the game here in Barometer is happening without them. As teams like Luminosity, C9 have already rotated in, picked spots for endgame, Reject Winity, Japan alongside them. This zone that did pull pretty deep into Barometer to start is likely to go a little bit further north, and for that reason I'll say that I like C9's position, but we've also got to consider a spot like the one that LG hold over by the bridge, and even further on Little Palm Tree Island that separates Barometer and Jurassic. These are all viable end zones that we could and should expect in the next couple of minutes.
Oh, well, North Eption flying on in, the object of everyone's attention. Taida gets the shields ripped off, but so far, so good. A coveted rock boulder, a nice space, right? You get the mobile shield down and start on swapping to hit the regain. This is a space made possible thanks to Newcastle.
It is really crazy to see how the meta shift that brought Newcastle in has also enabled teams to play the game entirely differently. Macro game shifts simply because of the existence of Newcastle, and like you said, the ability to play spots like this. North Eption rotating here as late as they did likely selected this spot because it's unlikely to be taken. Nobody would choose this position, but they're now the only squad here, and there are better positions available. In the next couple of minutes, we may see North Eption start to move over, see if they can take away a position like the one Makers hold, and maybe grab some high ground over by Pylon. We got to talk about the zone, though, because we did mention it would likely pull out of Barometer. I'd expected it to go a little bit further north. Now that I see this zone, it looks like Makers have one of the best spots in the lobby and are currently fighting Shadow 3690 for it.
Yeah, and Shadow 3690, what they did was they were all the way on the back of Barometer, but rotated towards the east, and Shadow getting hungry, take out Makers. And you said they had the best spot in the game, but it looks like Shadow just took it.
Yeah, now it's mine now. It's mine. Shadow, having secured this, should be able to grab a mobile respawn beacon as well. I do worry about how long they'll be able to hold on to this position with relatively few defensive characters, but something tells me that Shadow getting into another fight doesn't really bother them.
Yeah, we got to get our Pathfinder back in, but hopefully the reset comes through. Each Cholos who were on the kind of receiving end of a complexity prowl, still on the move, but one of the not quite furthest north teams because, you know, I mentioned the most southern team, that was Fnatic, but you know what? Surprisingly, they're actually the farthest north.
It is so amazing to
move.
see. It is so amazing to see a team like Cholos, a South American team, who typically are not only underestimated, but disrespected by a lot of other squads from other regions, from bigger regions, be actively disrespected in a lobby like this. Complexity sent that fight knowing full well that it's another South American team that they've been bullying in scrims because the ping is high, and Cholos refuse to bow to this. They aren't sitting there going, well, I guess we have to take the fight because that's all we know. They're going, we just have to play the macro game. We just have to survive and focus on ourselves. And it's that removal of focus that's kept Cholos alive and in a position where you can hardly tell, based on their loot, based on their position, that they were harassed in the early game.
They really were, and honestly, I didn't underestimate them. I actually had them predicted to win a series in the group stages because they were looking like that macro is on point. But a team that wants to get into the mix here, knowing that they want that north of the next zone is EXO Clan. An EMEA battle yet again. EXO v Na'Vi. Can we take that position away from them? If you're going to have Fuda smoking preemptively to cut off Na'Vi's information and angles while you hit that Jenny forward, I like what I'm seeing.
This fight now almost seems inevitable. It would have to take an evac tower from EXO Clan to avoid a fight with Na'Vi. And I gotta say, I don't like the looks of an evac tower. I would rather take the fight, given that you don't have information on what lies ahead of you in Barometer, but you know exactly how to approach a fight in a nut building like this. What EXO have to be careful of is other teams rotating behind them, and it's why we're not seeing them get aggressive right now. And instead, even with the aggressive position they had using the Watson gen, they're actually sitting back in this building and prioritizing squads that late rotate into Jurassic.
With Fuda picking up a fresh Kraber here, I can't help but to think, can we take some angles onto Na'Vi? You peek a shoulder, you peek a head, and next thing you know, you're gonna lose it.
I'd like to see it. I certainly would. Fuda, much like the rest of the team, is going to have to focus on who's rotating in behind them because I guarantee you there will be teams behind EXO, but a spare Kraber shot or two certainly can't hurt. EXO start to move up. How? Starting to move in behind them.
I just heard a Kraber shot go through. I don't think it connected at all, and Na'Vi is now turtled up in a corner saying, do not peek the Kraber, and you're right. Alliance from the north are still working on that rotate. Let's check in and see how they're faring.
Stabilize and look up the hill, okay?
Yep.
And then we want to, like, after we do that, we either 3P the hill or we 3P backwards towards the nut, okay?
Alright.
Yep. That's most likely our player.
On zone close or earlier?
Little bit earlier, so we can actually get it, I think.
Wait, one? Yeah, they're running.
Okay, it's complete. There's one team here. They're fighting up right now, kind of.
One team is spiders,
yeah.
Wait, they might PP that, no?
Yeah, can we walk up? Can we walk up, maybe?
Yeah.
We can always evac next to this mountain.
But this team just can UV.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think they're running up. Wait, I'm watching. Yeah, they're running up.
Yeah.
Just don't shoot them,
They saw us on the UV right now, going towards them if they're smart.
No, I was scanning UAV, no? Yeah.
Wasn't that them at all? Okay. Alright, let's walk right side.
You ready? Just pinch this and then fucking we evac if we need to, okay?
Just be careful. Just be careful. Watch out. Yeah.
Ready? Walking up.
Let's wait a bit. They're not fighting it either, though.
No, I don't hear shooting. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, they are knocks.
Okay.
I'm sending EP here.
Alliance walking up on a fight between How and Cholos. Luminosity could get involved in this as well. Alliance spot some folks off to their left and take a fry. How? Very low already. Go next. Do leave us. SWQ fall as well, and unlucky. Shoes through one. Alliance look good. Retreating back into Jurassic through the Bangalore ultimate. 7 seconds left on zone close. Plenty of time to finish this fight.
Yeah, but how well timed was this? They go in, invest damage, look for eliminations. How falls, but they can still hit that regain. We knew LG was in the distance, and thank you, production, for the replay from EXO. They make the siege onto the nut building where Na'Vi was bunkered in, and Fuda. I love to see that.
That was a nasty grenade from Fuda, completely making Na'Vi evacuate the cover that they had.
The
Kraber
hipfire
shot immediately afterwards is sick. and it's enough to keep EXO in this building nice and safe, at least until now. Alliance, who were behind them, have now rotated out with an evac tower, and EXO are alone on the north side of zone. LG between them and Barometer, and otherwise, no worries.
My only worry is LG. LG and Bamboo. That's just going to be one of the biggest threats for them. And, well, you have to think about this. The only cost of taking height in Barometer for Liquid Alienware, yes, you get lines of sight on everyone, especially Alliance here. The 50% damage reduction is going to be so nice for that energy zip because Tyler gets in with just the nick of time. But Liquid is not going to have a lot of resources, but it doesn't matter for Alliance as Hack is last standing.
As soon as the first knock goes through, you know that LG are going to capitalize on this. They themselves identified that the thing that they were missing from the group stages up into the elimination bracket was aggression. And now that they've got the knock, there's plenty of it for Alliance, who unfortunately now go out. This could have been Alliance's last game on Storm Point. We'll have to see how they fare in the next couple of rounds. Now LG get to continue moving on, claiming the underside of Bridge as Fnatic move into North Eption's previous position.
Not bad, right? Especially if you want to clean out the eastern side, considering they've already seen the compass, the trajectory. EXOClan still getting Mixie, take down North Eption, find even more eliminations, and man, now we just have to figure out how to cross the open water. We're only going to have a Bangalore ult and 2 potential smokes to do it.
Project Winity picking up a respawn on the western side of the zone. We'll have to move in. This is going to be through LG. Fnatic fighting through the east, have Shadow 3690 in their sights. A smoke covers Yuka F as he follows on through up on high ground, but Shadow are dead focused on this. EXOClan, where are they evacing? We've got to listen and prepped with EXOClan.
Yeah, fine. Just smoke on the corner here.
Yes.
He's getting farmed on the right. We might be able to get that kill.
Yeah. I'm looking for it.
Catch here.
He's one.
Stick on the right.
Yes.
Go.
I'm ready. I'm back. Okay, let's go.
Yippee. I'm walking up on this.
EP back.
They're blue. I'm getting inside. Jetted.
Going right.
I can't get in. I need to back. I'm nading. I'm back on the back. You guys got this. You guys got this.
Yeah, I'm ban. Right, I'll go.
Let's pull on ball. Yeah. Let's not get that push, boys. Yeah. Careful on door. Pick up nades. We've got fences on the good boys. Yes.
I was gonna nade it for now.
We have no fences on the down bottom. Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm waiting for fences and I'm doing it.
They broken fence.
Yeah. We find him. Fence again.
I'm holding with Kraber, okay?
On that push in, we lose out on K-Swinny. It's just Slayers and Fuda last standing with the Kraber holding the angles, but it's no longer Reject Winity they're fighting. We have Noctum Scan from the same region as EXO. They're familiar with the way they fight, and they just have to time it right.
On the other side of the zone, Fnatic made their way through 3690, but lost one in the process. LG, unfortunately, now go down. Complexity owning the western side of zone. We'll take a look in the upper left-hand corner at what we can expect over the next couple of minutes. Complexity, with a great southern wrap available to them, can actually survive quite nicely into the next ring. Dreamfire already positioned, and Fnatic will be playing as a 3-person squad as they find a respawn.
You talk about positioning, and it is all Fnatic. The only threat they had to waltz right into their location was Shadow, who are no longer in the lobby. We get the reset back onto Leica, and we get to watch the entire lobby collapse upon them.
Complexity, I'm loving their macro right now. I know that I was critical of it earlier on in the game, but now that we've gotten later on in, much like Icholo's, I'm sitting here going, you can hardly tell what their early game had for them, because Complexity have played from then very, very well. Now with a great spot in zone and a pylon for a little bit of safety, Complexity should be able to take up a lot of space in the water that is undesirable to other squads and control it into the late game. What I'm worried about now is the execution from a squad like Team Liquid Alienware that will need to drop down in the next couple of zones into God knows what.
They need this. Reject need this. We have 4 teams sitting on the bubble with 13 points. That's the benchmark for 10th place. Reject Winity, Complexity, they're 2 of them. The other 2, they've already fallen. So for Reject and Complexity, this gives them a chance, a game, the final one on Storm Point, to gap that threshold.
Reject make their way in the same way that EXO did, around the side of this building. And EXO still as a duo inside. Avoid a fight. Kraber still in hand. EXO can make a big impact on this game, but they can't afford to play as aggressively as they would if they had 3 members on their squad. Fuda doesn't quite connect with the Kraber shot, but unfortunately for Noctem's scan, we've got Mazen down. Team Liquid doing work from up on high, and EXO eventually leave the building into smoke and into the likes of Fnatic.
So much chaos here, and we're just gonna barrel on back with that. Constantly keeping Slayer smoked out. I do like that. Sometimes you just gotta heal in a bit, and sometimes you fight around a wall. Yanya goes hard while Niazol is trying to pick up Jaguares.
No gold knockdown for Team Liquid gets revealed right now as Jaguares gets back into the fight, but the high ground position is good enough to keep Team Liquid in for now. EXO drop down onto the low ground, running from the likes of Fnatic, but they will not survive. EXO and Reject Twinity go down. 6 squads remain in the final game on Stormpoint.
But Fnatic have wrapped up to the north. They want to clean it on out. And I love this. Noctem scan trying to regain, have 1 member left, trying to get any kind of placement points we can. Team Liquid Alien, where as they've dropped down, they control the roof, where Complexity and Dreamfire are surrounding.
I'll bet you anything that Noctem's final member is an invisible crypto. It's got to be happening. Fnatic are right on top of them. And in fact, it is. Adnum invisible in the corner. Fnatic don't know this is happening. The question is, how much will it impact them? Fnatic have a good spot in zone, and Adnum doesn't have that much health. Guild, unfortunately, don't either, as Legacy does go low, dropping down onto the low ground, now positioning across from Fnatic.
Yeah, but this could, when you have to move, Noctem will have to move, and they'll be able to grief Fnatic. Noctem are 2 points away from a top 10 position in Guild. Legacy falls, just goes to follow. MT, the last one standing, and Leica, Fnatic inheriting more KP.
I can't believe how many kills they're picking up right now. Fnatic are having this series of the tournament for themselves. This should be enough. Fnatic are playing out of their minds, but Liquid Alienware, who pulled off our miracle earlier today, may still be able to bring this back. Again, this is the last time that they will play on Stormpoint before the finals, should they make it, and Team Liquid start things off with a wall to separate themselves from the rest of the lobby.
Oh, the preemptive mobile shield after the EMP, but it's a Kraber, and Yuka connects. He gets the full 2 in the chamber, and we need more.
Incredible to see how quickly Team Liquid's game can change. 1 bullet left on this Kraber. A nade goes out from Yuka. Complexity still in this, but Fnatic are farming. Fnatic are unstoppable, and they finish Stormpoint with a win.
Through the fire, through the flames, Fnatic is out here showing why they were so dominant, not only in LA, but they needed this, a confidence boost, a well-deserved and fought-for win.
This has been a transformation of Fnatic in the last 24 hours. In the last 6 hours, we have seen Fnatic go from a roster that hadn't quite found their success, that hadn't even found a win in the tournament yet, to finally being able to pick one up. This is Fnatic's first win of the tournament that they found on Stormpoint, and now being able to carry that momentum forward into the next round is going to do them wonders.
And hear me out, you can't even look at it and say, oh, that was a win, but there really wasn't a lot of KP with it, so it was just decent. No, boo. They had double-digit eliminations, and this should skyrocket them so far into the lead that it would be kind of hard for them to say they're not going to championship Sunday.
I will look at this and I will raise you tip that this is a Fnatic that, much like the LG that we saw earlier today, if they maintain this form, this is a finals, a championship Sunday contender.
God, it just feels so good. I've always been a Fnatic fan. I really have. I predicted them some in group stages. I always believed in them, just like many of the fans there in the stadium here, the SAP Arena. Want the best for them. But honestly, guys, that's all from Dia and I. We love you guys so much in the Apex community. But let's kick things back onto our desk so we can get the show on the road.
Great job, Tiff and Dia. Thank you so much for getting us through the first half of this series. Phenomenal performances so far out of maybe some unexpected teams, which is going to bode well for them as we swap over to the next map here. Really kind of nailing down their important points there in Stormpoint. Is this how you saw this going? Right out the gate, Snipe, we got a Cloud9 win. I think they surprised everyone.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 has once again been an underdog throughout pretty much this whole tournament, even leading up into this. People have really kind of slept on them, and I was hyping them up a little bit ago. They definitely got fortunate with back-to-back mill zones, but those are the zones that, you know, RNG is a factor of this game. You have to be able to capitalize on that, and we saw the way that ended, and Naughty absolutely clutched up, and, you know, I think they're going to carry that momentum forward and carry it into tomorrow.
Well, another team that'll carry that momentum forward will be the winner of our match 3. Obviously, as we take a look at these results and see exactly what that means for Fnatic, a massive game for them, 24 points in total, followed by Complexity at 18, also not too shabby. I mean, we're seeing a really big spread here, Graceful, because so many teams have done well that the point totals overall are actually going to be pretty low because everyone's doing well.
Yeah, I think this is the form that, you know, people have been expecting of Fnatic, and when they consider them one of the top tier teams in the world, that's the form we like to see, and, you know, it's good to see them take that back. However, like you said, very good spread across the board because you see a lot of Elims, even down at 10th place, like 6 kills. The points are getting spread out, which means that the average in this lobby will actually go up now, because normally if it's top heavy, the average points goes lower. This is getting scary now.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy final 3 matches. I mean, Yuka up there with those 7 kills. A little bit of love here for Fnatic as well. Get to see a comparison between our top 2 teams. On top of it, 12 to 9 placement points. Same with kills. It's the assists, though, where Fnatic stands out. But across the board, this is what we're talking about, Nasky. I mean, this is dead even. And you see where it ends up putting people here. You would think, you know, maybe that's a massive points boon, and it is. It puts them here at first place, but the point gaps are so closable by 1 pop-off performance.
Well, typically you will see, over a set of 6 games, you'll see the average point even out towards being somewhere around 6 points per game to secure you in that top 10 location. And actually right now it's very top heavy, and we see LG in 10th with only 14th, which is not the 6 points on average per game. So that means that a lot of the teams that are all the way down, I mean, even Go Next, who's in 20th with 3 points, they don't really need that many points. If they were to get, what is it, 15 plus 6, to get 21 points next game, they will like move all the way up. And 21 points, it's a lot, yes, but it's a win. That's pretty much it. And so with the average cut off being that low, it's actually very doable for all these teams, which normally, if it would be around 18 by now, it would be a little harder.
Exactly, and that's what we're talking about. Nothing's written in stone yet. Opportunities abound for all of these squads, and they're going to need to kick it into high gear as we move forward. But before we do that, we'll take a look back at all of our matches, these final circle moments. I mentioned it before, Snipe, we kicked things off with a Cloud9 win, and they looked really strong.
Yeah, so honestly, in this situation, Cloud9 does land mill, and they decided to wrap towards the low end side of the map. There were a lot of fights that ended up going on at the top. Navi was holding height, and there was just pure chaos. And usually, you always think high ground is going to have the advantage. Cloud9 absolutely popped off in this fight, and you see the other team start to come in. You see all these crypto ults go off, and this was one of my favorite parts of this. You see every single one of these players all putting down a lot of damage. Saucer went down early, and then you have the duo of Chaotic and Naughty in this fight together. A lot of these crypto scans are giving the information. Naughty goes for a big side angle, does so much damage on the side of this map while Chaotic draws the attention. Chaotic ends up getting in their face, doing a bunch. You see, and this is the first time we haven't seen Mozambiques in this situation. It was actually very nice to get the Havoc back, even though we had just spent so much time with it. Naughty goes down here, so much damage, and then you finally get into this final fight, and he just pops up. And then my favorite part of this is when you see a Chaotic get up and go and just dab up Naughty right away. He's like almost like tears in his eyes is kind of what it looked like backstage.
The reactions, I mean, when you're able to clutch up something like that with the amount of health he had at the end, it's always impressive. But then we move into match 2, and this time it's Guild.
Yeah, Guild definitely played this game a little bit risky at the beginning because they had a good, like, as you can see how they're playing, they played 2 inside and 1 on the outside. They were trying to play a lot of space to deny teams from entering on any action or on any floor for that matter, because they wanted to be the team that pushes the other teams into each other, which you see happen on that side. The other team, the duo is getting 3-man dropped on, Navi goes out. EXL now, it goes into a straight 3v3, and I think they just deathball properly here on the left side boxes and they just mop everything. They end up swinging the... As you can see here, the Gen comes down, Fences comes down, one guy overextends, gets punished, goes for a trade. Now it comes down to the cleanup here. They're gonna swing the box fast, and it's just smooth fundamental gameplay. Playing space is something a lot of teams actually tend to get punished for because they lack discipline. Guild really didn't overextend. They took the risk of playing large amount of space, but it paid off with a game win.
Yeah, definitely something that they need in order to keep them up there on that leaderboard. And then, of course, what we just witnessed here in the arena, match number 3, Fnatic absolutely skyrocketing themselves up the leaderboard, sitting pretty before we do our map swap here, Nasky.
Fnatic played this absolutely amazingly. They had like a seesaw motion. They moved from the bridge side, and they were actually able to clear the west side, who I believe it was Guild that was playing on the side over there. As soon as Guild climbed up to look for stuff in the building, Fnatic moved in. They took the space on that side, and then essentially they were able to control all of the low ground, which led them to an easy access into the end zone. And at this point right here, as we see it on the screen right now, there is nothing for them to do except just enjoy their win. Liquid gives them a little bit of trouble, but they got shot in their back and before they were actually able to move down. So it was more so a 3-point like kill delivery for Fnatic, more so than any hardship or anything difficult. And right here, everyone's exiting the building, and Fnatic just sits back, enjoys the points, and it's a very simple win. But they did the right steps necessary for them to enjoy a free win at the end.
I mean, Yuka absolutely putting in work there at the end with that Kraber, just decimating everyone in his path, helping Fnatic get that victory. And like we said, putting themselves at the top of our leaderboard now halfway through the series. So we've got lots more in store. Like we said, the leaderboard is starting to kind of move in the right direction, but it's not done yet. So if you've got favorite teams, make sure you're still paying attention to all of them. Now, we always have surprises here at the ALGS, and this one is specifically for all of our amazing fans, because in less than 24 hours, we will have a very special announcement. So check it out. So if you are interested in finding out where that's going to be, you have to make sure you're here with us tomorrow through our match point finals at the end of the show, because that's going to be a very exciting reveal, if I do say so myself. Now, there's always been conspiracies here in the ALGS. One of them being, is there a script? Well, we answered that question, and now there's yet another one. This time around, though, I think Evan may have found the solution. So let's see what he has to say.
You say you want to talk about something? What's up? What is going on here?
I got it, man. I got it. Roster mania. Everything we've been experiencing, I got it right now. Look, man, the rosters all changed. There's nothing the same anymore, and there's someone behind it. And I can prove it if you just listen to me, Rain.
Listen, man, I know the rosters have changed a lot since Split 1, but is this not a little bit excessive?
Shh. Listen to Daddy. Just listen to Daddy, please. Let me explain. Now, listen. It all starts with the one man we know and we love, Imperial Hal, leaving TSM. Does anyone else find it suspicious that he leaves after losing Los Angeles Split 2 playoffs and he joins two of the greats? Now, where does Sykes go, Rain?
To LG?
Correct, to LG, but that means that TSM needs one. So TSM then picks up Zapdo. That means SSG picks up Koifo, but then Koifo leaves Nocturnal and Fun in the dust. And where does that leave them? Needing one more, Rain. They pick up Reptar and become NRG. Now, Fnatic rebuilds around Yuka F, but he doesn't want to IGL anymore. We pick up Satuki. Satuki now IGLs for Fnatic. Then we go to the other side of APAC North, and that's Reject, where he's sitting right there with a late roster swap. But guess what, Rain? They fall short. They don't qualify for Split 2, and they can't defend their title.
Listen, you lost me, bro. You said someone's behind all this. What does this have to do with anything?
Don't tell me you're on it, too.
In on what?
Listen up if you're not. MT joins Guild alongside Jesco and Legacy. And Timmy leaves DSG and joins Moist. Or not Moist. I'm still trying to figure out how moist they are.
Hey, Wave, step out of it.
I'm sorry. It's all right here, right in front of us, Rain. Isn't it obvious?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't use the word obvious.
It's all right here. Falcons, TSM, Guild, Fnatic. All of this madness comes down to one man. He controls the entire ALGS. Every breadcrumb leads to him. That's why he must have left TSM.
You talking about Imperial Hal?
No, man. Are you listening at all? Strings, they're all attached. Imperial Hal, always started with him. R. Luminosity Gaming, A. Very Moist, Always Wet, V. Sykes, E. Phony, N. It's all right here, right in front of us, and leads to this one man. Raven. It all goes to Raven.
Raven? You did all this just to say that Raven is behind the ALGS? If this was last year, I would believe you, okay? But this is like a year too late for this idea. Plus, you cherry-picking words. Very moist? I mean, come on, man. This is a stretch, even for you. Bro, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm great. Even greener is me.
Nobody's standing there.
Hey, Tom. Oh, my God.
Listen, it's all right. Let's get you hydrated.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, big day
Just,
tomorrow.
you relax, maybe a massage. We got finals tomorrow. You know, take care of yourself.
Yeah.
All right? You're working too hard.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, man, I'll be right there. Hey, Greek? Yo, you seen Wig lately? He's been acting really strange.
I want to know where Wig found the time to put together that much of a conspiracy theory board. He's been busy with the B stream. And Nasky, I mean, what do you feel about that, though? Is Raven behind the ALGS?
Look, that was very convincing. I can't lie, Wig. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Like that was a lot of information.
Well, while you digest the information as well as everybody else in the crowd and come to their own conclusions about whether or not Raven truly is behind the ALGS, it is time for us to get back into our elimination round to determine which of our teams make their way through to the match point finals and who will be eliminated right here, right now. Vicky, Genome, take us home.
Thank you so much, Glitter. After all the action we've just seen go down on Storm Point, maybe, I don't know, Wig's onto something. Looks like he needs a little bit of help up there, but it's been fantastic to also see what our teams have been doing when the stakes are high, when we have to say goodbye to 10 squads with 3 more games to go.
Yeah, I don't know. Any conspiracy theories you want to run with here, Vicky? Or
I don't know. Maybe the fact that Greek actually is not here. Greek is actually just part of your imagination. I hear he's actually back at the hotel after not feeling too well yesterday. So I don't know. Maybe we're all saying things here in the ALGS water. But it's been great to also be able to see the content that Wig has been part of as we take a look at the drop spots for World's Edge. Maybe a Raven cooking up a little something here. I know Bleed's not in this lobby, obviously, but you know, the way that he was trying to theory craft maybe a year too late and where we may be doing and where we're going.
Look, I'm not an ornithologist, but is Noctum Scan's logo, is that a Raven? Is this piece of the puzzle?
You know what? I could see it. It's all starting to make sense. Noctum is actually just Raven.
The picture resolves itself. Okay, look, memes aside, we've got Alliance up here in Skyhook West, and after a very troublesome start to the series for them, only picking up 12 points on Storm Point, they need to make this happen. They need to make this first draft pick here for them work out. And, you know, then you've got Legends Gaming down in stacks. They're sandwiched between Reject Winity, who will be, trying to make it out of Dome as fast as they can, the zone team. But depending on where it goes, might have some of the longest rotates on the entire map. An interesting proposition that our APAC North team has given us.
What's crazy to think is also the teams that were able to find success on Storm Point have usually kept up that habit. They've usually have been able to find way more KP on Storm Point versus World's Edge, so they need to keep that consistency as we get started with game number 4. Everyone in the SAP Arena, make some noise! Hear the fans blaring now as we take a look at Fnatic, who've built up a slight gap between themselves and the rest of this lobby after winning Game 3 with 12 KP, playing patiently after finding the game come to them at the very end here. But between themselves sitting with 47 points and Guild in second place with 32 points, it's the fact that they still, Guild specifically, have found themselves in another end game. And if they could do that here with the change up on World's Edge.
Fnatic are so far ahead at this point, Vicky. They're guaranteed to make tomorrow. I would stake my life on that right now. But, of course, they are going to be pushing further and further because, as we've seen, how this POI draft does change things. They're going to want the best spot possible in that drafting order.
All right, but this circle is actually going to end up pulling and benefiting Liquid Alienware. Maybe some witchcraft happening behind the scenes here that could help out Liquid, because they're definitely going to need it when they're playing right off that cusp, sitting in 8th place overall with only 18 points. But when I highlight how close this lobby is looking right now, with Liquid Alienware being in 18 points at 8th place, Makers are right behind them with 16 points. I mean, that threshold between LG and Cholos that would hit you in the 11th place is just a point difference.
So close, and I'm sure it usually is when you've got that cutoff between the top 10 and the bottom 10. It's always just a couple of points in it that will separate teams from playing for the bigger part of the prize money and all the glory, and to play in front of all of their fans here in Mannheim, which is just such an electric experience on a Sunday at LAN. Now, as you mentioned, the circle does shift a bit more towards the southwest. Lots of teams pulling into Thermal Station right now. Even LG going to keep continuing towards that direction, right? You know, staging, Harvester. We're not seeing teams bank on those. Some maybe coming through a little bit through Tree. It's very much that Thermal Station that the teams are certain this is where the ring will be heading.
And with the ring consoles within the neighboring area here, you have to imagine a lot of these teams trying to take advantage of that pathing, because there is a ring console over by staging. A lot more of these squads have already found some real estate to play off of the buildings from north side of Thermal. We saw Noctem that was actually beyond the zip line, playing off that slight low ground. And since this is Liquid's POI, they've already found some space over to the southern buildings when you do exit that middle Thermal Station part, by those side buildings instead.
Let's check out that area.
So many teams already pulling up, and you can see complexity.
Taking a quick pause for right now.
Yeah, it wasn't them personally, but obviously, we'll try and work through that one as quickly as possible. Guild, the beneficiaries of some very good zones on Storm Point. I will say, I feel like every time we do have an underperformance by Guild, you know, MT, he'll have some words to say about where the zones have pulled, and this time he can have no complaints because they got really lucky with where they were pulling on Storm Point, but they did not get lucky in how they made the most of it and capitalized on those opportunities, because as it sits, you know, in second spot there, 32 points, Guild looking very good and potentially even setting themselves up for a nice Sunday here at our Split 2 playoffs.
And they did go for a quick rotate off of their POI on Mirage. You could already see them in that next zone. Love being able to also see the fans here while they get excited, waiting patiently alongside the rest of our players. But how else would you add a little bit of tension after we just had that break going into World's Edge for our players? The last 3 games left in this final series for Losers Bracket Round 2. I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way. You got to make sure you keep all of you on your toes, sitting on the edge of your seats. And there's no energy that I've seen thus far in this crowd than EXO's energy. When EXO Clan fans are on that stage, man, when they are cheering and popping off, it is like crazy. When you're on the analyst desk, don't they like vibrate the stage, you were telling me?
It was insane. Last time I was over there. Okay,
hey,
all right, we're back into the game.
They must have started the game.
Quick look at Guild's position over here, trying to hold down the donut in Thermal Station. Are they at risk? You can see Jesco popping the ult Excel here just to make sure they've got a pylon to keep them safe.
Literally sharing so much of this building here, though at the same time you see MT trying to take an off angle with some help from Legacy, not wanting this team to not only coexist with them, but also so that way they could get early KP, since this is where they're banking on not only holding this side of the zone, but with that ring console being over to their north side, they know that there's so many other teams here as they get that first knock onto Kinda. It was Na'Vi that was here. The names are all one on top of each other with so many other teams.
Just trying to peek through the plexiglass here, but of course they can't burst down the mobile shield in time to try and get that thirst when Na'Vi is resetting. Newcastle, wall after shield after knockdown shield. It's so hard to get through.
And look how safe they're playing too. They hear the crypto drone flying around, and in the case that an EMP comes out, they do not want to risk it. MT still finds him trying to run away. Nice crack, nice knock. Literally one shot on the other side from the straggler. That is Na'Vi. He manages to get away for now, but with so many other teams in the vicinity, you know that they're eyeing to try to take that rat.
Yeah, you can see Guild rotating down from Lava Fissure. They are going to get there faster than Na'Vi from Countdown, so they get the better spot. They forced it outside. Sure, Na'Vi have got the castle wall to play by here as they actually get fully finished off by EXO. But it just makes such a difference. And I'm even thinking back to Caustic metas where you saw something similar happen. Teams are going to play the same spots, but it plays out so differently because of how you can hold those areas with the different defensive legends.
So true here too, especially with the EMPs ringing out, having to be careful with where you want to set up. Icholos going to be able to capitalize off of the vault. Even bigger here for them as they're going to take their time on getting to the next circle, but very looted up while they're at it.
Yeah, well, you can see that they were on blues a second ago. They all get buffed up to purples with the Evo charge you get from opening that vault. And then boom, I think it's a 50% chance you grab a brick when you go into the loot vault. So bam, they're already up to purple, purple, red. A great start for Icholos.
Even different look here for Alliance coming in from Mirage's side. Gonna be able to follow up and get that knock onto Leica. Fnatic. A bit of trouble, but Alliance had given up that high ground for now. Nice smoke from Tyler, but having to move soon. Trying to see if they can climb all alongside each other with Unlucky. But they want to make sure that they get the finishing blow here, and they do onto Leica. But even on the other side, this is what I mean. Alliance holding a nice split position. We're able to get right back to Mirage and letting Fnatic now to get away.
Yeah, they're going to leg it over towards staging. Is that going to help them in making their next move, in maybe trying to get that third member back up? Of course, with all the cryptos running around in this lobby now, it's a lot easier to retrieve banners, get the insta-res on a beacon that's not necessarily in a safe spot.
Oh, Icholos, after making that crazy rotate from Overlook, and we saw them getting access over to that tunnel. See them against Legends Gaming up north from launch site. Duking it out so far outside of zone here, though. And against the Fuse, nonetheless, with the way that Legends has been running this on World's Edge, playing a little bit more aggressively. They called in the Newcastle wall, and that's with the ring right behind their backs.
Okay, but how weird is it seeing an Edge team that's got purple, red this early in the game, playing a Watson Newcastle composition? I mean, that's this meta though, right? I mean, yeah, they don't have the crypto to start getting a little bit more aggro onto Legends. Legends, one of the teams that have been, you know, experimenting with some different things. We've seen Wraith for them quite often on World's Edge, but I think because they had to flex the stacks here, you can see that they've switched on to a composition that more other teams in this LAN are running.
And I like that too, having to adapt around what you're playing with your respective POI, not having to go for that Wraith instead, playing something a lot more traditional that we've been seeing. Monsoon, so incredibly low. He gets knocked. This is what you expect though from Team Liquid when their circle pulls on top of them. Obviously, having the positional advantage in the middle, that sniper tower now. As Reezy also having to be careful, but there's so many different angles from all these other squads that they're in the line of sight for.
One side fenced off, the front with the castle wall there. North Eption just trying to find a hidey hole that suits them, that will not sap their meds endlessly. You can see the fire's coming from Sweet so far away. There's not really a lot they can do to dislodge him from that position. But by the way, the ring has moved a little bit more northerly. And I do wonder if the team sitting up all the way here at, well, this is down at Tree, obviously, but the teams further up towards staging, like Fnatic and Alliance that we saw a little bit earlier, might actually have a little bit of luck here in Game 4.
Have a way better position when it comes to having to go for a desperate rotate if that circle does end up committing over to the north. Now imagine the chaos for the teams that are stuck in the middle of Thermal that have to go right through the lava, going up on the high ground. That's where you know that the Pathfinder absolutely will come in clutch here, as Legends Gaming still taking their time over by Lava Siphon because there is a circle beacon here. You even see a Pathfinder zipline that was put up by somebody else for them to also reposition quickly. I also believe they were taking shots at Shadow earlier, as Shadow have also been able to try to rotate up ahead from them by the tracks.
Yeah, you can see they have just scanned that information on the ring console. The dotted circle, that information is available to Legends Gaming, so who knows, they might even say, oh, this is a bit of a weird one. Maybe we go up past staging or to staging because that area will probably be less populated. Not so many teams are going to read this as the circle that pulls up.
And this is so smart for Legends to have taken their time to get that information because they'll have a ring console over by Harvester while now Shadow involved in that fight that would have led outside of Lava Siphon as the circle is starting to close right behind him. Zhao is going to get taken down, but they're going to be able to get the res after taking out Dreamfire, and they will be uncontested. No third parties around, so they'll be safe.
Our resident ranked Revenant team here, Shadow, have been playing that Revenant across Storm Point, and they're bringing it onto World's Edge as well. It's an aggressive composition, pretty much as aggressive as you can get in this meta. We were just talking about how some of the other Edge teams were running the Watson, the Newcastle, but here we go with Shadow trying to pick up the pace here on Revenant, Pathfinder, Crypto. And once again, it is Jojo on the Rev leading from the front there. 6 kills to their name at the moment. Shadow are in 15th spot right now. That's not going to get them to Sunday, but something that we should just mention quickly, Vicky, is that if they can secure a spot 15th, somewhere around there, a little bit higher, they'll actually auto-qualify for champs. Very important for them that the highest, the Chinese invite team that does the best out of any at the Split 1 and Split 2 playoffs combined will make it into the one spot we've put aside for the Chinese teams.
Yeah, same thing could be said about Icholos too for our South American squad representative. They need a 16th or higher qualifying spot to make it to champs. To take it over now currently, I believe they were formerly known as Dragons, now Gear Gaming for that South American slot. So it's not just fighting to stay in the tournament, it's also fighting for your spot to make it into champs.
We just got a quick view of EXO there. They are directly within the next circle. Fantastic spot. Looks to be the Mythic bin from what I can see. We're seeing a lot of gold and red glowing. They're not leaving the Kraber on the ground, are they?
No.
They wouldn't do
No,
that.
no. We just got the cinematics.
Okay.
They were able to pick it up right at the very end where they heard you.
Good stuff, Source. Okay, either way, Cloud9, they've got quite a ways to go, so hopefully the extra armaments that they're picking up there will allow them to punch a hole through this zone and make some space for themselves, because they're going to have to go through Thermal Station and then, potentially up the zip lines. They've got to work uphill to get into those buildings, that little village where EXO was holding.
As we take a look at Legends right now, going right through Harvester and all the chaos from the teams that are going to start rotating from that northeastern side. Let's jump into a listening with Legends while they're looking to engage.
Shit. I'm ulting.
Wait, just have to walk at them.
They zip. They're on.
Okay,
I hit all of them.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, why, player? I'm just going, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know where to go.
Just
I don't know where to go.
This is not safe.
Maybe next set. Oh, someone there.
Oh, that was a tragic one. We see them trying to grab the balloon out of Harvester. Doesn't work at all. Maybe there's some placement points if we could see Strafing find a spot here, but I kind of doubt it.
They destroyed him. They found him and they immediately destroyed him. Very unfortunate situation there, but it happens as we see Saucer managing to make it happen with the Kraber. He gets the crack, which procs the cat wall as a response on the other side. But that was just so difficult to listen to when you don't know where to land in a circle like this. Again, with so much of the lava being in where that next zone is pulling.
I mean, with a team that has such amazing macro, as we said, Stax is an unfamiliar POI for them, and it's strange to hear them without a plan.
Crazy to also see Jojo is the kill leader so far in the lobby. They still have been able to frag out to their heart's content with this Revenant, the flying cockroach that he is when he comes to clean up your own lobbies. We have to see if they can keep this up to get as many points as they need. C9 still playing off that low ground, overlooking SWQ. We're inside of that tunnel. I'm wondering actually if that is that solo who may still be there, but now they're looking to go through thermal. Nice Kraber shots, huge 140 here as they drop down. They use this opportunity to close in the space.
Yeah, look, we said they had to punch a hole to make it to this next zone here. They're going to try and use their EMP to provide some entry here, but it is Icholo's laser that they're going up against, so we know that they're not going to have the armor advantage at the very least.
That's an amazing point here as C9 are still looking to take it forward after coming out of the advantage. Chaotic Munch gets burned though, taking out. It's a nice trade between Naughty and Saucer and Fnatic and eliminating your feed, but only that 1v1 playing around the knockdowns. He needs to move forward as the circle closes in.
Well, that's one of the good things about the Newcastle. You can use that to reposition your teammates, but unfortunately for Icholo's laser, there's not a chance of that happening. And C9 and all that beautiful loot that they brought with them is left fallow in the zone.
Left behind in the graveyard now. It's only up to Stay Naughty to play off those stairs as Shadow get eliminated. Alliance have now moved in, playing off that North choke. I hear the crowd giving them the cheers that they hear, feeling themselves, but also being able to have cleared that side is huge as we now see Guild playing still off that south side. This is the congestion that we were expecting.
God, it's so frustrating when you've got so many shields to work through and you can't finish these knocks. And Guild, they'll go down in 10th here.
Oh, look at Liquid's health. Look at Naughty, who has a slight high ground. He was able to get a knock onto Colonel Garcia. Reject Winity in trouble on the other side, while Yanya was also able to find one.
Did they make it across from Dome? They did, but for how long? They're actually, yeah, I think it's just the one knocked member and the other one there. It's going to be tough for them. Liquid on the low ground, though.
Yeah, exactly. Wait until they find Naughty as a solo that's stuck against that fence. Fully swing it, but with Alliance looking down on them like vultures. They are waiting for these teams, these individual bodies to line up for free.
Drone scan helping them out with that. Also a little bit of an indication from the replicator there. They know someone's in the smoke. Do they know LG is below them? Has the crypto given them that information?
Yeah, we saw that they looked down very briefly right before they backed up now. Reject Winity get taken out. Naughty still adds extra points for C9. Liquid Alienware. Everyone looking at this squad to perform. You know that when they need the points, they do it at the very last second. They want some comfortability, though, with the Newcastle wall.
Okay, you can see LG. They were holding that cat wall. As soon as they get noticed, boom, it has to go up. It's the only way they might be able to survive. And no, it's not for very long at all. Bullet traces drawing far too much attention to them. Alliance now coming in from the north. They were the ones who pushed in through that choke from staging, and this is a great place to stage a comeback here for Alliance, who started this series in an unfamiliar fashion to them.
For Team Liquid to get out of this position and with one of them still having Blue Evo, it's going to take miracles, though. It's going to be very difficult to get out of a position like this. But you know what? You know who does have a better rotate? It is EXO Clan from inside of this building. And look at the weapons that we see from Fuda having the red R9.
They're together, they're locked in tight, just like the EXO fan base is right now on their feet, chanting, trying to give their energy to the EMEA team.
Calm before the storm, before everybody is forced out into the middle. The lava taking up so much of that space, but Alliance have free range, free looks at Team Liquid. It's just a matter of time in the next 8 seconds.
Couple of teams on the bubble here. Makers in 9th. We've got Noctum in 14th. Alliance 16th. All looking for points to secure their entry to the finals of Mannheim.
EMP on the other side. Liquid are feeling the pressure as Unlucky unleashes with the Nemesis. He is hungry. The rest of Alliance drop down, although they do have a zipline they can set up quickly. But the other squad's fighting in the lot right next to him can see this. They get the next knock onto Yanya.
They have to trust their weapons so much here. They're playing that LG position now, grabbing kills, try as other teams go for the climb, but with 4 left.
This is worth it, though. He's got to set up the zip line. Another one, though, drops down. That is Noctum, by the way, who had dropped down at least one of the members. I'm pretty sure he did that accidentally, because look at the rest of Noctum on the high ground.
I mean, usually you'd go high and try and clear low, but Alliance flipped the script here. Can they come from the bottom of Thermal to take this game away?
Atnum, where were you going? Not the play here that Noctum wanted to go. Now having to forcibly play as a duo, but even better for EXO.
Bang ults going down on top of Makers.
Oh, getting stuck though originally by the Watson fences now. Futa having to drop down, having to reset, pop this Phoenix kit. The circle slowly approaching right behind them. Here goes the zipline now for Alliance to get on the height.
But some of Alliance couldn't get on the zipline. I don't know if they're going to make it up.
Oh, we have to see here with EXO Clan taking out Makers. Alliance swing in. They fully come in onto the high ground and they fully unleash. Prowler in hand, Nemesis in hand, and the dub ready to go. Alliance take game 4. A huge game when you were in 16th overall before that dub. And with so much KP.
Alliance move up 14 positions. They're now in second. They got 27 points. That is a 15-kill game, Vicky.
Are you kidding me? Huge for Alliance. This is the momentum that they need. It always starts off like this for a team like Alliance.
Look, they should have all the confidence in the world in themselves after being the best in the world just a month ago. But when you come into game 4 in such an ugly spot, do you sit there and think, hey, we could be, even if we do make it into Sunday, are we going to be rocking out with a cliffside pick? No, they put all of that behind them. And now they only trail Fnatic here in Elimination Bracket 2.
Unlucky. Just giving it a little shimmy shade here. And walk through. Okay, Sweetie trying to rile up the crowd, saying one more. They got it. They got it. They need the cheers. The EXO fans going crazy. Doing a fantastic job by the very end there, too, holding down that building.
I mean, the EXO clans are shaking the building,
Literally.
Vicky. Before, they locked arms, jumped up and down together, and I mean, the ground literally shook beneath my feet on the analyst desk. These guys, no wonder Case Winnie's got a big smile on his face right now.
Also very happy that Futa's been popping up. He put down 4,000 damage or so over the course of the last few games. While we take a look at the match 4 results, Alliance with the 15 KP on top of the dub. Even knocked them after we saw one of their teammates drop down to the low ground. They still were also one of the teams to get to that lot early from the north side of Thermal. We're still able to acquire 6 KP.
Yeah, Futa and Adonam doing well there. We had Privacy in the back rooms earlier in the tournament. He was saying how both of those players were his sons, so I'm sure there's a big smile on his face right now as Falcons did, of course, for anyone who has just tuned in now, narrowly qualify through the winners bracket.
I love hearing the chants. Being able to hear the support. Seeing Case Winnie hype them up. They need it. 4 games down, 2 more to go to determine which of our 10 teams will be moving on through the finals day. Finals championship day here in the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. Don't go anywhere. We got more World's Edge on the other side of this. Oh, we have to see here with EXO Clan taking out Makers. Alliance swing in. They fully come in onto the high ground and they fully unleash. Prowler in hand, Nemesis in hand, and the sub ready to go. Alliance take game 4.
Battle Beaver, the official controller partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Now for the best part. Ready for this dance? I lead.
Herman Miller, official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
What? Yes, we need to hug the fucking fence here.
Bro, we're in after last second.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We just need to climb up last second and hug the fence. I don't have EMP though.
That's me. I'm making some already.
Yeah, do it to that corner.
Trying. Doesn't work. I'm about to drop down. I'm about to drop down. Like, I'm looking.
Fair.
Okay. I'm looking.
Guys, get the headies and play the fence.
Yeah, come to me,
Play the heady.
Bro, I'm such a
You're running forward, hold this.
Look at roof.
Hold.
Okay. I'm playing forward. Stay right side, swing.
No team.
Yeah, I'm swinging. Bang.
Yo, one.
Bang, one.
Let's fucking go!
Welcome back, everyone. Alliance with an explosive game number 4, taking the dub with double-digit KP.
I didn't think they were going to get up that zip line.
It was scary looking. You have to like get that momentum off the zip line. You know when you jump right before the end, so that way you can try to at least proc and rather try to buffer the grab and to the ledge. Kind of jumping right on time though, but also showing up at the perfect time of the end of that fight where they were able to wrap around the back of the fence.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to get like the comms from even before that, because I wonder if perhaps they were climbing the cliff just so that they could avoid zone damage for as long as possible to then get on the zip line and go up. It seemed like an extremely complicated play, but it worked out in the end and pushes them up into second spot.
Huge for Alliance as Fnatic still holds that first place spot. But now we get to see where our teams stand with their points after seeing that first game here on World's Edge. But even more important, I'm looking all the way down to Makers with 30 points. Look how close with Na'Vi right behind them, 27. Even Shadow right there too. It says 35, should be a little bit above here. But in general, being able to see the series results from those 4 games alone.
2 matches left. There's only a couple of games now to try and propel these teams forward into one more day of play.
Oh, look at the crowd. Legends Gaming locked in. Seeing where they stand right now in 18th. Talk about when you're feeling that pressure and you only have 2 more games to go. You only have 8 total points, even after your best placement was just 4th place.
Straight from Flame in the lobby says, hey, feeling sweet? Feeling good? Bit of banter coming out there. A couple of the teams not doing so well right now. A lot of people had predicted LG. I was thinking about it. Did I dodge a bullet? Do they have 2 more games to bring it back and show us why they were worthy of the 93 points that they did manage in Elimination Bracket 1, Vicky? Because that was a big series for them, but unfortunately it's been the only big series that they've had so far.
And while we do wait for a player to have their PC swapped right now up on the stage, I do hear that Peeps is up in the crowd. If you guys have been seeing those Nessies on the player's setup, I hear he's got a special guest alongside with him. Take it away, Peeps.
What up, everybody? We are here with Nessie Makes. So listen, she has an insane talent, all right? She's been creating these Nessies and these characters out of crochet, is what it's...
Yeah, 100% crochet.
All right, 100% crochet. And tell me a little bit about this. How long does it take to make one of these characters or one of these Nessies?
With Nessies, usually about 2 hours, give or take. The characters depends on how complicated they are. So I sometimes make these kind of custom plushies, sometimes more like the normal ones. Usually I would say take about 6 to 7 hours. If I have to design something, then maybe like 10. So it's a lot of work.
10 hours of handcrafted work right here. So what got you started in making these?
So I got into crochet some point last year, and then I realized no one was making crochet Watson plushie. She was my main. So I decided to do it myself. Took me about 3 days. Some community member really liked it and asked me, can you make another character? So on and so on. And here we are. I made about 15, 16 by now. Something like that.
I mean, and I got one as well. Thank you again for that. So did you expect the Apex community to fall in love with these Nessies and these characters as much as we have?
I wasn't expecting it to be this big. I came here with the mindset of just sharing it to other people because I really liked it. And turns out that a lot of people really loved it. So it's a really nice surprise.
No, we truly do love it. I mean, if you guys want to check them out, Nessie Makes on Twitter. Maybe an Apex collab in the future at the next LAN. Apex, let's talk about it. But guys, that's it. We'll see you guys.
Thank you so much, peeps. That is Nessie Makes. She is so incredibly talented, an awesome member of the competitive Apex Legends scene. As you can see right here on your screens, a little lone Nessie on top of the camera. I've been seeing them everywhere. They're like little Easter eggs hiding all around places. But being able to see them out, I mean, so much time and patience put into something like that is always impressive to me.
Yeah, I mean, her commissions are probably just filled up for, you know, the next 5 years.
As they should.
With how many people are going to be wanting these right now.
Make sure you get yours too, so that way you guys could also rep your favorite legend, your main, and the favorite skin that you like. She's incredibly talented. Definitely check her out at Nessie Makes. You can see another one right there. They come in so many different colors.
Surprising, isn't it? You've got was the Alienware one there with the little pin on it as well. Oh, jeez. Everything under the sun. Well, I simp for you get F. We've got Strafing Is My Flame. Enjoying some of the signs that we've got up here. Obviously, you know, the Fnatic fans probably a little happier than the Legends Gaming fans right now. But, well, it's LAN, Vicky. Only 20 teams get to make Sunday.
It is what it is, you know, it's part of the competition, and it adds on to what these teams are playing for, the pressure that they may be feeling, because this is the moment where we'll also have to say goodbye to 10 other squads. But this is kind of how it goes, right? This is how all these teams work for when we play from Pro League and we make it over to these lands. It's the international competition to see some of the best from all around the world.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking for the teams. It's heartbreaking for us sometimes when the team you were rooting for just doesn't make it through. But you know, there's so much to play for that no one is going to give you an easy pass into tomorrow.
And you know, they're also playing for which of these top 10 teams have that priority. Obviously, we already know the top 10 teams waiting in the finals lobby that will be able to have the top 10 a priority on the POI draft. But the same thing could be said for the top 10 teams here. Seeing who gets that first place spot that we're vying for, as Fnatic still holding on to that spot with 51 total points. Big gap between themselves and the rest of this lobby.
Love Kimchi's positive potato there as well. One way to keep up your vibes. There's the Cloud9 one with
Bangalore.
Like to be Bangalore.
Oh my goodness. With the flag too? She's so talented. I can't wait. She says that she has something ready for me for champs. Cannot wait to see what that's going to be looking like. I'm excited. Complexity just waiting right now. See Monsoon locked in.
Legends. They've got a lot of work to do. From a POI that they are unfamiliar with. Now, maybe this short pause in the action that we've had, Vicky, has given them a little bit of time to work out what they could do better next time, how they can approach this southeast side of the map. I mean, I think actually one of the changes we've had, I don't know if it was this LAN or last LAN, but at some point we did allow teams to start talking to each other before the games ended if they had been taken out. So I'm sure they've had a bit of time to discuss after getting taken out in Game 4.
A lot to discuss here from ourselves and from the rest of you guys waiting at home. Thank you so much for your patience. And while we do wait to make sure all of our players are ready to go into the next game, I'm going to send it over to the desk to break down the action that we just saw from that last game.
Thanks so much, Vicky. Yeah, we're going to hang out here for a little bit, guys. We are hanging out here, and we appreciate you bearing with us while we deal with a small technical delay. We'll get the game back up and running in just a second, but we did get match 4 in the books. And let me tell you, talk about a turnaround for Alliance there, Graceful, because they were caught down on that lava, able to not only get the loot out of those loot boxes that they were using for safety, but then use Pathfinder, get back up, and then win the whole match.
Yeah, coming through the choke for them was huge because they ended up wiping, I think, 2 teams, cleaned up underneath, teamed on the team that was rotating in from the opposite side on the low ground, which everybody was surprised about. Hey, why would they drop low ground when they're on height right now and they have the fence line? They decided to drop low ground, get even more kills, made a great Pathfinder sip. Luckily, the fence line was free and they got to 3P the last fight. I think it's surgical.
It was a phenomenal job by Alliance. And talk about a comeback. We heard the casters talking about what a big difference that made to their standings right now within this series. We'll take a look back at those series results as we'll get those cleared up as well now that they're in the perfect order here. And you can see what that did, catapulting them all the way up into second place. And this is what we were talking about before we even got into these last 3 matches here, Snipe. One pop-off performance takes you from the second page all the way up to the top.
Yeah, I mean, we usually talked about the fact that right at that bottom line, it's usually around the 30 points, give or take 3-5 points. And right now we're only at 21, so it's going to be pretty low to get to that top 10 right now. So all these teams that are sitting in 11th through 20th, you know, I did pick Legends Gaming. They've had some really tough games, but to only need, you know, a good top 3 with a bunch of kills to break into that top 10, you got to have a lot of hope, and you can't get down on yourselves because we're getting into those final 2 games. Things are going to get desperate. You know, a lot of these teams, we've seen this from time and time again and throughout these tournaments, that when it gets near the end, teams start fighting, and a lot of the map really does start to open up.
You know, for me personally, watching that leaderboard, I get really happy seeing both EXO specifically and also Alliance making it through pretty much. Again, in my eyes, it's pretty much guaranteed. Not really just there just yet, but they're pretty much safe, and that makes me very happy.
A little bit of a Mia bias there, you know,
It's
just a tad. You know, I want to get your opinion on this, Snipe, too, because when we're talking about the gun metas or just metas in general, obviously we've been seeing that dual wield Mozam an absolute insane amount. We talked about on the first day how different the spread was in terms of kills used or done by the Mozam. Well, now officially it's only 48 more kills until we hit 1K Mozam kills in the event so far. Talk to me about that. We've never seen a gun like that before.
Yeah, so D has been our stats guy in the back, giving us all these fun facts, and it's been quite interesting because coming into this weekend, I was really curious, you know, are we going to see some dual P20 action? Are we going to see, you know, we knew we were going to see a lot of the Mozambique action, but online, when I first started, I was like, oh, you know, the P20s have a chance. Where does that line up? P2020s have 2 kills throughout this whole tournament, and we're into the 300, 400 plus. Wait, did you say 1,000?
We're 48 away from 1,000.
That's insanity. So I mean, this weapon has probably had more kills in any one sitting than any other weapon during any meta at all. And when it comes to finishing, I'm just glad we saw some Havoc action earlier. And I believe we also had the RE45, which has the only weapon that has not seen a kill throughout this entire weekend.
A big old goose egg. Yeah, so you can definitely some favoritism happening with the guns. Suffice to say, I think I'm gonna make sure that then Vicky and Genome keep track of those remaining 48 kills to see if we can hit that 1K mark by the end of these next 2 matches.
Oh, we will.
I can see that we've got things looking like they're starting to get in order. Our players are getting settled in and prepared for these last 2 matches. Now, don't forget, everybody at home, we're heading into match number 5, which means we're only 2 more games away from starting to send teams home, pushing players through to our match point finals, and it is about to get back underway. Vicky, Genome, it's back on over to the 2 of you.
So much glitter, 2 games to go. You heard her, match number 5, everyone, and the pressure is on. Thank you for waiting with us. We got everything settled, and now our teams are ready to go.
Keeping our eyes peeled for every Mozam kill that comes across our screen. I'm predicting it probably won't happen this game. It'll probably, I think we'll cross the threshold for 1,000 kills in Game 6, but we will keep you updated on that one. And speaking of keeping you updated, we did show the scoreboard a little while ago. We should have to update that soon. I think the numbers you can see here on your screen, so Alliance on 39, they are the correct numbers as far as I know. So in second place, Alliance with 39, Fnatic in charge with 51.
Snipe say that he was happy to see some Havocs. I was so tired of seeing all the Havocs.
That was a wild
everywhere.
statement.
I was like, hold up now.
You didn't think that was going to come out of anyone's mouth 2 months ago, did you?
Absolutely not, but I also wouldn't have expected the Mozam cheeks to turn into the Mozam bros, really, instead with the Akimbo. But now, you know what? We're so close to 1,000 kills. That is actually insane, as we also take a look at where this circle is going, moving back over to the south, but this time, it's not the thermal zone. It's going to be moving towards the east, towards Tree.
Yeah, we've picked up the zone. We've just rested it a little bit to the right. But I don't know with this one. I mean, if it was Storm Point right, you'd say, yep, pulling down straight to Tree. For this one, who knows? Could be Harvester, could be Lava Siphon. Will we get a debate?
It's happened a lot to a lot of the IGLs here, actually, throughout the course of the day. But it's a better look for LG, who land over by Tree, who have a survey beacon and a ring console. They see Complexity with a quick rotate on the map, as you could also see with Reject Winity wrapping around LG from the back.
And with only 2 games left to not only get into Sunday, but also, you know, vying for placement, vying for the POI draft, this could be where things start to get a little kooky. I mean, we certainly saw that in our previous series, right? Teams just throwing themselves onto the bonfire to, you know, see if they can grab a couple of kills out of it. They will really just go for anything if they think it's a possibility it gets them into 10th space.
I wouldn't be surprised if you see some teams even take the risk on trying to get the KP, even if it means a risk of inting in that case, because that threshold, that 10th place spot that Makers is in, is 21 points, while Na'Vi right behind them are sitting at 19 points, and they're tied with 4 other teams that also have 19 points. With 2 games left, you know the way that these teams are going to be playing a slightly different to be able to stand across the rest.
Yeah, so they're looking at, you know, at least probably 5 points per game, maybe even 6 or 7 if they want to cross into that top 10. 30, 35 points is usually somewhere around where we finish up.
Watch your back. Enemy there.
That's a number I'm going to be keeping my eyes on. So they're kind of grabbing the cheese there as they're going to make their way up the balloon. And it's obviously Na'Vi have come all the way down here from Countdown, where they had the ring console, got the info, but they're flying into a situation where there's already about maybe 8 to 10 teams set up.
There's usually, yeah, under that bridge part, Na'Vi has found some space for now. Look how many other teams have also been trying to fly in and play off of that low ground. It was Cholos.
And I don't mind this, right? Newcastle, Watson, teams already trying to force them out. Complexity have been forced out.
Complexity getting called out by Noctem, and Sweet also in trouble. He overextended ever so slightly with the threat to LG, but it's fine. They have that building bunkered down with Sykes putting down the barricade on the doors. Funk being on that Newcastle, they get the res, but that's just to highlight how many teams are sharing those buildings alongside them in Tree.
Oh, Complexity, pressure ramps up a bit onto them. They were on 25 points. That won't be enough to get them through. They could have secured themselves that top 10 this game, but now they have to stare at their screens for another 20 minutes at least before worrying about sprinting over the line in Game 6.
Because now you have all the pressure for that last game, right? Because they had 25 points in 7th place, and with only 1 game left, and the rest of this top 10 is so close, minus Fnatic building up that gap. It's scary. Even looking at Dreamfire with their 22 points, that is why Complexity could not have been that last team to go down. Yet here we are after match number 5 now. Dreamfire looking around, making sure that the train tracks are going to be cleared before deciding where they're going to go, because they have already the ring console information, but we already know there's so many other teams that have taken that space to their south.
3MZ trying to get as much of that info as he can with the crypto drone. Had a discussion, I think it was with Snipe in the green room, about you know, who should be taking the crypto, right? The IGL, or should you put your IGL on Bang? Obviously, Dreamfire sort of sidestepping that issue by being one of the only teams who don't choose Bangalore in this meta, and that's why we see 3MZ flying hack around.
Prioritizing that rotate and having the Pathfinder instead with the zip line does Na'Vi. Another Arc Star hurtled in their direction. Now make it a nade. You're trying to dance everywhere, but Matavi in the middle of trying to set it down. It goes out. The action goes out. Kinda is still alive. He also set down that smoke nade, but with the Cryptodome flying around, Exo Clan want to take advantage to try to clear up this space to get more KP. Na'Vi get eliminated. Exo fans roar out as now Exo is going to be forced to back away here, looking at the shots in front of them.
What an absolute banger of a nade there from Exo Clan. Knocking 2 of them at once. I mean, you can see how disappointed Matafe was, that look in his eyes.
Fortunate here, but even better for Exo, who have now cleared that space from underneath the tracks. I believe SWQ on the other side of those tracks were able to also put in some pressure before Exo had put down that smoke nade. But look at where this circle is pulling. Continuously pulls towards that northwestern side of Tree, still leaving the teams inside the buildings of Tree safe for now.
This is an interesting one. With the way that's pulled, I do wonder if it continues up towards, say, Exo Clan, who are they're playing from the bins just above that position where we saw Na'Vi go down. That's why they were using so much utility. I mean, we saw grenades raining in there right from the very first moment that Na'Vi tried to take up that position. And I was like, this is a very early time in the game to be using that many grenades, right? It's a very finite resource in Apex Legends, and it's such a powerful tool to push teams.
Oh, the team that was actually pressuring the squads that were underneath that bridge between Exo was Guild here, and Noctum has been able to get the res on Remix. When we took a look, though, at that circle and where it was pulling, it looks like the tunnel side that exits out of Thermal is actually available. Also looking like the high ground of that side also free to take, so the teams that take their time to rotate from the northwestern side would be able to have some space even late game to play off of.
Well, Noctum is set up in one of the buildings to the north of the tree. I'm having a look at the map view right now. Fnatic are about as far away as you can get. They're probably getting that, you know, the notification you get from the announcer that's like, hey, your teammates are a little far away from you right now. I imagine that's ringing out in Japanese in Fnatic's ears, as 2 of them are very much in the zone, and the other member is where you were talking about, like trying to take up position near that tunnel.
And maybe a little late, because you also have Alliance and Makers who are making that rotate from the side of Thermal Station that would put them on that high ground that overlooks Tree from the west. Team Liquid with another great rotate, considering their POI is over by Thermal. They were able to get here very quickly. They had also 2 survey beacons and an Evil Harvester before making that rotate, and an Assault Bin too, by the way. Makers trying to follow along here after they're now going to be rotating from Thermal, but will inevitably be met with Alliance and Fnatic as they try to duke it out on the edge of the zone.
Yeah, some shots just exchanged between Fnatic and Alliance. Makers, you can see pinging something that's most likely those 2 teams going at it, and just trying to work out how they can make their way up a little bit further. Okay, there you go. Bam. 39 enemies scanned. Plenty of useful, juicy knowledge here for Makers to make their next move, and that will have to be coming up the back of either Alliance or Fnatic, whether they go low or go high. There are teams ahead of them.
Yeah, it's Alliance who are playing off that low ground that was free earlier, and Fnatic now being on that high ground, sharing that with Makers as Makers now approach the top of the hill. From this side, though, playing a little split up, there's still a lot of space to coexist, with Makers having the rocks right in front of them to play off of, and Fnatic having a very similar case with the building that the survey beacon is usually on. You can see here, too, while noticing where Alliance is posted up in, a lot of these teams just being very patiently waiting inside of their buildings.
Makers find a nice spot up here, get the Jenny down. Plenty of time to set up. Alliance chose to go underneath, so they'll be hoping that no one has a late wrap around here. Meanwhile, Fnatic, as we said, very split, but they managed to grab this building down to the southwest of Tree. It doesn't pull to them, as I was expecting earlier. It does actually pull up towards the bins on Exo Clan. So I think those two teams, look, it's not a bad position, but it will be hard for all of them to make it up further towards where Exo sit. But, I mean, yeah, look, if there's not a big chant going out from the Exo Clan section of our crowd right now, I don't know, maybe they need to practice their zone reading, because they should be. Their team is in a phenomenal spot.
They're amazing. Now being on the edge of where that next zone's going to pool, right by the bins here, that probably have already reset at this point. But not only that, going to be able to clear this if North Epsilon want to go for a late rotate. Actually, they're taking to the skies. They're actually going to land right by How, but Shadow being the only other team to still, alongside Legends actually, to still be outside this next zone before making that rotate.
Yeah, killer spot. This is such a great spot if you've got some defensive Legends like the Newcastle and the Watson. You can see Exo, I mean, I don't see how they don't get at least 5+ points out of this game. Very much expecting them to cross that threshold and be joining us in the arena on stage tomorrow.
Amount of crypto drones just flying around. Alliance team one right ahead. They find Zolo that's playing off the side. It is Zicky who was called out. Makers looking at him to give him suppressed fire. Aegis is going to be able to get the crack on the other side, but having to close in the distance, being the only one alive for Makers.
Okay, it's a trade here. Dexter already down. I don't know if Aegis really has a chance here to get back up and running.
Oh,
Alliance, they got the reset and they're coming in. Oh,
and
no.
They had the gold knockdown there too, so they already have the advantage, while Makers with Aegis did not have the gold knockdown on the res. But it's fine. They will be able to pop the Phoenix hit, but they won't be able to get Dexter.
Okay, it was a grapple out, not a grapple in, but meanwhile, Alliance is still very much on the hunt here for these last 2 kills on Makers.
Just taking a nice different angle here, having to get out of the line of sight of the rest of Alliance, who have him right here, but trying to jump right behind him, playing head bump. Sticky, so low, still gets a knock, but can't do enough. Alliance still had the advantage as a full 3-man, and look who's coming up to a third party before they fully reset. It is Fnatic.
Okay, can they get the EMP in time? There we go, boom. It goes off as he gets stunned. It's the perfect time for Yuka to pull in with the Mozambique.
Yuka with a straight face now, looking out for blood, closing in the gap, chasing after what is left of the scraps of Alliance. Let the Mozams ring through your ears. And jumping up from the high ground with the hip fire shots, he gets another knock onto Hockey's.
One member of Alliance still survives. It's unlucky on the Pathfinder. He grappled out of the last fight to reset, but this time he's grappling out to survive. Fnatic up the top here. Of course, Alliance were probably worried about Makers jumping on their head as they exited the tunnel from underneath. That's why they pushed the fight, but unfortunately couldn't do it cleanly enough to survive Fnatic.
And now with Liquid moving in, they need to take this fight desperately because they were waiting in that building for so long, went for that early rotate, which is why we still see them on this blue Evo. Hagwadis putting up the cat wall, and Yanya being able to shield swap right on time. Now blasting through, trying to help them out, dancing around the Newcastle wall. Liquid need this. They need this blue by their feet, and it's only up to Hagwadis.
If you're good at dancing around knockdowns, you'll be good in this meta. There's so many shields that you need to be able to jiggle peek teams back to their days of playing around Gibby Bubbles.
Look at this 1v1 though. Currently with Hagwadis still having the blue Evo, he's at the health disadvantage, and they know playing even around that knockdown and the Newcastle wall, it's going to be scary. He is able to fully reset here. Mozam, gold shotgun bolt, and the hammer points. He lets it blast. He's got the 2 knockdown kills. He gets the crack first. Can he clutch though? Right to the shotgun. He can! Liquid Alienware come out on top of the fight. They stay alive, and they get to move in slowly because that circle is going to start closing now.
Staying alive seems to be their specialty today. Alliance, they were the only team who were on triple reds. They get removed. It's a big threat that is removed from the lobby.
Adam's going crazy with the Kraber, by the way, in the feed, while Sweet also knocking heads with the 30-30. Slides in now with the rest of LG. CEST gets deleted. He gets taken out, though. Is NTH that we're looking at them. Liquid Alienware on their rotate get eliminated. This is where we can expect the bloodbath.
There's just too many gaps, too many angles to play under these buildings, and LG don't find a safe spot. And if you look at the leaderboard, they're not in a safe spot there either, Vicky. 11th. They need to make up points going into our last game.
This last game is going to be absolutely insane before we see which of these teams have some cushion for comfort. See, now going to be able to hang out on the other side. With that Valk, though, they were able to try to find a position, but how have the safety from inside of this truck? Yuka moving back, not liking where he's forced to be, looking at the team that has high on the bridge above his head.
North Eption, Quiet Achievers in this LAN. Didn't see a lot of them coming into our last series on the Saturday. They're going to have to make up a lot of room, a lot of space here if they want to get into that top 10. The zone has pulled down as well, by the way, so EXO Clan, they're not sitting pretty any longer. It's going over Dreamfire, over Noctum in the one of those southern tree buildings, and how?
Oh no, in a lot of trouble here. Now having to force her way, but he takes a circle damage. It's the circle that's the nail in the coffin for Hal. And this is what you're seeing with the circle now also closing in behind EXO. They want to try to see if they can engage. Shadow were neighboring them originally before dropping down from the bridge.
Yeah, it looks like it might be just the one member of Shadow left alive. It is, so EXO pick up that kill and move forward. Dreamfire, we saw them scouting earlier with the crypto drone. That allows them to make a better spot. Take up a better spot there north of that little mountain. Icholo's laser, they're well set up here. Will anyone be brave enough to take that zip line towards them? I doubt it.
And I'm still getting crazy knocks though with that Kraber. EXO Fuda playing safely around the barrier, but having to watch out for that Newcastle wall. He does not like this position, but it's fine with some help from K-Swinny. They take out Dreamfire. They have time to perhaps get this rise here as K-Swinny looks beyond with the crypto drone.
Incredibly important that they do that without dropping a member. EXO now up to 41 points.
What? They're huge shots, huge pressure from originally what looked to be an arc star here. It is unlucky as the solo for Alliance. Who says it just needs to be the crypto out here? But now it's the 1v1. Pathy onto Pathy here as Krev is looking to get this res.
Of course, you go for the Newcastle first. Brutus will be able to get that res, you would think, if he can get a bat off at least. Actually leaves it up to Kurev in the end, but no getting knocked again.
Again? Unlucky with these different angles. It doesn't matter. You can try to get your res now. It's another situation where Unlucky has knocked two. Onto Icholo, still finishing off Kurev too.
Silly me thinking Alliance wasn't a threat still in this lobby. Vicky, they will always find a way. Up to 47 points. They're safe for now, but they still want to push further for the POIs.
Fuda leading as the kill leader here too, by the way, as Unlucky was able to finish off Brutus.
Guild have been very quiet so far this game. Only 2 kills to their name, but they will be playing a part.
Here he goes. Unlucky unleashes, and he takes care of Icholo's Alliance. Now get eliminated in fourth. We absolutely take those, and now this is free real estate on the high ground for EXO.
Shori goes down to Gil, but how amazing was that 1-by-1? Picks them off like a sniper, and then pulls in with the Mozams as well.
Would have known that the biggest counter pick for Icholos was Unlucky, has knocked him now. After the action we saw in the feed with that Kraber from Atnum, they were able to now move in here too. Let's jump into a listen in to see what their next plan is going to be as EXO are going to be forced to drop down.
They go EMP. We fight, they're gonna fight, just wait.
Okay, heal, we're good.
Selling.
They're fighting!
Wait,
Below.
go for it, wait.
Go! I'm going.
One dead. Last guy. He's ran the other side, He's gonna go high on 20.
Yeah. We went
I
in.
can't see him, I can't see him.
Go high,
He's
go high.
intro. Nice! Yes!
Well, the reason they couldn't see him, it was because he was outside in the zone. And EXO, they see the other two teams fighting and they celebrate.
The crowd goes wild. Remember what K20 said when the camera panned to him. Give us one more. It takes one more. A man true to his word to rally up the crowd, to rally the supporters. That was a huge game for EXO. They needed that. Now they can sit a little comfy here at the top of the leaderboard, sitting in second place after getting 9 KP on top of that dub.
It was a big game for a lot of teams. A lot of the EMEA teams with their fans here. I see the Noctum fans celebrating as they move up to 38 points and look to be a very good chance of moving forward. The other big mover I think we have to talk about is Ijolo's Laser. 24 points, 10th spot. They're playing for more than just tomorrow, Vicky. Remember, if they can get above that 17th, 18th spot, all of a sudden they are locked in for champs.
So much more on the line here. And only one more game to go. You know how these squads are feeling, but you know with the way that EXO played into that last game, they're going to be riding off of that momentum, feeling themselves and feeling this crowd. Giving some love here with the French flags waving in the crowd. 4K Swinny giving them the love back. France represent.
I know at least some of these guys are the EXO Ultras, as I've heard. The most dedicated fans of K-Swinny and the organization. Awesome to see them rewarded.
French audience goes absolutely crazy every single time I see them come out to an esports event. I love their energy, and I know they're loving EXO Clan and that dub with the 9 KP, securing themselves 21 extra points. Guild, though, still in the conversation, still finding themselves within a top 3.
They've been incredibly consistent so far, haven't they? With 5 matches in now, and the minimum points they have dropped is 5. Very impressive performance from MT, Jesko, and Legacy. Having a look at the overall series results. I'm looking at Nardus Vincere, 19 points. It was a solid start for them, but they've really dropped off. A lot of their points have come from amazing zone reads from Matafe and being there nice and early. If we don't get that in this next game, I am very worried for them.
I'm going to be honest here, Gino. From Dreamfire all the way down to even Na'Vi, one huge game for any of these teams, especially from Shadow in 11th to Na'Vi themselves, could put themselves within that top 10. It takes this one game to completely shake up what we see on the screen right now.
Legends Gaming at 8 points. Disastrous for them. I mean, I looked at their POI draft and I said, this doesn't feel like you. You know, it's a team that has played fast rotate from Landslide. It's played fast rotate from Cedo, even though it's a little bit more of a powerful POI. And then they completely change it up here to try and change their fortunes in Elimination Bracket 2.
While we start wrapping things up here, we still have our final game to go within our last round 2 elimination group here. Don't go anywhere, because on the other side of this break, we'll be sending 10 teams home.
No nades, look for nades. Any nades?
No nades.
Good to watch.
I do have one.
They bang with teeth.
We find you have a 10 though.
No,
Safe on me.
Saving you anyway.
Is that your EMP? We find, they're gonna fight, just wait. Okay, heal, we're good.
Selling.
They're fighting!
Fine, below.
Wait, wait. Go!
I'm going.
One dead. Last guy. He's ran the other side, He's gonna go high on Swinny.
Yeah. We win it.
I can't see him.
Go high.
After that beautiful game-winning moment from EXO in game number 5, I got to see in the chat that K-Swinny says that was for his mom. He's making his mom proud, watching him with the EXO fans cheering, stomping their feet. But we have one last game to go to see who will be filling up our finals lobby for tomorrow.
And there are so many teams that could be in that spot, Vicky. Around the 10th spot, it's very tight. It's very close. Where are we going? It's always the question. You know those players are on the stage right now just praying for a zone.
This is crazy. We've seen already 2 of those southern zones. Will this be the change-up taking us over to the north? We're gonna have to see. The tension is high. The pressure is on for our players.
I mean, yeah, you say it. 2 southern zones, LG, starting off in tree. And they are still in 14th. From those 2 zones, they picked up a total of 7 points.
LG chants now in the crowd. Are you all ready? As the Legend Select is on your screen, our players are loaded in. Teams like LG, At Risk, Makers, Shadow, even Navi. This is crazy to see how tight of this borderline is for these teams to make it in to that next lobby. Let's get started, ladies and gentlemen.
I think there's 4 teams that we can safely say have made it through. Fnatic, ExoClan, Guild Esports, and Alliance. From there down, there's some question marks.
You could expect a final game like this to get a little funky, as we've seen before in the past. The desperation for some of the teams that have to absolutely ape what they see, have to take the risk if they already find themselves all the way at the bottom end of these overall standings here, as EXO are going to be able to have access to that ring console over by their POI in Harvester. They will also have that survey beacon, and look at where this circle is pulling.
Boom, they scan it. We're going to Geyser. I don't think there's much of a chance it pulls north up to that Cholo's laser player there in Ghost Town or No Name. I think go next. They want to bunker up in that building very much to the east of Geyser and sit there for as long as they possibly can, whether EMP after EMP, and try and make their way up from 13 points.
No way! The double sky nade, easy flash, just got absolutely destroyed there as he just peeked for 2 seconds out of place. Those nades landing at his feet.
And this is what we're expecting. On 8 points, Legends have to go absolutely ham this game to get through. Of course they're going to be chasing kills.
Oh, they were able to get the res, but then right behind him, this is what I mean. This is what I expect for a final game like this. Teams right now are desperate to get KP. If they have to get overly aggressive, this is what they have to do, especially if you're like Complexity here that wants to solidify their position deeper in the standings, because they're right now sitting in 9th place with 25 points.
Complexity had the ring console. They could have gone directly to Geyser, but no, they hear the shots, and on the bubble they say, hey, maybe even just a few easy kills early on is a better strategy in order to try and cement that top 10 spot.
Desperation calls for some desperate calls here as Legends looking to see if they could reset by Domo. Complexity now move.
Yeah, but not too much. So it's only the 1 kill for Complexity. They are content with that and they move forward. It could be a 3v2. It could be an easy cleanup. But maybe with LG, Reject, Winity even still in the area, they don't want to risk it, so they continue forward, and Legends Gaming actually get the reset.
I do like this option from Complexity. I like the fact that they have decided to keep rotating through stacks. There was an Evil Harvester there, and even though they know that the res is coming in, they want to make sure that they're going to be deeper in that next zone. As you mentioned, they had information on where that circle was going to be pooling as they approach Big Mod.
So even some character changes, legend changes coming through here. They go for the Pathfinder now for Legends Gaming. They are absolutely planning to zip at everyone they see.
So you're expecting here. You have to get aggressive. Northeption paying the price, though, after losing out on Red's team. And now having to forcibly play this out as a duo before moving right back to Taida. Up that hill here, though, is SWQ waiting for them and trying to fully collapse onto what is left of Taida. And on the other side, it is Na'Vi looking for blood.
Na'Vi don't have to play quite as wild as some of these other teams.
No way. They walk right past him. They walk right past him. Didn't even notice that he was behind the rock.
It's days like these. You're crying out for a Bloodhound. They missed the tracks, and they missed the third kill, the cleanup.
And Na'Vi moving in, I mean, they don't even have the crypto right there too, right? So now moving back after seeing the Bangalore ult, as kinda doesn't have his own just yet, is about to get his own Bang ult. So that space being given as SWQ try to back away, but the third party is around the corner with Makers rotating behind Na'Vi.
Mozams come in. They get the shot through the smoke. They do, but now they need to use their own because Makers are on the north side.
And having to now dance away, slide all the way towards Geyser here. Because with Na'Vi cleaning that up fast, though, and Makers coming up on the other side, each Cholos will then start coming up the hill from the north side of this zone.
Not too far off the pace here. 21 points.
Oh.
This would be exactly the wrong time to go down.
Oh, no.
They're out for sure if they go out now.
That is very unfortunate. Trying to send out the old Eden up. As now you're going to be able to try to jump away from the other side of the Newcastle wall. They are going to be able to at least get the res onto Ziki because Shadow was so far away when they initially got that knock. All the way from the north side of Overlook where they have a ring console. But look at the setup here on the choke.
I like this from Makers, actually. Often you do see teams set up in these Geyser chokes looking for kills, and if it's kills that you need in this game 6 to get you over the hump, and being able to set up there could pay dividends for Makers.
Na'Vi, though, who have fought from up high, now sliding down into this building over by Geyser, where so many other teams have also rotated quickly here. Taffy dancing back, looking at the other squad in the neighboring building. They're sharing this team with this building with another team. I believe it may be Complexity. Oh no, Sykes in the feed. He had gone down earlier. Looked like to a Mozam as LG on the other side of the top part of the hill. It was Complexity that Na'Vi was sharing the building with.
Did LG get the banner? Will they be able to get the res maybe at the egg outside Big Morn? Because if they do, you know Legends Gaming is going to see that. More respawns come in. This time it's for Northeption. Playing small, playing quiet does get them back into this game.
It worked out for them. After playing around the other side of the rock, they are able to get all the team back alive and healthy. It's Taida, the clutch plays, just hiding out of sight now. They're going to be able to rotate from Lava Siphon, but they're not alone. You see the shots here. It's knocked them on the other side of Lava Siphon and Guild on the northern building here, while LG trying to replicate the same. Also, we're trying to reset over by Big Mod, but Legends Gaming, with heat in their eyes, are looking to engage, while Na'Vi now lose out on Kaida in the building in Geyser.
Yeah, they're fighting Complexity right now, and they're fighting for their lives!
Oh no! Na'Vi trying to do their best, cannot clutch out, and are the second team eliminated in the lobby.
We thought it was finally his tournament, and they fall just short of Sunday.
14th there, now no hope, while Legends Gaming still trying to get as much as they can. The finisher from Legends Gaming. Got to try to go out with a bang if you could try to get the KP that you need. Being able to get that onto Funk LG, crippling as they have tried to now desperately hold on.
Player K looking like he takes no pleasure in that finisher. Maybe it was for just the extra shields, maybe it was for the extra Evo, but either way, it's significantly diminished Luminosity Gaming's chances of making it to tomorrow.
With just Sweet alive, he needs to keep the dream alive. As a solo, it is going to be so difficult. While Alliance, after an explosive game for them for game number 4, still being able to hold on to that top part of the overall standings, not worried one bit, but making sure that they hold this high ground position, overlooking the 3 teams that were maybe wondering if they could go through there or through the tunnel side, north side of Geyser.
And the scary thing for a lot of these teams that are near that 10th spot, Vicky, is that a lot of the teams that don't have to worry, Guild, Alliance, are sitting in those chokes and will have no qualms pushing them, killing them, and ending their chances.
Playing gatekeepers here, not only to the finals lobby, but into that next circle. See North Eption, who are finally now going from that northern building over to Lava Siphon. Once they get into the edge of the circle, it is going to be Makers who are waiting for them up on the top building that looks at the zipline that would lead into Geyser. And knocked them. Most of these teams will be congregated from the north side of Geyser. With all the buildings there, it's a lot of real estate that these teams could share.
38 points is a lot of points in this particular series. As you can see, the 10 teams closest to that red line, you want to be above it, not below it. They sit further up than that, should be okay.
Crazy to see as it stands how close these teams are in points. RC in trouble though as Guild pick up that kill, but they themselves now looking around the trade-off as Cholos also trying to go through this tunnel where Shadow is.
Reject Winity, gone in 16th place.
So many of these teams that haven't been able to find their stride now. Not gonna be able to make it into that finals lobby. That's why they were trying to bank so hard on their chance as Team Liquid, another team that wants to push themselves forward. Sweet still trying to keep it alive because he's got both banners at the very least, which is a huge thing if he wants to commit to the res here, if he has an opportunity.
I mean, he's desperately looking around for meds here at Lava Siphon. He can't even go for the respawn yet because Liquid Alienware were close by. They would have seen it. A mythic bin comes the way of Echolo's lasers. Of anything that you could see right now, that is exactly it.
Oh no, LG! They find them at the very end. LG get eliminated. Legends was able to finally solidify that KP, and Liquid Alienware also get eliminated at the hands of Fnatic.
Legends are doing their very best here to make one of the most insane late runs for the top 10.
I have to highlight, with Liquid now going out in 9th in the overall standings, that is a lot of pressure to bank on what may happen in this lobby with Complexity still alive. Knocked him though. Adnam lets it blast with the Mozambique. He also is getting shot from behind though. Seeing what Noctum could do here as the Bangalore is the last one alive, playing off the rocks, making the magic happen. He needs only one more shot, one shot. Slides down, finds Tyler, but is one shot himself.
Surely he doesn't get out of this.
Oh no.
No, he does not. It's another Mozam kill. We must be creeping close to those 1,000 kills, Vicky, but I'm sure someone will whisper in our ears if we do hit that milestone and, I don't know, maybe grab some confetti. At the same time, though, we've got so much confetti that we're ready to throw on top of the 10 teams.
Can't celebrate too early here if your Shadow still on that cusp, still at 11th overall with 13 squads left. Look at that mini-map and where the circle's pulling.
Okay, so it's pulling directly on top of the 3 buildings there in Geyser. You got the 2 bananas and the 1 dome. They're currently held by Makers, North Eption, Guild, Dreamfire, and Complexity.
He was able to take the sticky from the Arcstar while popping the Revenant ult, but he doesn't have it while feeling the pressure from Lucky. He jumps away, and Shadow lose out on Jackie. Now it's up to the Pathy, the one that can absolutely get away with the grapple to stay alive, but he's feeling the pressure from the team shooting at him from Geyser.
Shadow, they're currently in 11th spot. They need more points, and I don't think they're gonna get them.
Charge of Sentinel, you know that's complexity. He can't get away, Monsoon! The finishing blow to be the nail in the coffin for Shadow. Alliance also get eliminated, but they have way more room to breathe than a lot of these teams here.
The circle pulls down. The South Banana is in. Dreamfire currently in 7th spot. 8th as of this game, I should say, are looking in a fantastic position. Legends, they hold the Southern choke. Can they grab some kills? Enough kills of teams transitioning from the edge of Geyser into this?
I also mentioned in the player cams, the way that complexity looks so locked in. Monsoon's forehead can't get closer to the monitor. And you know, meaning business, being so close to that border, holding onto that building, the pressure that they are feeling. As Northeption have also found their corner by the crevices of the rock. And each Cholos now having to approach from the tunnel side by the vault, where EXO Clan are waiting for them, but neither EXO, Cholos, or C9 and Go Next are in that next zone, while C9 engaging now. Oh, C9 with the wipe onto Go Next. I like the way that they were able to wrap around that cliffside.
That's so rough for Go Next. They bank on it. It was such a deep geyser zone. So much of the area was over the mountains to the east that it was a totally fair play to sit there, but then it just pulls directly away from them, crushing their chances of making it to tomorrow.
It was a good guess right here too, considering that this is their POY, but now Cholos forced to slide down, forced to face the team inside of this building. The EMP rings out, as now Azel is going to be able to hold on to the rooftop. The Newcastle wall, Captain America to save the day, to keep their dreams alive. Cholos in trouble, considering that they're sitting in 10th place. They have nowhere to go. Grev is dancing as a circle, is forcing them into the line of sight of everyone. Cholos get taken out.
They were in 10th spot, eliminated with 26 points. Now teams race to catch up and overtake them.
Oh, and this zone is pulling directly into that building. Look at the pressure. Shadow is still alive with 25 points. Are you kidding me? I mean, no way. No, we saw them get eliminated, right? Yeah, we saw them get eliminated in 13th.
It's Makers, I think, really, that have the chance to pull up here. In a decent spot, but Guild hold the other side of the building. So they move forward. They have to make a forward movement here, and they do actually steal one of these rooms off of Dreamfire.
EXO get eliminated in their feed, but again, still having that room to breathe. Makers, though, slowly inching towards that top 10, getting another kill in their pocket while eliminating Dreamfire, getting the placement points. 7 squads left, and now they're sitting at 11th.
Dreamfire don't manage to hold on to the building. Just the Newcastle, no Watson to keep people at bay. But with 32 points, they might be okay, Vicky.
And after what we're seeing in the kill feed, too, Complexity are now alive as only a solo here.
Legends go out!
Oh, Legends going out now. 6 squads left. Maker still keeping the dream here with their 25 points, but the only team in that middle circle is Makers, and Northeption creeping in front of Guild.
This is by far the worst performance from the APAC South team that we've seen in quite some time since they burst onto the scene, winning hearts and minds.
Crazy to see that Fnatic not only is still alive in this lobby, but has been taking heads. Not sharing any of those points for the teams that are desperate at the cusp. Makers on the other side of this building, C9 finding themselves inside, and Complexity still as that solo, just trying to keep it up for the rest of their squad because they're sitting in 7th place.
If Makers can just outlive 2 more teams, they will overtake Icholo's laser. Even a KP or 2 will do it for the Thai team.
Will do it also for Northeption as they get eliminated. Guild with another consistent endgame here. Makers now at 26 points in that 10th place spot. They are right here to stay in these lobbies, fighting for their chance as Guild now who have always been here, Genome, who are looking for an opportunity to take high complexity. The solo that was Luke finally getting called out.
Makers up to 28. They've definitely made it one step further to their dream of holding a LAN trophy.
Finally a time here. C9, such an impressive performance in calling out these end zones. Naughty on top of it all, while swinging to see if he finds a chance, but they're lacking in a little bit of loot looking at his vault.
Still, these teams have a chance to move further up the leaderboard, grab an even better POI for Sunday, and give themselves a better chance of winning as much cash as possible.
Can't believe it here, Circle. Start closing in right behind their backs. Just a matter of time with Fnatic playing on the edge. C9 still inside this building. Makers on the other side with these Watson fences lined up. Guild forcing their way in. Final round closing in. And it's with this painting of these Watson fences that are deterring this team from forcing their way.
Guild are only 1 point off, grabbing another spot for themselves. ExoClan down and out already.
The pings, though. Look at the pings. 4 squads left. Ziki is looking at the door. He's looking to his back like a chameleon, making sure he's got every angle covered while Fnatic are on the rooftop. Look at this Moby on each side, by the way, with MT also holding that off angle just to ensure that Fnatic don't have a chance. EMP ringing out from their side.
Looking for a banger Skynade here from Jesco. Doesn't hit it, neither does the Arcstar. Come on, 1 more point and they'll move up a slot. Makers also have a chance to push even further past Liquid Alienware. Dreamfire.
Oh no. MT now is going to be able to find Sasuke. You saw that mother load from the distance. Now C9 come in, slide up, and take out Fnatic. The EMP2 having to be careful. What's waiting for them on the other side? As Makers now move in, feeling confident. It is only up to Ziki. He had tried to swap up his weapon because he had nothing. And Guild will take that for free. Will take another dub to solidify their position and to find themselves in that finals bracket.
I said they could move up 1 spot, Vicky. They've taken the dub and moved into first place. Reminiscent of their glorious run through the elimination bracket at EWC. Guild, when their backs are to the wall, are no team to be messed with. 71 points in the series. They stand on top of our 20 teams and wave down to the 10 that we just lost.
And be able to stay in that 11th place priority POI position for that finals lobby. As we get to see the emotions from our players. Guild with an insanely consistent day. 71 total points. Finishing off Fnatic there with just, what, a 3-point difference, because Fnatic also being all the way at the end, getting some KP, had finished off with 68 total points. Liquid, they were literally right there, Gino. They were right there on that cusp, and they are able to squeeze in to the very end.
Smiles all round for Makers. Asia's has been on the come up for a while now. Putting out almost 4K damage for his team here.
The cusp right now with Liquid Alienware taking that last slot of this lobby, the 10th place slot, was 30 points exactly. Each Cholos who do not make it into that finals lobby have finished with 26 points in 11th place.
So close, Vicky, yet so far for some of these teams. It's nice to see the smiles all round. Cloud9, the quiet achievers. Guild, the comeback kings. Makers just squeaking through. They make it.
It's a sense of relief when you see teams like Liquid hugging each other at the very end of that insane final game. What a crazy finals lobby we have waiting for us tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. And while there's so much action to break down after what we just saw at World's Edge, I want to hear from the desk your thoughts.
Great job, Vicky and Genome. Thank you so much for closing out the series. A little bit of heartbreak and a lot of elation on behalf of the teams that do continue on their competitive journey here at the Split 2 playoffs and make their way through to our match point finals tomorrow. That was not an easy road for some of those squads. And in the end, Guild with a pop-off performance to not only close out the series, but solidify them at the tippy top of the leaderboard, Graceful.
This series has been completely consistent. Like, I don't think there's not much you can say. If they can keep this form going into tomorrow, if they hit match point and they're able to close out the games this good, and, you know, they could be a real threat to take home the trophy.
And we can also hear that the EXO fans are quite happy with the turnout as well, as EXO, one of those teams that did very well, pushed themselves through on into match point finals. I mean, that's definitely what they were hoping for. They got the result, but we saw right at the bottom, Liquid Alienware tied, just barely squeaking through in that top 10.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, this Liquid team, that is back-to-back series where they have squeaked by with about the 30, 31-point mark. They won the last game of the first elimination bracket to get in, and now they're at 30 points again. I mean, at this point, you know, it is what it is. I'm sure they're hyped, but at the same time, they need to figure out kind of what's going on because they are now in the finals lobby with the best teams from this entire tournament, so they're going to have to put it together.
Absolutely. See what they can figure out overnight and hopefully leading into tomorrow as we take a look at those match 6 results and get a feel for where everybody was. Guild with that 20-point total, but Makers having a solid match at the right moment. Another one of those teams that made it through right there at the bottom of our list. And Cloud9 started off the series strong, ended with some more points on the board. And Fnatic, I mean, teams that people weren't looking at absolutely shut all of us up on the talent side here and showed why they deserve to be here, making their way through to match point finals, Graceful.
Yeah, definitely. I think the form, like, have people gotten used to the meta already? I feel like the teams that adapted are now all of a sudden having huge success, whereas the teams that, you know, couldn't adapt are struggling a lot. The teams that we expected to, you know, be as strong as they normally are considered strong hitters, when a meta changes, not only the weapon meta, but the composition meta, that can really throw teams off. And we've seen even teams that we expected to be in finals and even contenders for the trophy fall early.
Yeah, we saw those series results there as well. Like we said, Guild at the top, Alliance had made a run. They did some really solid performances there as well. But then also, like we said, the Heartbreak side of things, big names like the LGs on that side of the Elim 2 that I think is just a big surprise for a lot of people.
I think the biggest thing that I've noticed in some of these lobbies is just the fact of there's certain teams, you have like the Moist that have been extremely consistent. They've obviously figured out the meta that works for them. But a lot of these teams are incredibly inconsistent. You have Alliance who has been either placed at the very top, or we saw they got 20th place in the last pool. Or they got, you know, they got first in the pools and then a very low scoring again. And then you see the Fanatics who were struggling pretty much all throughout pools. They ended up working their way back up, and now they just had a dominant performance in this last set. So we're really trying to think, you know, are we figuring it out, or is it just kind of, are we getting lucky at this point? Because it's 50-50.
Well, two teams that absolutely figured it out at the end of the day were Guild and, of course, EXO-Clan. If I'm not mistaken, we have Peep standing by with a little bit of a dual interview with MT and K-Swinny.
Glitter, thank you so much. We are here with MT from Guild. Dude, oh my God, I can't believe it. K-Swinny from EXO, I'm so sorry, man. Guild, MT, I gotta ask, all right? At EWC, didn't finish the way you wanted. Now you're sitting first on the leaderboard in the second elimination bracket. How does it feel going into the finals?
Ready to go. I feel like we fixed a lot of our mistakes in these 2 losers brackets. It's what we needed, just like EWC, and I'm ready to go. We all are.
Absolutely. And Swinny, dude, I gotta ask. You might have the greatest fans that I have ever seen at an ALGS. What do you have to say to them?
Thanks for being here in France. Merci beaucoup, merci d'être là, merci à tous. Thanks everyone, thank you, thanks a lot.
You heard it here. Seriously, you guys are the best I've ever seen. Guys, the comms for the teams, right before this series started, what were you guys talking about?
Everybody's terrible. Let's fucking do it.
All right, you heard it there, man. You heard it there. Swinny, what about you?
We needed to fix our mistake, and I said we just go for top 10. Tomorrow we're gonna win in finals. We nearly win the WC, we're gonna win this one for sure.
All right, all right. And now listen, like I said, EWC really didn't go you guys' way. What did you guys learn that you brought to here in Mannheim, Germany?
I don't know. I don't know if we really learned anything. It was just like any other LAN, but it was the closest we've ever been to like closing it out. So it just showed to us that we can 100% win it.
Absolutely. Swinny?
I need to put Fuda in confidence. It's his second LAN. He's learning slowly, but he's gonna be the best player in the world for sure. So yeah, that's all.
All right, you heard it there. Crowd's making some noise. Guys, congratulations again, man. I wish you guys the best of luck. And that is it. Desk, back to you.
The EXO crowd literally shifted where they were in the stands over to where the interview was happening, specifically so they could get right in front of K-Squinty in those moments.
Yeah, I think, we heard it from them themselves, a lot of the times it's not about really what we have learned, but, going in with confidence. And when they have that confidence and they feel like we can actually close this out, they're brimming and they're showing results, and I'm just proud of them.
Well, that was a nice little chat there that we got to have with both of our players, and they had a phenomenal performance here in this last stage before we get to our match point finals. Let's take a look back at some of our top plays, though. It's time for our Alienware Aces segment, where we get to take a look at some really, really cool plays that happened throughout the day. First one to kick things off, we just spoke to him in the interview. It's MT with a double res.
MT get this huge res while a fight is going on, actually. Works out in their favor due to a trade. He also did a huge crack there. The opposing enemies actually end up trading, and he comes in with a huge EMP, not letting them, even if they armor swapped here, they're still getting delayed due to the EMP, and they're gonna walk in here and just swoop the team wipe. The only thing that I'm concerned about here is the fact that they might not be on the same pace, but as you can see, he's jumping in with the massive, a little bit ahead of time, but that doesn't matter because they were still there to clean up the fight. Really good, closing out the fight.
We're going moving on to the next one here, and of course, not Moist, one of our biggest teams in that winner's bracket. We're looking at Timmy, okay? Kraber in hand, decides to throw out the drone, move in, go for the EMP because he realizes his line of sight might not be that great. Gets the damage, also is able to line people up in the smoke with the Kraber. It's just those big brain plays here, Snipe.
Yeah, I mean, Timmy's one of those playmakers that you're going to love to see with the Kraber. And with that crypto perk where you get to see people on scan after you ult for a while, it doesn't matter as much, and he's able to just put the Kraber to use.
I mean, if we're talking about sniping, we might as well continue on here because this was another insane moment out of Shubi, this time with the bow check, Eric.
Yeah, so this is actually one of my favorite clips because you can just see the panic setting in with Shubi this whole time after he realizes he's about to be out of bow ammo. He's just hip firing as much as he can. You know he's out of Mozambique ammo, otherwise he'd be using it. And this kind of just reminds me, I'm sure you saw the despair in his face after this was all over when he's sitting there punching the gold knockdown shield. At this point, maybe he just hops on his teammate, starts rezzing him again. He's having a Newcastle res battle. I think at this point he should do what I did when I was with TSM. Just someone on his team needs to become a second backpack for him like I was for Hal.
This was a really, really fun way to end the match. I think even Furia had fun with that one as well. We said it in the green room. They've been providing us with many fun final circles. And the final clip, of course, is a solo play out of Unlucky. Alliance really haven't picked up their performance.
This is one of the things I've been saying for the longest time. Unlucky is actually one of the absolute best players in the world. No doubt for me. He's always been it, and he was even accused of cheating as well for a while, but he turned up and hey bro, I'm not, and I'm owning on LAN. On every tournament, every LAN, he's still frying. Pretty much 1v3 that team, but we cleaned them up. And even when they're down to the last man standing, he's taking teams out and he's getting better placement. What more can you ask for out of a fragger, really?
I mean, I've been really loving the Alienware Ace Play segment because we get to see the highlights throughout the entire day because it's hard to really condense down all of the amazing Apex Legends gameplay we see when we have so much going on in a single solitary day. But we got a chance to take a look at those. And now we get a chance to highlight some individuals as well because we have our top 20 kill leaderboard and we've got Fuda at the top with 28 for our bracket phase here. Looking at this here, Snipedown, is this what you were expecting to see based off of the results that we had in our matches?
I think in the last match we could tell that it was going to be pretty kill heavy. You have the Fnatic, that's what they're known for, is getting KP around the map. So seeing a couple of those players at the top is not surprising. You always have Sweet, who's one of the biggest kill leaders in all of ALGS history. So it's good to see him at the top. I think we can tell a lot of that came from the first round of the elimination bracket versus this last one. And like I said, I've been hyping him up the entire time. Lou is right there at the top. I think he was a masterpiece for this complexity roster. I think they were lacking some firepower, and he's brought it in, and they've been a consistent team pretty much ever since that he has joined and only improving.
And I think one thing I do want to give a shout out to is the fact that even though we saw a little bit of a struggle there for LG in that final round. You still saw Sweet up there on our top 20 kill leaderboard as well, just showing how much work he was putting in when they were finding that success and just how strong of an individual player that he is. But obviously, we're not done here all weekend long with our competition. And if you're just joining us from Wig and Greek's B stream, welcome to the channel as we close the day out. Let's take a look at what everybody at home can expect coming tomorrow, though, as we look towards our match point finals. But that's not the only thing that we have on the schedule for all of you at home or for all of you here in the arena, believe it or not. Now, when it comes to the video side of things, we do have a straight shot revival show match that will be kicking off well before our match point finals at 1:15 p.m. Now, if you're here earlier that and you're local, okay, we're also going to be having a meet and greet at 12 p.m. noon here with all of the talent with the B stream. If you have tickets to that tailgate party, come and hang out with us. If you are local, make sure you can come hang out. Now, it sounds like we've got everything done here, and we're done as far as this day is concerned, but like we said, we've got to talk about our match point finals. We could not do that without Nice Wig and Greek, obviously, coming to hang out with us, not only to chat all things that happened today, but of course, our live POI draft as they make their way on over. Hopefully, Wig's voice is still good, ready to go as we hang out here. Scooch on down. Somebody grab this headset. All right. Greek, Wig, welcome back to the desk. How are things over at the B stream?
Oh, amazing.
Pretty good.
Having a good day?
Yeah,
Yeah.
not too bad.
Enjoying what you've seen so far. Are the results what you expected, Wig?
No, not at all. The complete opposite, actually, I would say. Especially that Elimination Bracket Round 2. I didn't expect it to go that way at all.
Greek, did you have any predictions for any of the series here today? And were you right in anything, at least in your head, that you thought through the way it might go?
He's never right.
I mean, there were a couple that I was right, but there were definitely a lot of surprises today for sure. Definitely like LG, I was super wrong on. I thought they were going to play super well. EXL, I predicted to make it through as well, and they weren't able to. So yeah, I was definitely wrong on a couple.
I think that was just kind of the theme of the entire weekend so far. This meta is definitely throwing a little bit of a spanner in the works here. Also giving us some really fun, unexpected gameplay and results on behalf of all of our teams here so far. But we're not done yet. We still have our match point finals here tomorrow. And before we can even do the match point finals, we have to, of course, do that live POI draft. That's going to be happening here in just a few short moments. So, of course, before we get into that, we can confirm 15 teams that will be at Champs, and that is huge already. I'm excited to be able to do this. We'll take a look at that because there were a couple teams that we actually knew could potentially do that after their performance in this bracket alone. Here are your teams that have already qualified for Champs. This, of course, is your first 10. We've got Crazy Raccoon, Team Falcons, Fnatic, Not Moist, Legends Gaming, Cloud9, Aurora Disguised, LG, and Gaming Gladiator. So even if some of these teams maybe didn't have the expected result here, they're still good to go when the time comes for the biggest stage in the Apex Legends competitive calendar. And then, of course, our final 5 teams here, Guild, SSG, TSM, Virtus Pro, and Alliance. And if you were paying attention to any of those other regions as well, if Shadow had finished 17th or higher, then they'd be good to go. And if Icholos had finished 18th or higher, they would have been good to go as well. So we are really getting into the thick of it when it comes to looking towards the future and Champs. Now, Wig, this has been on my mind since we saw the content piece. 1, are you okay?
I'm great.
2, how did that theory begin? Where did that stem from?
Oh man, well, they gave me a script and I just, I said, listen, I can make this work. I'm definitely not a professional actor by any means.
You'd never know.
I took acting classes in 4th grade.
I believe that.
That's the best I got. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on with Roster Mania recently. It's been pretty ridiculous the last year or so, I would say. Unexpected changes like TSM and Falcons, so many things from like the best teams in the world all the way down to the teams that might not perform extremely well at LAN, but changes just happen so often in competitive Apex esports that it's just how it goes. You got to keep up somehow, and a lot of people can't keep up, to be honest.
It was definitely insane. We saw the heart photo that he had of you up there, Greek. Just makes you feel a little bit special with the bestie picture as well.
Okay.
He
I
loves
wasn't
it.
told that was going to be in there.
He's blushing now. He was a big fan of it. That was a fantastic piece, though, guys. We definitely enjoyed that. So thank you for bringing some fun onto the broadcast as well. Now, Graceful, we haven't gotten a chance to check back in with you. Now that we are done and dusted here and looking towards match point finals, just give me your thoughts on the overall day so far, and I guess the competition, now that we know exactly who's going to be participating tomorrow.
I think, honestly, we're in a state of, like, a lot of teams that we have seen that barely made it in, they kind of made it in, you know, due to, in my opinion, a lot of the times due to zones and how the game played out rather than just raw, you know, our team prowess is why we're here, right? And I think that few teams might struggle because of it, because even though this was a really close series, I feel like some teams definitely was head and shoulders above other teams, and bringing that into tomorrow, we'll have to see, you know, which teams, now because like we always said, the macros changes due to who's actually in the finals.
Sure.
And, you know, some teams are more on edge than others, and some are more playing zone towards them. And when you have that, you definitely have to adapt, and it's really quick. You barely have any time to VOD review at all. And for, you know, all the teams that we've sent home already, I think the biggest thing that I'll say to all of you, being, you know, through all of my years, is that you don't necessarily need to swap your teammates or do anything drastic off of something when the meta change has been this big. A lot of the time, you know, we're young, like there's plenty of young players, and you're looking to almost have an excuse for why we had bad results. And
Sure.
a lot of the times when you're that deep into it, you get really tunnel vision and you can't focus. And I think take a step back, figure out, you know, what's actually happening in the meta, because teams still haven't figured it out and they're still learning. And take that home with you and learn before, give it some time, and then we still have plenty of time until probably champs and whatnot, since we don't really know anything yet. And I think that, you know, go home with your heads held high, because regardless of how you know, where you place in a tournament, you've all had it really well.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked about this a lot on our desk, and I'm sure you guys have as well, but every single year, the competition is getting harder in Apex Legends. It's not getting any easier. The teams across regions are getting better. So a performance here that even gets you to this stage of the competition is already impressive. And we have massive heavy hitters now heading into our match point finals. One last piece of the puzzle to kind of help start breaking down how we think this gameplay could potentially turn out is, of course, our draft system. Now, we've got our pick order here. We're still about a minute out before our teams start getting those picks coming through. But just taking a look at the teams that are even in this lobby, and Greek, I'll start with you. I mean, this has to be intimidating. There are so many teams that would have been on most people's tier list as like teams that could potentially take this home.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you look at this pick order, and it is such an advantage now with no snake draft to have a higher pick, so you know Moist are feeling super comfortable, as is GG.
I mean, and talk to me about that a little bit here, Wig. We've obviously changed from those advanced starting points, now going to the advantage in the draft pick order. What does that do for these pros gameplay, being able to put themselves in a spot where they can get the exact drops that they want?
Well, I mean, I feel like fighting for draft picks was just as important now as it was fighting for points starting off in finals. Draft and, you know, where you land is one of the most important parts of competitive Apex. You have to find a POI that complements your comp. You want to get the stuff that you're comfortable with. You definitely don't want to go into a lobby this stacked at a POI that you don't know how to play from. And then also, you don't have much prepping time. Tomorrow's already finals.
Sure. You
can't really practice. You're going to have to just draw the loop pattern out on a tablet and figure out how to go from there. So I would say it's definitely a code red if you're on the bottom side of this lobby when it comes to comfortable picks, but we'll see. Moist is looking great, and this is funny because Moist and GG both like Climatizer, but Moist has said that they're landing there no matter what, and they're right underneath each other, and with that, we see Cenote Cave from Moist, so I feel like they know that GG's not coming over to Clima, and they pick Skyhook West, so there we go.
I mean, it's definitely the wrong time to start taking any risks here. I mean, Skyhook West will at least set GG up well
Thermal from
when
Furia.
it comes to that World's Edge. But Fury has been doing well out of Thermal Hill Greek.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely more so their comfort pick. During Pro League, they were more so picking like staging / Mirage, but they're definitely playing a lot better out of Thermal.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, instead of just only looking at the front side, because I expect all the teams that have good prio to get good prio, right? And they're always going to play to their comfort picks or what they believe is the meta. I'm a little bit more scared about the personal favorite alliance due to the fact that Fnatic is once again in their lobby. And before, if you guys didn't keep track of it, they actually tried to contest them twice and be on their macro a lot.
Yeah.
And then now we saw in this last series, Fnatic actually turned back and swapped back to their old playstyle where they're playing more towards zone, are we gonna see another mesh of, you know, teams being on each other's macro and that messing up one team? Because you know how it goes. Sometimes you're just on the same path and you're gonna be collapsed on the same, you know, choke or something with 3 other teams. And at that point, you really even get to play the game, is how teams feel like.
Yeah.
Can we even talk about how pointless that was? Like, that was one of the most pointless contests I've ever watched in a competitive Apex game. They did nothing but just start problems, and then makers just came in every single time. That was pure stubbornness. Thank God they're both here now in finals, or they probably would have went home thinking about that, or they wouldn't have cared. I actually don't know what they would have thought, because they didn't care at that point either. I don't know.
So I think that's just pretty much a repeat of what happened at Cito with Zach and Gnaski. I'm not gonna lie, because
100%.
at some point, you know, I agree with that. You have to be, yes, this is my spot. I'm gonna do whatever I can to fight it. But like, is it really worth to not give yourself the chance to win the tournament off of it? Because if you drop 2-3 donuts while other teams are already hitting towards the match point, it becomes really hard unless you know, we're going up towards 14, 15 games. That's not common. So yeah.
Whoa. 14 games, Graceful?
Dude, if I could get 15, I'd be very happy. I'm here for all the action.
I don't know if Wake's voice can handle 15 games.
Please stop, please stop.
EWC was too much for me.
We got a couple more picks coming through here. Alliance at Overlook, C9 at Pylon, Complexity Echo HQ. What are you seeing here, Wig?
Like Fnatic going Stacks.
Yeah, I'm scared now.
I've never seen them play Stacks once ever before, and they're not in like a huge comfortable position like in the overall draft pick, but I'm surprised there's Stacks for them. I mean, who knows how it's gonna go. If someone goes big mod, it just becomes a way less good POI. If someone goes dome in a last resort, then their POI is definitely screwed, and now the rotations are just through the tunnel and waiting for these 2 POIs to transfer out. So interested off the Fnatic gameplay. I'm kind of liking how crazy they've been this whole LAN, to be honest. I'm loving it.
That's what's been keeping a lot of these teams on their toes and kind of forcing us into not only some insane fights, but some endgame situations combined with the new meta. I mean, obviously all of the invisible crypto plays we've been seeing, the Newcastle reses that have been absolutely impacting how teams' finales are no longer finales. They're not dying. They're able to survive a lot longer here, Greek.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that's changed in the game over time, and you know, it goes back to that comfortability too. And we talked about how they don't really have a lot of time to adapt. And it's actually cool to see them doing it from the booth too. But yeah, I mean, when it's your turn to pick, you only have 30 seconds, and you're more likely to pick a POI that you've landed at before, or else you're going to be up all night planning, trying to figure out who's landing next to you. It saves way more time to pick something that you're more comfortable with.
I really see here though now that, you know, EXO actually picked Harvester instead of Jurassic, which is their common pick. I think a lot of teams are actually seeing some Storm Points maps being taken, or POIs getting taken, and they're vying towards getting, okay, we need to at least have a good World's Edge, because I think a few teams are on the same page with me. You know, it depends on, everybody can have a strong or a worse map, but I tend to see a lot of teams struggle with World's Edge specifically. So, you know, seeing the Harvester pick out of EXO actually makes me feel like, okay, you guys are actually thinking about this group specifically, and that's a good start from EXO in my opinion.
You know, the EXO fans will be very ecstatic about that when they come back into the arena as well. Can you guys hear them up where you are? Yeah.
Can we hear them? I think everyone can. It is unbelievable vibes up there. I love it, to be honest.
We wanted them to win that tree zone so bad. That crowd, they wanted one win going into finals, and we were just waiting for them to erupt.
I think they were at least happy with, you know, now making their way through to match point finals. They get to come back for another day of absolute EU insanity. So we're continuing on here with some of these picks. We're starting to fill out our teams as well. Those final selections coming through here, Wig.
Yeah, I mean, look, the selections right now look pretty similar to what I thought they were going to be. We see like Bleed going Zeus Station when Lightning Rod's taken before it, so it makes sense. Similar rotations. We see Falcons over at Mill and Siphon West. That's just their bread and butter. Yep. Moist also gets both their POIs at Cenote Cave and Climatizer East, which is fantastic. Furia getting Checkpoint and Thermal is interesting here too, because Thermal Station was going to be maybe Yanya's pick, but they go Launch Site instead. So we're seeing things that kind of just make sense right now. Nothing too out of the ordinary. And I also love that Complexity is getting Echo HQ at the 13th pick. That's
they love
huge
that
for them. They've been so comfortable there. I think them going Echo has actually made them a LAN contender when getting into finals. I think if they didn't make that switch during scrims, I think they would have been stuck in a really hard place throughout this whole LAN.
I also think that, you know, on Echo, the current active zones is heavily favored in their direction on Storm Point. So like that pick is actually like, you could even, like the longer the series lasts, the higher percentage you are that they're actually going to get some free placement and killed like straight away. If it goes anywhere near Devastated Coast, Launchpad, even Pylon, I think we're looking at top 3 guaranteed from their POI, and that's a really good thing coming into this. I don't think people were expecting them to be as strong as they are, and that pick alone can help them on Storm Point.
I agree, and Monsoon has these strats too with the Coastal team. He always knows how to like pick somebody off when they get the Evo Harvester.
Always.
Especially if he's got any sort of a sniper in his hand, just
charge
lying in wait. He's been crushing it all weekend long, all the way up to Cloud 9 now. And we got to talk about this a little bit, Wig, because this has obviously added an entirely new dynamic to the tournament on the whole. I mean, we've got teams crowded around monitors, making notes on papers, trying to figure things out on the fly, which could determine a lot for their entire performance.
Yeah, and I think this actually applies more pressure for teams to take the game seriously as time goes on. One of the main issues we saw with competitive Apex is when teams started to get comfortable knowing they qualified, especially in Elimination Round 2, they would just start fighting everything because they know they're good, and the placement points going into it were going to be non-existent, right? Because they wouldn't even get any for being in Elimination Bracket Round 2. But now they're fighting for POI drafts, and that 11th pick is a lot better than 17th, like a big-time difference. So it's really nice to see the competitive integrity just pushed all the way through for Apex, and I think that's a huge, massive change that no one's really talking about, to be honest.
And it just also really emphasizes how important it is to have those additional support systems in your back pocket, whether that's your analyst, your coach. I mean, it takes a village to make this work now, Greek.
Absolutely. I mean, every part of the team matters, and just like you said, you know, an analyst, a coach, it takes pressure off the players to have to come up with their macro. Their loot pass at whatever POI, you know, the coaches have already pre-planned at least 4 or 5 different picks that they could potentially get, which would save them time in the long run.
Oh, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but Barometer South by Fnatic over here now on Storm Point, and we still have T-Law waiting to draft their Storm Point. T-Law has said no matter who goes Barometer, they are fighting no matter what. And not only are they stepping on T-Law's toes, they're taking Baro South, which is where T-Law likes to contest from. So I wonder if T-Law will stick it through and actually go Baro North, but it's a very interesting call. I don't see anyone picking Baro North, right? No. I think it's
that might give them a
T-Law.
reason to play Horizon Conduit.
True, we get to get them off Newcastle Crypto.
Here we go.
I'm tired of that comp for them. Let's see. Here it is, the moment of truth.
Are they going to be contesting in finals?
Maybe.
I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it. I think Stormpoint has a lot of POIs you can play from without being contested that will heighten your chances of getting to match point fast and eventually closing out the game.
I'm actually so.
I'm actually.
I think they do it.
I think they
you
do
think
it.
they do it?
I think so too. They're stubborn, man.
It's boiling down to comfort.
No,
they go
yeah.
coastal.
I agree with this. I agree with this.
I just can't believe it.
I can't believe it, but the fact that they're willing to change something that they have been very stubborn about, to me, shows progress and growth. That's something I'm really looking forward to. But I wanted to say as well about. Oh, Liquid did not look very happy with that. I guess they feel like they, you know, some teams, sometimes you win the drafting, sometimes you lose.
And you know, that's what happens when you have to squeak in to those match point finals in that spot. Obviously, we saw how hard they had to fight twice now to squeak right in under the radar and make sure they still qualify through. And you can see just how impactful the entire draft system is to their overall performance. We'll have to see what they can do. I mean, they're not that far away from their drop in terms of at least their pathing and where they're going to be rotating, so they can at least keep a lot of it similar. It will really boil down to what loot they end up with, Wig.
Yeah, I know, I agree. I kind of like the coastal call. I mean, contesting in finals is not a good idea. I was just saying they were going to do it because they're stubborn. I know those guys. They're hilarious, great people, but I'm very surprised they don't commit. I'm happy they don't, but I will be sad because they might go back on the Newcastle, which I'm not a hater of. I just love seeing them on aggressive comms because I just love the T-Law special.
Well, as we are going into our match point finals, of course, that means we're going to be kicking things off here with World's Edge. So here are the finalized draft picks for World's Edge. Everything seeming about copacetic for you here, Greek. Any teams that you could potentially be worried about having been forced off any of their, preferred POIs?
The first one that comes to mind for me is SSG going landslide. You know, traditionally in Pro League, we've seen them go Climatizer. we've seen them go countdown a lot. So Landslide is faster rotates, but it's way less loot. And we know that SSG likes to operate with loot. So I'm interested to see how they rotate out of that one.
You know what I feel like though?
Yeah.
Knock them scan. I feel like they actually won the draft because they're that late into the draft. Big Mod is so-so, but they got Jurassic on Stormpoint, I think. So there's a few points or picks here that I think can, and Knock them is also one of the teams that have flown under, I think, everybody's radar. I don't think I've heard or seen them almost at all into this years, but they've actually been consistently placing really well. And maybe they could take us by surprise. That'd be really nice. I want to see, and you know, every time, honestly, I'm always one. I want a new champion, new champion, new champion.
It's also pretty cool that they made it out from Challenger Circuit.
Yeah.
That's a storyline in itself.
Insane.
Imagine they win LAN.
Would love that. Can't lie.
Well, we'll take a look at the Stormpoint picks as well. Everything now solidified and done, of course. What are you pointing at here that you're happy with?
Jurassic. That's what I'm saying. I think they're actually in a super spot to take something home because they have prio on Stormpoint to pretty much every single zone. Mod, a little bit more rougher. Zones have been a little bit more towards the north, towards Monument, towards Climatizer, but it's still not that bad if they actually know how to play from it. So I'm honestly looking forward, vouching for them hard.
Wig?
Yeah, can you read that?
Not you two. Not you two.
A little bit. I can get the gist. They put the logos on the POVs.
I had to know, man. I'm genuinely curious.
But yeah, I mean, on Stormpoint,
anything.
A lot of these picks seem very, very standard. I thought the World's Edge ones were like a little off, but most of them, other than T-Law, look pretty standard.
Yeah, I actually really like VK Gaming, also going Cedo Station. They've definitely flown under my radar, for sure.
Definitely.
Again, I'm not a huge, I don't really know everything about Apex South, but my chat was giving me recon, and those are experienced players going Cedo Station. That's great. They also did a great job rotating today that me and Greek called out earlier in the stream. I kind of am indifferent right now when ExoClan going Lift. They didn't pick Jurassic, and then, you know, it's an interesting situation here. I just feel like they play from Jurassic really well. Lift is just super difficult to make work. I'm curious to see how their Stormpoint is. They did prioritize World's Edge, what they played. They got the win on today, so I think that's why they have a little bit more momentum going into World's Edge. I like the C9 Pylon pick a lot. That's juiced loot. They're playing super aggressive, but also kind of, it's like a great mixture right now. And I think Saucer is turning into one of the best IGLs in the region, and it's really impressive. He's came a long way, Saucer, and I think that's a solid pick to make your IGL confident and to keep the momentum going for the kid.
Yeah, I mean, speaking on C9 then, right there, Saucer, I think for me, honestly, the MVP, I think, even though we don't know how finals go, for me, the MVP is honestly going to be Naughty, I think, alone. Simply due to the fact that, you know, I talked to him and he said, hey, Grace, I'm actually swapping to a new character. I'm not really feeling that confident on Bang now. You know, and I was trying, hey, man, the only thing I can say is, you know, if you're in any doubts, smoke your legs, you know, smoke your feet. And then, you know, you don't know how to take a fight, smoke them. You know, it will naturally help your team to play around smokes. And that way, you know, you're not that off pacing, etc. You know, it's just a basic Bang tip. And he was like, yeah, man, oh, that's all it. I think I got this. And I was like, bro, you got this. I played with you, you know, back in Stockholm on C9. You guys were always owning and listening. You just have to play your game, don't get in your head. And, you know, we've seen him today. He clutched today a win as well.
A couple. He had a couple clutches today.
Yeah.
Phenomenal performances from a lot of our teams. So guys, thank you so much for dropping down here with us, hanging out on the desk and talking us through those draft picks. Graceful, of course, thank you for smashing it up here with us. As always, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you up here with us. But the stage has been set. Our teams are locked and loaded and ready to compete here tomorrow. Who will take the title and the trophy? Who will etch their name in the Apex Legends Global Series history books? Who will continue on to champs? All that and more will be decided back here tomorrow, 4 p.m., as we will crown a Split 2 playoffs winner. Make sure you tune back in to see how all of it plays out. We'll see you tomorrow, Legends.
Alliance swing in, they fully come in onto the high ground, and they fully unleash. Alliance, take game 4.
Fire, my whole team on fire.
What? It's my. Don't take this personally. I got power. Power.
Yeah, I got you.